that. Oops, I forgot to click the button. Okay, there we go. Now I already showed what we're going to be doing today. I'm debating. Give me just a moment. Do I want to play Little Witch in the Woods or the Tenants? I don't know. I'm in a toss-up between the two, really. We'll see how I feel. Let's do the Tenants for now. If I hate it, I'll do the Little Witch. If I hate it, I'll do something else. Dear Lord. Oh, they're so cute! I gave absolutely no feedback. I don't know what they're talking about. Oh, where am I? It's not what I wanted to do. I'm just like, what is this? I'm nowhere near, so we have to do jobs, unfortunately. That would be somewhere over here then. all. Hi, hi! Hi, Olivia. I'm trying to figure out what... How do I rotate again? I haven't played this game in so long. Found it. What do they want taken out, I wonder? How are you? I'm okay, I'm okay. How are you? Pretty good, pretty okay. I'm good, that's good to hear. Renovation. So they want a kitchen. Unfortunately, there's not much room for a kitchen in here. So it'd have to be in here somewhere. What is this game and why did they copy The Sims? This is called The Tenants. So we are basically a renovation person. We clean, we renovate and redo rooms. We can get jobs to do certain rooms. This is a property I own, which I have tenants, and they have requested that I put a kitchen in. And basically we're, I don't know what the word is called, but we have homes, we fix homes, and that's about it. We don't have anyone we control in The Sims. We just watch over the tenants and see what they request. Yep, that's basically it. Probably gonna move this as well. Let's move this here for now. We'll find room for it later. Put that away. We need tile and brown walls, so floor, tile. I don't have many fun tiles. It's gonna be brown. Let's do... Let's do the walls first. Wrong way. Floors. Which I think I will go with this one. Yeah. Shit, it's the same one as that one. Did I put tile in a room? Why the fuck did I put tile in a room? Blue it is. What do you mean? That is big as I want it to be. Oh no. We have a fridge in here. That away. Kettle, coffee machine. So let's do furniture, kitchen. We need a counter in here. Yeah, that looks good. unfortunate thing, it's like right next to the door. Why did I build it like this again? Motherfucking shit. It's because I wanted a bathroom, that's why. How do I rotate this? Alright, there we go. Why the fuck am I gonna do all this shit? Why do you need a kitchen hood? You don't even have a... Oh wait, no, there it is. We're gonna move you real quick. Move you in here. Okay, kitchen hood. Shit, okay. That looks so fucking dumb. That's hilarious. So it's not copying The Sims per se, but it's pretty similar in the building style. I like the funky colors I have here. Pink. Was it C? Alright. They want more this. It's unfortunate. How much brown do they want? They really hit the pink, don't they? I, for one, like the pink. That should be good. I don't remember how to stop. I don't remember how to exit this. This one. This one. Leave. Oh. They're both off for work. Alrighty. Nice stuff. Alright. Nice cog. Payment A. renovate apartment with 2 bedrooms, prestige and floors. Don't mind prefer furniture. Okay. They don't like what they requested. Oh, that's so funny to me. Oh dear Lord. Let's do 1, 2, 3. This is our uncle. Our uncle's the best. Guess if they want, I'll do that later. Store. Remove. And clean. Did I just take a laptop? Yes, yes I did. It was broken anyways. Now it's just all on the floor. Oh well, that's done. Exit and renovate. Let's begin. What exactly are they wanting though? Yes. Okay, these 2 rooms need to be changed. So these items are not necessary. Let's get rid of all of them then. I didn't even notice that there. I forgot to turn it on. I thought I was forgetting something. Haha, Lamau.
Craigslist is nowhere near what it used to be. It's been replaced by websites like Facebook Marketplace and Poshmark. Maybe a big reason for this stems from not just the rampant scams on the website, but also because it's the go-to site for a lot of creeps. So for old time's sake, here are 3 Craigslist ads with disturbing backstories. This was an ad posted in Kansas City a month ago that a viewer by the name of Christian sent in. It's a harmless looking ad for an old vacuum cleaner. This was posted in the for sale by owner section and listed as free. It was titled Free Dirt Devil Vision Bagless Canister. The ad description said, "I'm giving away this perfectly working Dirt Devil bagless vacuum cleaner. My wife and I got a new vacuum and no longer need this. First come, first serve. We'll disclose address after communication." The listing left a phone number to contact, and so Christian replied to the ad, sending a text saying he's interested, and promptly got a response. The reply back was, "Hello, what is your name?" To which he replied, "Christian, what's yours?" They replied, "Jackie, nice to meet you. The vacuum is all yours. When can you come pick her up? Christian replied back, if you can hold it for me until tomorrow, I'd come then. They replied back, okay. So the next day, the seller sends a follow-up text. Hello, Christian. What time can you pick up the vacuum? 8 o'clock if that works for you. What's the address? They replied back, sounds good to me. Give me a call. I'll explain how to get here. So at this point, Christian calls the number as directed, and a man's voice answers the phone. Not the female voice he was expecting after the seller introduced themselves as Jackie. Christian asked if this were Jackie he was speaking with, and the man said no, that's his wife, and that she's not available right now. This was the first red flag for Christian, since it was the same number he was contacting the whole time. Yet apparently both this man and his wife were using it, which would just seem a little unusual to anyone, since no one really shares cell phones. The man on the phone introduced himself as Brock and explained how to get to the location. He gave Christian the cross streets to what he described as his warehouse, which he'd have to open the gate for. Christian had a pretty normal reaction, asking what he meant by warehouse, because he was expecting to be given a regular home address to pick up this relatively small item. Brock told Christian that he owned part of a small warehouse where he and his wife would store a lot of their old belongings and stuff they were going to sell. He claimed to be a wholesaler. Christian agreed to come to the specified location at 8 o'clock near Grandview, which is south of Kansas City. The specified cross streets led him to a quiet T intersection in an area with nothing but unmarked buildings that resembled warehouses. Christian parked his car and found the gate that he was told to meet Brock at. When he texted him that he was there, the gate started to roll open automatically, and beyond the gate was a long driveway between two different brick buildings leading into darkness. Christian called Brock, who rejected the call and texted Christian to come inside the gated area and inside the warehouse straight ahead. It was so dark ahead of him that he couldn't even see a warehouse. Christian asked Brock to bring the vacuum outside by the gate, and this is where the alleged Brock person stopped answering. After trying to call Brock's number multiple times, eventually the calls would go straight to voicemail, likely because Christian's number was blocked. So Christian hurried back to his car and rushed home. Upon checking on the ad once he got home, the listing was taken down. Doing a reverse phone lookup, he found that the number didn't come up on any phone book websites. By avoiding going beyond that gate and into the darkness and unknown ahead, he likely avoided something terrible.
Ah, my ears.
The following Craigslist ad was posted on May 24th of 2012. On the surface, it looks a little unusual, but like something you could expect to see on the casual encounter side of Craigslist. The poster of the ad said he was looking for a male who was interested in becoming an actor in a personal movie he was making. His requirements for the person included being between the age of 18 and 35 and good looking, and including a face and body picture. He also stated he wasn't going to pay them anything, as the movie was strictly for his own pleasure. At the bottom, he states he's not looking for sex. The poster of this ad was Luca Rocco Magnotta, a notorious Canadian murderer who had a whole documentary made after him. The unfortunate soul who responded to this ad was 33-year-old Jun Lin. Luca spent a lot of time in mental hospitals growing up, and in 2002 he was diagnosed with schizophrenia. He first attracted online attention when he started posting videos of cats. Not cute videos though. In 2010, a series of videos were posted online which showed Luca suffocating and drowning kittens. These were not his first crimes. He had already been convicted of fraud in 2004 after racking up $17,000 on a friend's credit card, and in 2005 he was accused of sexually assaulting a woman. The videos spawned outrage over the internet, and an online community of people formed to work together to try to find the man behind the videos. A tip led them to Luca, and around this time, Luca posted another video in which he fed a cat to a snake and started hinting that his victims might shift to humans. Unfortunately, 33-year-old student Jun Lin was the one to have the misfortune of being Luca's first human victim. Jun was a lonely Concordia University student who didn't have many friends and had only been in Canada for a couple of years. Jun responded to Luca's ad, and they met that same night. Security footage captured them entering Luca's building, and that night, Jun sent a text to his ex that he would see in the morning, saying good morning. It would be his final text. The next day, Luca posted another video called One Lunatic, One Ice Pick. The video captured the savage murder of Jun Lin. In it, Luca stabbed Jun with an ice pick while he was tied up, before performing unspeakable acts and dismembering his body. A few days later, Viewers of the video were attempting to report the crime to police, but the reports were dismissed by police because they believed the video was fake. By then, Luca had already started disposing of the body. CCTV footage captured him throwing bags into a bin while wearing John's t-shirt. On the 29th of May in Montreal, Mike Nadeau, who worked as a janitor, found a suitcase that had been sitting outside the apartment building he worked at for days. He ignored it until the suitcase started emitting a foul smell. Upon opening it, he found John's torso inside.
So the curiosity, I guess, got the best of us. We said, let's open this and see what's in there. So there was a small lock. We cut it. We opened up, and there was a torso with no head and just,
Lucas sent the rest of John's severed limbs to various different political parties and elementary schools.
Ah, shit, that's what I was
Eventually,
looking for.
police suspected that Luca had traveled to Europe, and this was confirmed when CCTV footage caught him in Germany. Authorities were able to arrest him in an internet cafe in Berlin on the 4th of June,
Okay, good.
where he was sitting reading articles about himself. In 2014, he was found guilty of first-degree murder, publishing obscene materials, committing an indignity on a body, and criminally harassing the Prime Minister, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Knowing all of this information makes this little Craigslist post that usually wouldn't bat much of an eye in the casual encounter section incredibly disturbing.
Walls gray.
This last one happened to a freshman girl in college who I'll refer to as Christina. Christina was strapped for cash and was looking to sell her prom dress and other dresses she no longer planned on using. So she made a listing on Craigslist with pictures of all the dresses, including 2 pictures of her wearing the prom dress. Christina left her number in the Craigslist ad to be contacted on, which for a young girl putting 2 pictures of her body on Craigslist of all websites wasn't a good idea. Not surprisingly, she got a phone call within the hour, and it was someone who claimed to take interest in the dresses. It was a man on the other end, who she says sounded anywhere from 35 to 55, with a slightly raspy voice. He said he was calling about the dresses she posted on Craigslist, to her surprise because she would obviously expect only females to call or text and inquire about the dresses. He explained that he was looking to buy the dresses for his girlfriend as a gift, and he wanted to know if they'd fit her. So Christina told him all the sizes and prices per dress. The man asked for more pictures of the dresses if possible, which she agreed to. So she kept him on the phone on speaker while she took more pictures of the dresses laid out on her bed. Mid doing this, he started asking more questions that progressively got weirder, starting with how tall she was, how the dress fits up there, and what size bra she wears, to which Christina started feeling uncomfortable, mentioning to him that's not relevant. He apologized and said he just wanted to make sure it would be a good fit for his girlfriend. He then proceeded to ask if the dresses were tight on Christina, and she replied some of them are moderately tight. The next question was where Christina really started to question this man's intentions. He asked if there was any chance she could send him pictures with her wearing all of the dresses to get a better idea of if they'd fit his girlfriend. After a few seconds of silence because Christina didn't know what to say, the man on the other end asked if she used to wear panties under the dresses, followed by a short creepy chuckle, and then he said, "You have a really cute voice." Christina hung up the phone and blocked the number. She also took the ad down from Craigslist and didn't plan on listing it again on there. But she would later find out that he would start stalking her after a random account started following her on Instagram and requested her on Facebook. Both accounts had no pictures and the name Mike Allen. A quick lookup of the number that called her revealed the name Michael Allen on Google. This meant she was now dealing with the stalker situation, and it only got worse from there. When she blocked both accounts, she kept getting calls from a no-caller ID number, and it only stopped when she set up silence unknown callers on her phone, but the stalking didn't end there. One night later, there was a running car with its lights off parked outside Christina's house. She noticed this before going out. She called to her dad to point it out as possibly being the guy who had been stalking her, and as soon as her dad stepped outside, the car drove away with its headlights still off. At this point, Christina's dad sent a threatening text to the man's number, and then tried calling multiple times to no avail, to end up leaving a loud voicemail. It seemed to do the trick, as the stalking stopped as far as they know, and hopefully that's the case for good. Christina was smart in how she handled this, hanging up and blocking the number as soon as the man made creepy comments, and blocking his social media accounts. Unfortunately, there's not much to do once someone has your number if they want to stalk you, as a lot of your information can be found just through that. That's why it's best that if by some chance you still use Craigslist, don't use your real phone number.
It's so slow. Posters. We want contemporary, I think. There we go.
My wife Cheryl and I own a farm in Buckingham, Iowa, where we mainly grow corn. This was in August of 2018 on a slightly rainy night. Cheryl and I have both spent our entire lives in the farm life. It's really all we know. Of course, farm life in Iowa means lots of space and very few people. Our closest neighbors, George and Kenny, were each about half a mile away in opposite directions. Also farmers.
Bed's good enough.
With not much else going on around here, it's easy to become friends with your neighbors. We often have George and Kenny and their wives over and vice versa. On this one otherwise normal weekend night, we had George and his wife over for drinks. We all got pretty drunk while playing board games. They left around 11. Luckily, it's a 30-second straight line of a drive home. We continued to drink some wine as we watched one of our favorite movies. We were starting to get tired. We were definitely feeling the effects of the wine. We were most likely just going to fall asleep on the couch cuddled up together when there was a knock at the front door. A knock at the door at this hour was unusual. In fact, it never happened before. But accompanied with the knocks, we thought we could hear a voice say something. I lowered the volume of the TV. We waited for it to happen again. Like 20 seconds later, another set of knocks at the door, followed by a muffled voice saying, "We need help." I was about to get up and open the door when Cheryl shook my arm, and I looked at her, and she made a face and shook her head no. I whispered, "I'm just going to ask who it is." She replied I shouldn't let them know we're home, but odds are they already knew we were home. I went over to the door and asked, "Who is it?" The voice on the other side said through the door, "Oh, thank God, can you open up? We're lost." I said, "Who's we?" The voice said back, "My wife and I." I replied, "Can your wife say something?" There was a silence for a few seconds. I followed it up with, "Did you hear me?" The same voice said back, "Yeah, but she's not next to me right now." This is where red flags started going off in my head, and I started to realize the voice sounded a little off, like a man trying to make his voice sound a little higher. I laughed and said, "George, is that you?" George is a big goof, and him being drunk, it wouldn't be unheard of for him to do something like this. The voice said back, "Yeah," in a slightly deeper voice now. I almost felt relief, believing that it was actually George, but I didn't want to open the door just yet before confirming. Having someone knock on your door out here late at night claiming to be lost doesn't happen. It's not a thing, and it's an immediate cause for alarm. I said through the door, "Prove it, what's your wife's name?" A now unfamiliar voice said back, "That's a trick question." My smile disappeared. I went to get my phone and called George. Cheryl was watching the whole thing, telling me we should call the police. I said, "Hold on." The phone rang like 3 times before George picked up. Right away, I said, "Are you at my front door right now?" And he said, "No, why?" I told him there's someone at our front door trying to trick me into opening it. He said he'll hurry right over, and we hung up. Keep in mind, all of us were still drunk during this. There were knocks again at the door. I yelled, "I have a shotgun waiting for you if you don't leave here now." The voice said back, "We're just trying to use a phone, that's all we need." Cheryl called 911, which out here, it takes an extremely long time for an officer to arrive on scene. We heard footsteps walking around our wooden deck that wraps around the house. A couple sets of footsteps, actually. They stopped at one of our windows, which had the blinds closed, and we heard one of them attempting to lift the window open. This caused Cheryl, who was still on the phone with 911, to scream, "Leave us alone." I followed suit and screamed at the top of my lungs to get the fuck out of here or I'll shoot you. It took me that long to think to run upstairs to grab my shotgun from the closet. Literally a few seconds later, there were more pounds at the door, and this time it was actually George's voice yelling, "Open up." I let George in, who also brought his shotgun. He said he didn't see anything or anyone as he pulled up. He stayed with us until a police officer came to the house. He did a quick little scan of the property with us, then left. We took heed of his advice in installing a camera in the front and back. Surprisingly, something we never thought of until this incident. Still gives me chills that all that was keeping out whoever was on our front deck that night was a wooden door. This story takes place at my grandparents' farm in the summer of 2018. I was alone one night since my grandparents were away. I was getting paid to watch the farm for a couple nights. On the last night, I was watching TV in the living room when I started to hear a strange noise coming from outside in the cornfield. At first, I shrugged it off because I figured it was most likely a deer. That was until I heard all the cows start mooing at the same time. Usually you would hear maybe one cow moo at a time, but when every single cow starts mooing, then something is wrong. Something or someone would have to startle them and make all the cows freak out like that. I was the only one at the farm, so it was of course my job to see what was going on. So I went to the closet to get a coat on and go outside, but just as I was about to go outside, I heard a very high-pitched cow scream. I stood still for a while, shaking in my boots. Something terribly wrong was going on with the cows. I quickly ran upstairs to my grandpa's room. Under his bed, he always keeps a few guns. I loaded his hunting rifle and went outside. The cows still would not stop mooing, so I went into the barn to check. There was nothing out of the ordinary. All the cows were still here. That was until I walked further down and noticed that one cow was missing from his stall. It didn't make sense. I was sure he was tied up to the stall the last time I saw him. Then I thought I could hear a cow make a high-pitched moo sound from the cornfield outside the barn. So I went outside, but while I was walking to the field, I swear I heard what sounded like people talking. I finally had enough of this. I fired 2 rounds into the air. Everything went silent. The cows were quiet, and I couldn't hear anything from the field. That was until I heard the footsteps in the field. I didn't know if I had the balls to go inside the cornfield, but I had to do it anyway. This is the exact reason farmers have guns, and I couldn't just hide inside the house with trespassers in the field. I started to walk into the crops, and I could hear many pairs of footsteps all beside me. I was getting even more freaked out as I continued to walk deeper into the field, and then I froze. Down one of the rows of corn, there was a person in all black standing a few feet away from me. I rose my gun up, telling him to get out of my field. I wasn't bluffing, I was ready to shoot. He never moved, so I fired another round into the air to scare him off, but he still didn't move an inch. Then he actually started walking towards me with his arms slightly out, as if telling me to lower my weapon. I aimed my gun at him again, screaming at him to go away. And that's when I made the horrible realization that I was surrounded by people dressed in dark clothing, like at least 6 or 7 other people. That was only the people I could see, who knows if there were more. And as the one guy got closer, I realized something. He, along with the rest, were all wearing these creepy masks. The man stopped approaching me as I started stepping backwards. They all stood in silence for a moment. I cannot explain the fear that I was experiencing. I thought I was about to be killed. That was when they all started chanting something. I couldn't understand it. It sounded like a different language, but the chants almost sounded like a song. And I started wondering if they were about to perform some kind of sick ritual on me. That was when I took the opportunity to run as fast as I could down a few rows of corn. When I was out of breath, I stopped and fired about 6 rounds in their direction. I heard a bunch of footsteps and rustling crops going in the opposite direction. I finally scared them off. I ran back towards the direction of the farmhouse and stopped. I saw something on the ground, and what I saw has stuck with me, scarred me. There was a cow head sitting in the middle of a circle of candles. I wanted to yak, and as soon as I got back to the farmhouse, I did. I grabbed the house phone and called the police. I told the operator everything to the best of my ability. She said that an officer would be there soon. After I got off the phone with the police, I called my parents explaining the situation and asked them to come pick me up. My dad said he'd be there in an hour. I sat upstairs in my grandpa's room, shaking and crying at the same time, waiting for what felt like an eternity, until I finally heard a police car outside. I ran outside to the officer and never felt happier in my life. I told everything to the officer. He searched the barn and then a little bit of the cornfield, and he found the cow head. He called up a search team after that, as this was now an active crime scene. When my parents arrived, I, along with the first officer, had a talk with them about everything that happened. Thankfully, my parents took me home after that.
I want this to
My
be a
grandparents took
bedroom.
this very seriously, of course, and installed a high-tech security camera system all over the farm. Who knows what kind of group that was, but clearly they were doing some kind of animal sacrifice ritual or something. I just happened to be the unlucky one home alone on the farm they chose to do it at. My name is Howard. I'm 25 years old, and I live on my family's farm. I help take care of it when my parents are out of town. It's just a little family farm, not a commercial farm or anything like that. My parents want me to take it over when they're too old to take care of it anymore, as I'm the oldest of 3 and the only son. But honestly, I don't really want to. I don't see myself staying in the middle of Arkansas my whole life, and especially not after something really weird that happened only last July. My parents were on a romantic trip for a week, and so it was my 2 sisters, Crystal and Morgan, and I taking care of the property while they were gone. There's not much around here, lots of privacy and such, a little too much in my opinion. Except for this one night. It started later on in the night, as it was approaching time to go to bed. My sisters do college online. Crystal takes summer courses, and so she was in her room on her laptop doing work. Morgan and I were just hanging out watching some dumb show in the living room. All 3 of us kind of want to get out of the farm lifestyle. Me especially, since I'm oldest and in the prime of my 20s. One dreaded part of farm life is the predators, though. Not just the animals that come and eat your produce, but the people that come and steal from you. Believe it or not, it happens. It hasn't happened many times to us, but it does happen. We have a few guns in the house for this exact reason. Our 2
Guys
dogs
know
outside
stuff.
suddenly
Yeah, I
started
know.
going
Rat
crazy in
hounds
the
look pretty
backyard.
good.
Something spooked them for sure. I first thing went outside to the yard to see what they were barking at.
Renovation.
They both were looking in the direction of the crops, going crazy. I yelled at them to shut up, and they went quiet. I stepped right in front of the crops and listened. I heard a whistling from inside of the cornfield. It was undoubtedly a human's whistling. This was the first time I was experiencing a trespasser on the property with my dad not here. I had to hurry inside to get one of the guns. The dogs started barking again. I told my sisters that someone's outside in the cornfield and I had to go chase them away. They both said that was a terrible idea to go run into the cornfield in the dark, and they knocked some sense into me when I realized they were right. I also realized how downright terrifying that would be. So instead, I went out back to the dogs once more going crazy, barking in the direction of the crops. I aimed the gun into the air and fired off a shot which echoed into the night, silencing the dogs. I also was on some kind of power trip in the moment and screamed out to get off our land as loud as I could. I felt that would have done the trick and went back inside. My sisters were both laughing, which caused me to laugh too. But our little laugh amongst each other didn't last long, because the dogs started going crazy again, even crazier this time. I went back outside, ready to do the same thing again, but I felt my heart skip a beat when I saw the guy standing about 20 feet from the dogs, right in front of the cornfield. He looked at me and I screamed, "Hey," at which point he ran into the cornfield. I started running over and fired another shot into the air. I stopped by the dogs. There was no chance in hell I was going in there. I wasn't about to leave the dogs out here either.
That.
I unclamped their chains from the hooks and brought them inside the house. I told my sister someone was sneaking around in the cornfield. So what did we do? We called our dad. He told me I had to be the man of the house and protect my sisters. He recommended I fire another warning shot outside if whoever it was came back. After this, we all just gradually went to our respective rooms. My sisters each brought one of the dogs in their rooms, and I brought the gun in my room, just because we were all a little spooked by this. I had the window open, and as I was laying in bed watching a movie on my laptop, I heard a whistling from outside. I hurried to the window and looked out to see someone slowly walking in the grass. Then, like he had some sixth sense, he stopped walking and turned to look at my window, still whistling. This jerk was obviously trying to mess with us and scare us. A very stupid idea when I already made it clear I had a gun. I ran to grab the gun off the bed and aimed it out the window. I shot at the grass a few feet away from him, purposely missing, of course. This cut his little horror movie act short, and he ran out of view of my window towards the front of the house. This time he didn't come back. He'd have to be a fool to come back after that. I obviously told my sisters why I shot, and I assured them he would not be coming back. We never found out who it was or why. It could have been some teen or multiple teens just trying to scare some innocent farmers for fun, or it could have been an actually dangerous person.
Oh my fucking god. Ah! Hello there. Ah, Kyle ended her stream. Hi, Microwave.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. I'm listening to scary
This is one of those
stories while
stories from my
doing
childhood
apartments.
that still just gives me the chills thinking back to it even today. It was October, and my family was on vacation to some family resort in Catskill, New York. It was kind of in the middle of nowhere, but there were a decent amount of other families at the resort. There were a lot of kids. I remember the resort being surrounded by forest in all directions, but the actual resort grounds were fairly large. I was 8 years old. I was an awkward, shy kid for most of my childhood. I would follow the lead of my older brothers usually whenever in social settings. I'm the third child of 4. I have 3 brothers. During this vacation, my older brothers Eric and Josh were mostly hanging out amongst themselves since they're closer in age than I am with them. My little brother Craig was only 4, so he was constantly with my parents. When we weren't all together doing resort activities, everyone for the most part split up. My dad gave all of us money to play games at the arcade inside the activity hall building. My parents assumed I was with my older brother, but I was actually alone.
What was that
just
again? Scary
exploring the
games while
resort
apartment?
grounds.
No, scary
I walked
stories
around the big
while
cement
playing
pathway that looped around the entire resort. I
building
passed by
game.
some families playing bocce
Apartment
ball,
game.
croquet, and other sports. I was partially looking for my brothers or just anything I could do by myself. I started exploring the inside of the activity hall building, and I found the arcade my dad was telling us about. It was actually a pretty impressively sized arcade. It had a bunch of pinball machines and all the standard classic arcade machines. At the time, most of the games were just a quarter to play. So I looked around the room for a game I wanted to play, and I noticed in one corner of the room this door with this really fogged up looking square glass window in the middle. It was like a special kind of glass that was hard to see through. I thought I could see something through the glass, so I walked a little closer to the door to look through it better, and I saw this humanoid figure standing there, staring through the window. I looked at it for like 15 seconds and it wouldn't move. I could barely see the face of it through the weird glass, but it kind of looked like a Halloween prop. It was Halloween season after all, and so that's what I assumed it was, a decoration meant to scare the kids. I walked away to find a game and ended up playing the Simpsons arcade game. The arcade machine was in the line of sight of that door though, and I couldn't help but keep looking over to it every few seconds, still seeing that blurred image of the figure on the other side of the door. If it was a decoration, it was doing its job and creeping me out. After I lost the game, I just had to go back over to the door and look through the glass again, this time putting my face basically right up to the glass. I saw the blurred face of the figure standing there. It was a man for sure. The neutral expression on the face suddenly changed to a smile, and I gasped in horror. It was a real person. I ran halfway out of the arcade, then stopped and turned around. The blurred figure on the other side of the door was gone. I slowly walked back to the door and opened it. I was brought into this dark hallway.
Why did he open
It just
it?
had this liminal, unexplainable feeling inside of it, and I was creeped out. I didn't see anyone in there, but it got so dark mere feet away from the door that for all I knew, there could have been someone hiding further down the hall. I went back through the arcade to where I came in from, and went straight back to our room and stayed there till my parents
That's
returned.
17 still.
I told them about it, and I'm sure they found it odd. That night, when we all had dinner together in the dining hall, something disturbing happened. I noticed a man sitting alone at one of the nearby tables.
Rude.
He was facing me and looking at me. He had a plate of food in front of him, but I don't remember seeing him eating. When he saw me look back at him, he smiled. Immediately, I thought back to the man I saw on the other side of the door. Even through that blurry glass, I felt like the face and smile matched. I quietly told my parents about the man, scared, and they looked back at the man, which caused him to stop looking over. My dad told me to just not look in that man's direction. Pretty soon the man got up and left, and he took one last look at me before he did. I tried my best to look away and pretend not to notice. That was the last time I saw that man on our trip. I look back on it and feel like he was most likely a predator. The way he just stood there still as a statue, watching me for so long. And then that creepy smile. If I'm right, I hope no children ever fell victim to him. I once dealt with a very bad stalker situation as a male when I was 23. I had met this girl Alyssa who was 19. I actually slid in her DMs on Instagram and it went from there. I was surprised she answered me because she had a lot of followers. We hung out only a few times, but she seemed extremely clingy very quickly, which was a major turnoff for me. I started hanging out with other girls, and as I would get new followers, Alyssa actually texted me angrily about it, as if we were dating. She got mad at me for allegedly ignoring her texts, yet my follower count was going up from new girls. It was pretty comical at first. I didn't really let it bother me. I started talking to this girl, Meg. As our second date, we decided to go to Dave & Buster's. We drank a little before we went, so when we got there, we already kind of had a buzz going. We were playing the Basketball Connect 4 game. That's when my phone kept going off in my pocket. Woo! After the timer on the game ended, I checked my phone, and I got 3 texts from a random number and a picture. The picture was of Meg and I in front of the basketball game. The text said, "No way, I'm at Dave & Buster's too." When I went to text back, I saw the text didn't come from another iPhone, so it most likely meant it was sent from some kind of burner number app. I looked in the direction from where the picture was taken. My first assumption was that it was going to be Alyssa, but she wasn't there. It was just a few other groups of people playing different games.
After this
I
one, can we
replied,
listen
"Who
to
is this?"
things that go bump in the
There was no
night?
response.
Sure.
I showed Meg the text and picture, and she agreed it had to be a friend messing with me. We went across the place to a different game, and it happened again. A few minutes into playing this new game, I got a picture texted to me with both of our backs turned to the person taking the picture, and they were maybe like 50 feet away from us when it was taken. It looked blurry though, like it was zoomed in. This time they sent a text saying, "My favorite game, can you beat my high score, LOL." I told Meg to wait there as I walked to the area where the picture was taken from. I looked all around the immediate area, expecting to see Alyssa or honestly anyone I knew, but it was just a bunch of strangers. Some random lone guy playing some ticket jackpot game, this group of teenagers playing skee-ball. It was a normal scene. I replied to the text again asking, "Who is this?" Then I texted a few of my close friends a screenshot of the pictures, of course asking if it were any of them first. I believed them when they said it wasn't. It could have been anyone, but I did not see Alyssa in there. The person responded to my text, "Who do you think it is?" I said maybe we should go to Meg, and she agreed. We left the building and went to my car. I got a text from the number saying, "Why'd you leave?" I didn't respond. We went to a nearby bar to continue our date, and after that, Meg actually came home with me. Meg and I were in my room when I got a text again. It was from the same number, another text and picture. The text said, "What a lovely house, come outside," and the picture was of my house. Now this was a direct threat. This was not a joke anymore. I wasn't sure if whoever it was still outside my house or not, until I heard a window break from downstairs. I grabbed my Glock 19 from my nightstand and charged downstairs and out the front door. I saw a big guy in front of the house with a big metal baseball bat in his hand. He was acting tough until he saw my gun. Then he dropped the bat and put his hands up. I yelled to Meg inside to call 911 as I had my gun pointed at the man. I recognized him to be one of the lone men at Dave & Buster's playing some ticket jackpot game, which now that I think about it, he was probably just pretending to be playing. I asked him who he was and why he was following me. He immediately said that he was Alyssa's brother, and that basically he was trying to stick up for his sister.
Makes sense.
I yelled at him that there was nothing to stick up for. All I did was stop answering her. He claimed that Alyssa told him that I hit her, which I screamed at him that was complete bullshit. I only hung out with her a few times and lost interest. I even went as far as to call them both batshit crazy, and he responded saying please don't call the cops. But Meg did, and when they showed up, it was an easy arrest for the police. I also sent a video of the ordeal to Alyssa, which was the sweetest form of a revenge imaginable. She didn't even reply to it, but I know she saw it. Needless to say, Alyssa's psychotic brother paid for the window, and neither of them have dared to bother me again.
I really don't want to pay for another outlet. Let's see if it will put us here. Yeah, let's put it there. Let's go.
When I was a young kid, arcades were a lot more mainstream in society. Before everyone had smartphones and crazy advanced video games at home, going to the arcade was one of the most fun things you could do as a child. There was this arcade right by my school that my friends and I would often go to after school or on the weekends. One day I went there with my friend Connor right after school. It was kind of quiet there today because it was a stormy day and most kids probably just ran home or got picked up by their parents. So besides a few other kids, we had the place to ourselves. The usual age range of the people there was like 10 to upper teens. Connor and I were playing Street Fighter together when this older guy started watching us play. Looking back now, I'd say he was around 35, which to us when we were 10 seemed super old. Connor and I looked at each other and smirked because we both noticed it and it was kind of awkward. The man started commenting on the gameplay, like cheering us on and having remarks on basically any hits we landed on each other. At first, we laughed, I guess to be polite, thinking he was trying to be funny, but at a certain point it just got weird, like he didn't know when to stop and leave. He watched us play the entire match, and had he not been there, we would have played another, but we decided to migrate to something else just to try to get away from him. As we went over to the air hockey tables, the guy was following us and started talking to us. He introduced himself, but I don't remember the name he gave. He offered to pay for our game of air hockey. We were 10 and we viewed our quarters as gold, so we accepted the guy's offer. Even at 10, we could tell he gave off some kind of antisocial tendencies. He didn't seem completely normal. Of course, he watched our game of air hockey too and kept commenting on the game as if he were a professional commentator for some sporting event. But it went from annoying to downright creepy when he started making physical contact. It started when I scored a point on Connor and the guy congratulated me and put his hand on my shoulder.
What?
The hand stayed there for a few seconds actually. Outside I was smiling, but inside I wanted to tell him to get lost. I saw it in Connor's face too. Anytime one of us scored, he would go over to us and pat us on the back or shake our shoulders. The guy was incredibly freaking weird. Because of it, we decided to cut the arcade trip short. We told the guy we were gonna head home. He then replied saying we'd be crazy to walk in the rain and offered us a ride home. We didn't have cell phones back then, and as kids, we were a lot more independent. So we fully well planned to run home in the rain. We thanked him, but said we live close, so we'll be alright. That was our mistake. Not lying and saying we had a ride. We left outside into the rain and started to run towards my house. Connor was going to come over to hang out. As we were running home, a red car started creeping up from behind us in a manner that they weren't even trying to hide the fact that they were following us. We looked back at it and could see the man from the arcade behind the wheel. He pulled closer and yelled out his window, telling us to get in. We ignored him and he persisted, saying we're getting soaked, get in the car. I yelled back, we're good, and we continued to run. We were getting closer to my house. The man suddenly gave the car some gas and sped ahead of us, then pulled over next to the curb where we were about to pass.
We're almost done. After this
Connor
story.
and I stopped, and I said, cross the street. We did, to avoid the man possibly jumping out of his car to grab us. This ordeal made us run even faster to my house. My house was now in sight, and the red car was still behind us. We made it to my front porch, and I rang the bell at least 10 times until my mom answered the door. We pointed to the red car. It was already all the way down the street. We told her about the man who was following us from the arcade, and she was mad that we led him right back to the house instead of ringing one of the neighbors' doorbells.
Really?
She was right to say that, because the next day when I was leaving to walk to school, I saw that red car parked a few houses down on the opposite side of the street right away. I went inside to tell my parents.
Welcome,
While my mom called the police, my dad stepped outside and started angrily walking over to the car. As my dad was halfway towards the car, turned on and sped down the street to never be seen by us again.
Oh, relax.
I had
You
to
have
speak to the
nothing
police a
to
little bit
worry
to describe
about.
the man and
Come
what he did at the arcade during the walk home and
Please
afterwards.
sit down and let's
Sadly, my
see
dad
what
did
the
not catch the
future
license
holds
plate,
for you.
but they did have
Maybe
the
it's
information
well,
Yeah,
on
that's
what kind of
true.
car it
Love,
was.
perhaps
Still, I don't
both.
think they ever found that guy. He was clearly sick in the
I
head.
sense great
We were not allowed
things
back at
from
that
you.
arcade by our
A
parents.
big
and
house
the
with
arcade owner
lots
was
of
alerted of
success
that man.
over the years.
Thank you. We need to do this real quick.
Hello. Please leave a message after the tone.
I'm guessing this is what you're talking about.
How do I explain this? If I tell you, will you please believe me? I hope you will. Call me crazy, call me sane, call me a believer, call me an attention seeker, or just call me whatever you please, but I beg of you to listen to what I tell you, because they're real.
And
They're
obviously we can
very
do
real.
more stuff with her.
As real as my shaking hands as I write this. The things that go bump in the night, the monsters under your bed, the thing in your closet, the creature with red eyes watching you as you sleep, the things that haunted your childhood,
Miragina?
things that may still haunt you now. They are all real. And I'm about to tell you how I know. So please listen and take my advice. They feed off of negative emotions, fear, jealousy, anger, hatred, envy, sadness, loneliness, anything negative. They love it. Don't let them know you're scared. It only makes them stronger. They're all like that, but there's one in particular that's the worst about it. And this creature that I'm about to tell you about is one of them. One of the worst things you can possibly imagine. And they're real. Now listen closely as I tell you how I know. It runs in my family, a sixth sense that some call a psychic ability. It comes in different forms. Seeing the future, seeing the past, knowing the good, knowing the bad, sensing danger when it's close by, lifting things without touching them, even being able to control thoughts and actions. Some are far more powerful than the others, but not everybody has one of these abilities. There's one final form it takes. The ability to sense, see, and communicate with the dead. That is what runs in my family. Ever since I was little, I could walk into a house and tell you if someone died there or not, and tell you how they died, who they were, when they died, and how old they were, what they looked like, and if they were good or bad. Pretty much anything about them. Of course, only my mother believed me. She could tell too. My great aunt would have believed me too.
Hello, motherfucker! I believe.
That's how my mother and I knew it ran in the family. My great aunt had it. She would help the police find people and places and things when they had no more leads. She could bring them right to the spot they needed.
Scary stories.
She could see the past and future, but only if it were bad. For example, she warned my grandparents not to move into the certain white house they were looking to buy. Well, they bought it, and my mother was attacked by the neighbor. She told them not to buy a certain red car. What did they do? They bought that red car. And what happened? It blew up the moment they stepped out of it. They were all alive, but burned and bloody. Nobody wanted to believe her, just like nobody wanted to believe my mother and I when we knew something was wrong. They called us crazy, but we weren't, and I can prove it. I didn't know I had this ability until I was about 6, when we moved in with my step-grandparents. My mother didn't like the house, neither did I. The room I got used to be my step-uncle's room. It was an old house, and there were 2 old crawl spaces for storage in the room. They were fascinating to me. They were like little caves that I could crawl into and play in.
Nothing posh.
My mother wouldn't let me in them, though. She said because there was lead paint in them, that she didn't want me getting some on my hands and accidentally swallowing some. I listened, knowing
love
it was
scary
possible
stories. Let's
because
go.
I always had,
I think this
and
one's
still
creepy
do,
pastas right now.
bite
so
my fingernails.
Let's go.
If I was playing and some got on my hands and I didn't notice and bit my fingernails, my mom said I would have to go to the hospital. So I always listened. I was a good little girl and listened to my mother all the time. Now, of course, I know now that the lead paint wasn't what my mother didn't like about crawl spaces. I never knew that she could feel it too. Feel that strange presence coming from them. The feelings of sadness and fear. Well, it was almost overwhelming, but it was so new that it drew me near them. Anyways, when we moved in, my boxes of old toys were put in the crawl spaces, and I usually just played on the floor. The crawl spaces were never what really scared me in that house. No, what really scared me was the closet. I wouldn't go near it. I wouldn't play with my back turned to it. I wouldn't even sleep facing away from it. I hated it. Even in the daylight, it scared me. So why did it scare me so much? It was because at night, it would slide open, by itself, slowly, creaking on its old hinges as it did so. I would cower under my blankets, petrified. I would hear raspy breathing coming from it, like there was some ill-injured person trying to crawl out, trying to be
like
a
that?
brave little
Mood,
girl.
Feel.
I would jump out of bed, dash over to it, and slam it shut. Then I would jump back into my bed and watch the door. And slowly, it would slide open again. I couldn't sleep sometimes for nights on end. Thankfully, we were to be moving out soon. About a week before we moved out, the nighttime activity in my closet
I hate my closets. I
got
hate mirrors
worse.
especially.
The door would open faster and more violently. It knew I would be leaving soon. The day before I left, I went outside and got a large rock. I painted it with a little pony in a field of flowers and sunshine. It was something that made me, a 6-year-old little girl who loved horses, just a little less afraid. I would put it in front of my closet door that night, confident that the heavy stone would stop it from opening. But I could not have been more wrong. At about 3 in the morning that night, I awoke to the loud sound of stone scraping wood and instinctively looked towards my closet. The large rock that I had put in front of the closet door was doing nothing to stop it from opening. A single bloody hand came around the corner of the door, and I screamed and ran out of the room, down the stairs, and down into the basement, and jumped into bed with my mother and stepfather. I told them that I had had a nightmare. They fell back asleep before I did, and the TV switched on and off all night. I didn't sleep, and we moved out the very next day. I was 8 by the time we moved into the next house. My brother Ethan had just been born. My stepfather had just gotten home from his service in Iraq, and my mother was about to
What
live
did I
her
come
dream
back to?
of owning an old colonial house.
We're listening to things that go bump in the night.
Considering
Ugh.
it was over 200
That
years
reminds me.
old, there was surprisingly little paranormal activity in the house. I liked that house. It was creaky and drafty and damp.
We're not listening to
But
Mr.
it was
Nightmare right
big
now.
and peaceful and out in the countryside. There were certainly spirits there, but they were nice. They died in the barn fire that happened over 100 years ago. They meant us no harm, though. They were nice company. There was the mother, father, and their little girl, Molly. She had dark curly hair and blue eyes, and pale skin and freckles. She was about my age. She wore a simple cream-colored dress with little blue ribbons in her hair. I always thought she was pretty. I would sit on the floor of my room and play with her with my dolls and ponies. I was sad to leave that house, but when spring came, the roof leaked, and my stepdad lost his job. We couldn't afford to keep up with the house anymore, so we had to move again. Had I known what awaited me in the next house, though, I would have gladly gone back to live with my step-grandparents and would have willingly slept in that closet with the thing in it. I was 10 by the time we got into the next house, and by then I had 2 little brothers, Ethan and Caleb. The moment I stepped into that house, I wanted to turn and run right back out. You should know that I've always had nightmares. Terrible, awful, vivid dreams. But the first night in that house, they just got so much worse. I would have nightmares of being raped before I even knew what rape was.
That's
Twisted
not...
images of my...
Microwave. Microwave.
Heart-wrenching cry babies have as they suffered. Terrible, awful dreams. I also began to develop severe irrational anxiety at that age.
You're good. We skipped it. We skipped it.
I still have it now. I have to take pills for it, or I sometimes can't leave the house I currently live in. The nightmares and anxiety were just an added bonus of that house. I was afraid to be in most of the rooms there.
I hadn't listened to this one yet.
Bathroom,
Oopsie daisy.
the dining room.
It's okay.
or
We skipped it.
Anywhere
We got
in
it.
the
We got
basement.
it. We avoided it.
So that left only the kitchen, my parents' room, and my room as safe havens. I would lay in bed and hear footsteps in the hall. I would see shadows out of the corners of my eyes. My 2- and 1-year-old brothers would cry and point at nothing, though something had clearly terrified them. Doors would open and slam shut by themselves. The lights would flicker. Things would fall into the floor and shatter. Objects would float and then fly across the room. Healthy pets would drop like flies. And sometimes, even the smoke detectors would go off. We'd try to shut them off, but they kept going. We'd rip them out of the walls and ceilings, but they would keep going. We would even pull out the batteries and hide them under the sink, but they would keep beeping for hours. Now, no firemen ever came. They would just beep endlessly. And after about a year of living there, we moved again. We finally moved into the house I'm currently in, and we've lived here for 6 years now. And in that time, I've gotten 2 more siblings. My sisters, Lily and Mary, fraternal twins, 3 years old. That almost brings you up to date in my story. Remember how I said that all of these creatures feed off of negativity, but one kind is worse than the rest? Well, in this house, there's one of those things. And they're called shades, or shadow creatures. Evil shadows, shadow people, evil entities, ghosts. Hell, I believe some people would call them demons. One of them lives here with us.
Lamau.
There's also a little girl dressed in blue named Sally. She has blonde hair and green eyes, and looks much like I did at her age. She was 7 when she died. She got really sick one winter, but no one believed her until it was too late. Her big brother died in a car crash, so he's not in the house. But she is. They are the reason the previous owners moved out. They couldn't handle the sad thoughts of 2 of their 4 children no longer living with them in this house where they grew up. Now, I liked Sally. She's a sweet girl. I treat her like my own sisters. When she wants to play, she'll turn on the Wii game system in my room and start the music box up. I'll ask her what she wants to play with, and she usually wants to play with dolls or on the Wii. I tried to get her to cross over, but she couldn't at first. Something was holding her back. Something was keeping her here. Something was hiding itself from all of us. She wouldn't tell me who it was or what it looked like. She would only tell me that a mean man told her not to go.
They're tweaking. Lol.
Now, to see if this was true, I tried cleansing the house, just in case, by burning sage and going from room to room. It was only after I was done that I began to feel the malevolent presence. I knew then that little Sally wasn't lying at all. There was something else here, and the cleansing only made it angry. I tried hard to ignore the bad feeling in my gut. But that night, I talked to Sally. She said I shouldn't have done what I did. She said he was very angry now, and that he would come to me that night. I told her I wasn't worried. If I focused hard enough, he couldn't hurt me. But I was very, very wrong. I went to sleep that night, and in the middle of the night, I woke up to the sound of scratching on my door. We own 6 cats, and one of them usually wants to come in my room at night. I don't let
Why
them
does
in
this guy
because
kind
I
of
have
sound like
glass
the
and
G-Man? I have
breakable
no
things
idea
in my
what the
room,
G-Man is.
many of which are little glass skulls and dragons. Strange things like that. So I ignored the scratching and went back to sleep. I wish I'd stay awake. I dreamt of searing pain like someone was raking fire down my back. I didn't wake up. My body and brain were accustomed to it since I have such frequent, realistic nightmares. However, when I woke up the next morning and got dressed for school, I felt something warm and sticky running down my back. I looked in the mirror and saw 3 deep, long, thick, bleeding scratches in between my shoulder blades. The edges of them were blistered and raised, and the skin was obviously burned. I ran downstairs and told my mom, and I showed it to her, and she freaked out. She didn't know what had happened, and neither could I. We couldn't find an explanation, so we dressed the wounds and didn't mention it again. Now, about a week later, as I was lying awake,
Cool items.
unable to sleep, when a cold draft hit my face, I shivered and pulled the blankets around me. It felt like someone with icy breath was breathing down my neck. Wanting to know the source, I turned and looked. Nothing was there, but I felt a cold hand touch my arm. And I tried to scream, but another hand covered my mouth. And I heard someone whisper, "Shh." And I felt my shirt lift and hot fingernails
Makes
claw
another mess
at my
immediately.
stomach. I thrashed and writhed and tried to scream, but a hand closed around my neck and I passed out. I woke up hours later,
Nope,
covered
can't have
in
any of
cuts
those.
and bruises and burns. Everything hurt, and I was
I'm in
bathed
blankets
in my
right
own
now.
blood. No one else was in the house, and so I screamed at the top of my lungs for whatever it was to show itself. It clearly wasn't afraid of the light, and a shadowy apparition appeared before me. It had the form of a tall person, but its
What the hell
arms
happened to all
were
the
too
furniture I
long
put in
for
here?
its
I know
body.
for a fact I put a
Its
shit ton.
legs were too skinny and unstable looking. It was tall and thin. Its image became clearer, and I could see it in full detail. Its eyes were bright red. Its flesh was rotting away. The skin that still clung to the bones was gray and discolored. It basically looked like an awkward zombie. It smiled at me, but it had few teeth. The teeth it did have were sharp and bloody. It stepped towards me, and it spoke my name. I stood my ground. I knew it fed off of fear, and I remained as calm as I could. But on the inside, I was petrified. I asked it what it wanted, and it just kept repeating my name over and over and over. It advanced towards me and was in front of me faster than I could blink. It touched my face, the only part of me that it left uncut. I couldn't handle it anymore. I screamed and bolted out of my room. My friend lives across the street. I ran to her house as fast as I could, and since she was a believer in ghosts, I knew she would listen. I pounded on her door, crying hysterically until she opened it up. I pushed inside the house and clung to her for dear life, sobbing heavily. She hushed me the best she could and asked me what was wrong when my tears finally slowed. I explained to her what had happened, and she told me not to go into the house. I waited with her at her house until my mom got home. When she did get home, I ran to her before she could go in the house. I told her not to go. I told her it was a bad idea to go anywhere near it. She saw what I looked like, saw my bandages and tear-stained face, and knew that I couldn't be faking. She could tell I was truly scared. I then told her what happened. I knew she believed me from the look of fear in her eyes. And when everyone else got home, we waited outside. Most of my family didn't believe my mother and I, but we wouldn't let them inside. My stepfather used his cell phone to search for and contact a psychic medium to come and cleanse the house for us, to get rid of the evil. When she was on the phone, I told her in vivid detail what had happened since I first burned the sage in the house, and she said she would be over in 2 days. Now for those 2 days and nights, I stayed with my friend, my brothers stayed with theirs, and my mom and dad stayed with my grandparents and brought my sisters with them. Those 2 nights were long and filled with fear. I was covered with burns and cuts that I feared would leave huge, ugly scars all over my body. When the medium arrived at noon, 2 days later, she did a tour of the perimeter of the house, blessing it as she went so nothing evil could escape.
I know, right?
I then again told her my experience and showed her the cuts and bruises and burns on my body.
So sad that it doesn't fit.
Her face showed no fear, but her eyes showed pure and utter terror. She made the whole family wait outside as she entered the house, but of course, I had to come in with her. She said that since I was the one it was attacking, I had to be there for the process. She walked from room to room with her eyes
It's
half
right in line
closed,
with it.
touching everything, taking many minutes in each room. When she climbed the stairs and put her hand to the door to my bedroom, she winced back, almost as if in pain. She slowly opened that door. She froze. For a moment, she couldn't even enter my room. She said she could see it, staring at me. Of course, she didn't have to tell me. I could see it too. It sat on my bed, smiling at me.
Cat.
Before she entered the
Cat
room,
life
she pulled
for
a
me.
small leather pouch out of her pocket, which she had earlier said contained salt, a small rosary, sage leaves, and tiny pieces of silver. Those items were said to have special powers, she had told me earlier. She opened the pouch and pulled out the rosary and began to pray. The creature on my bed just laughed. It laughed with this deep, maniacal, loud, and blurred voice. It was the most terrible sound I'd ever heard. She prayed louder and took out a pinch of salt. She walked towards the creature and threw it at it. The salt made contact, and the flesh on the creature began to hiss, like it was burning. It let out a small yelp, and she threw more salt and pressed the juice out of the sage leaf, rubbed it on a piece of silver, and put the salt on it, and threw it at the creature as well. It let out this terrible screech of agony, and it began to smoke. She grabbed the rosary again and began praying once more. Furious, it leapt towards her and did its best to scare her away. It wouldn't touch her since she had the rosary in her hand, but instead turned its attention to me. It lunged at me and wrapped its large hand around my throat. It laughed and laughed, It laughed demonically.
Just threw things
It
at
laughed
it.
like a madman. All it was doing was laughing. The medium pressed the rosary crucifix to the back of its head, and it released me, screaming like a wild animal in agony. Screams so savage, I'll never forget that shrill screech of sheer pain. The medium pressed the rosary crucifix to its forehead next, screaming out words of prayer, banishing it, sending it back to hell, commanding it to leave forever.
That's a basic apartment.
With one final roar, the thing began to fade until it was gone completely. I could immediately feel peace settle over the house, something I haven't felt in weeks since I first awakened the foul thing from hell. We looked at each other and breathed an immense sigh of relief. We exited the house and my family was allowed back in.
It's simple,
We
it's
gave
plain,
her
it's
money
basic.
and
If
thanked
they
her
have any
profusely.
requests, I
She
can
said
then
if
do
it
it.
ever returned, to give her a call immediately. And that brings you up to date with my story. That was about a year ago. Please, heed my advice. If something is there, don't let it know you're scared. It'll only make it stronger. Act as soon as you know it's there, and you'll be fine. Don't try to handle it on your own. And thank you for listening. I just hope it never returns. I doubt that it ever will because, well, hold on. I just heard scratching on my door. It's very late at night. I bet it's one of the cats that wants to come in.
Ba-na-na-na. Dun dun. Saw that. Let's do bedroom. There's not many things for the bedroom. What the fuck? Did a wardrobe. Let's do desk. There we go. Let's do a desk. Shit. Yeah, that's fine. Don't you sigh at me. We're doing cat figuring as well.
Money don't jiggle jiggle.
It
falls.
falls.
I'd like to see you wiggle wiggle. For
For
sure.
sure.
Make me wanna dribble dribble. You know, riding in my Fiat. You really have to
I
see
didn't really
it.
go for a theme on this one, but let's leave. Again, open house. No, I don't really mind. Theme is livable conditions, right? These people are so picky, I cannot tell you.
All right.
No one is quite happy. The stove and fridge are right here! We're having two problems.
All right.
Ugh.
All
Alrighty.
right.
I like her so far. Debt 0. Okay. Ah, she left. Never mind. Exceptional. Good. Unsatisfying. Shit! There's so many things going on. I have to be fast. I forgot how fast I have to be with these fuckers. Damn it.
No.
I didn't see that. Lol.
All right. All right.
I like her because she just has basic in it.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
No.
Definitely not her. I'd like it if you guys leave me alone! That's okay. I got distracted by everything else. Which was unfortunate timing. What are the 2s for? Anywho. This is what they wanted. I forgot I left that there. Yes. That, go to here. Double check on all the properties. Everything always happens at once, these motherfuckers! Look, I know video game standards. It's understandable that I have to do it, but at the same time, why the fuck can't they clean it themselves? Do you see how much I've, like, jam-packed into this tiny, tiny fucking room? Clean that up before anything happens. And then exit. Goodbye. Alrighty. That should be good. Okay, I've checked all of them. What have I done? I have never gotten that. That's a luxury apartment in New York. Alrighty, delete all. What is? I don't have enough money for that. Okay, where is she? Which one is this? The cramped one. I see. The fucking cramped ass one. True. I cramped as much as I fucking could in there. She is one of the lowest. She is the lowest. She's not gonna be happy with me, but I don't have the money for 1,500. For 15,000, I mean. Up and then down. Begin cleaning. So she wants to get rid of these two. Which I don't really mind. I placed them in there because I had to. Begin renovation. Ugh, before we do that, let's listen to something else to listen to.
Hello. Please leave a message after the tone.
This first one comes from Jade from Seattle. After college, Jade and her boyfriend Steve wanted to live together. They had talked about this since they were freshmen in college together often, and eventually they started their lives together. But unfortunately, all has not been happily ever after so far. For some time, almost every day after work, Jade will come home to unwanted gifts from a stranger. Gift baskets full of things like jewelry and other expensive items, and on other occasions flowers with letters.
Steve!
But every single time there would be a gift basket left. It would include a photo of Jade out in public with family, friends, her dog, or her boyfriend. One day, Jade took the basket into the house and began crying, causing Steve to come running to her side. Steve was furious, as he knew this wasn't just a sign of harassment, but also stalking. Steve would later install security cameras around the house. After a nice dinner one night, Jade was taking a bath and was listening to some relaxing music when she heard her phone ding. It was a text from an unknown number saying, "I'm outside." Jade screamed, causing Steve to rush in and see the text.
Oh, this does not
So
have
Steve
enough
checked the
room
cameras
for all
through
this
his
shit.
phone and saw a tall man was at their doorstep. The man stood there for about 5 minutes before leaving in the direction of the woods. This was a screenshot of the man standing at the door with a black mask over his face. Jade also attached this video she recorded of herself home alone one night while Peter was at work, and the man came to the house knocking on the windows as she texted her mother and grandma in fear. After calling the police, they didn't provide much assistance to Jade, only suggesting she change her phone number. Fast forward a few nights, and Jade began to hear her phone go off at around 3 a.m. It was the same unknown number calling her. She didn't pick up the call, and about a minute or two later, Jade's phone vibrated, notifying her of a voicemail left from the number. This was the voicemail.
I don't have a house. I don't have any friends. No love. I have nothing to lie on. I have no eyes. No fear in me.
What the
I
fuck?
have no meaning. But I have this urge to kill. This is my world, and I'm the one who controls this. It's not a bloody game. I'll take you anytime, and you can do anything. I know you best. Where you are, how fast you can run, and what scares you.
The next morning, Jade and Steve went to the police station together to show them all the proof of what was happening. This was fairly recently that Jade sent me this, and the case is apparently still under investigation. She says the man still occasionally leaves unwanted gifts to this day. On November 21st, 2018, at around 1 in the morning, a young man named Dylan received a very strange and alarming voicemail. At the time he received the voicemail, he was asleep and didn't notice it until a few weeks later. This was the voicemail.
Hey Dylan, I just wanted to know, why is your bed that color? It's really nice looking as in the closet.
Shay? No, I'm joking. I'm so sorry.
Blue and white bed. Tell me, what is your favorite scary movie? Or are you the scary movie?
Or are you?
Dylan said he had no idea who the girl was. He didn't recognize the voice. Yet whoever it was had his number, knew his name, and knew the color of his bed, blue and white. The girl on the other end claims to have been in his closet. And whether that was true or not, the intent of the call was obviously to scare Dylan, and admittedly, it would be a very unsettling voicemail for anyone to listen to. At the end, she asks what his favorite scary movie is, which could have been a reference to the movie Scream.
What's your favorite scary movie?
I don't know.
Dylan reported the call to the police, who apparently weren't able to help since Dylan had taken so long to report it. When he would try to call the number back, it would dial to a weird random number, which led to an invalid number error.
Completed as dialed. Please check the number and dial again.
Stand in line, Private. Oh, so you're the architect assigned by the headquarters, huh?
Yeah.
People
I
like
got
the
the
guy
memo
you just
this
heard about
morning.
in Jade's story.
You're supposed to take
It's a
charge
much bigger and
I've
more
sent you
common
the
problem than
guidelines
most
already,
people
which
realize.
should. I have read
The
your
voicemail
credentials.
you're about to hear was sent on December 14th of 2022 to a girl named Sasha. Sasha lives with 3 friends from her sorority in a house that they rent in Syracuse, New York. Sasha met a seemingly nice, normal guy while out in town with her friends. They spoke very briefly and she gave him her number. The man's name was Jeremy, and he doesn't go to school at Syracuse University like Sasha does. Rather, he was a local in the area. The two arranged to go on a date for drinks and dinner at a nearby bar. According to Sasha, the date didn't go well in her opinion, as he radiated unusual vibes, and she thought he was weird. She split the bill with him because she knew there wouldn't be a second date, and she wanted to do the right thing. He dropped her back home after the date, and sent 3 texts later that night about how much fun he had, and how much he liked her. It added to the discomfort for Sasha. Instead of responding, she hearted one of the messages.
Could've sworn I'd done this one
but
too.
the text continued on and on every single day, until the point that she decided to block him. Unfortunately, this was not the end.
I did.
On the night of December 14th, at 2:15 a.m., when everyone in the house was asleep, Sasha got an anonymous call that left this voicemail.
Sasha, it's Jeremy. I don't know why you can't answer any of my calls or texts.
Motherfuck, I hate this.
I think it's pretty fucked up.
You should rest for work. Go to sleep, microwave. Go to bed.
You shouldn't leave your windows open, by the way. I'm whispering because I don't want to wake you, but I left you a surprise on the kitchen table.
At the end of the call, you can hear a door shutting. This was the front door of Sasha's rental house, and the sound of the door closing alerted one of her housemates, who woke up everyone in the house to ask who just shut the front door. All 4 girls were in the house, though, and it was none of them. This was when Sasha noticed the voicemail and listened to it with her housemates. What Jeremy left on the kitchen table was a stuffed animal turtle, Sasha's favorite animal, which she mentioned on her date with Jeremy. Alongside it was a Christmas card that simply said, "Merry Christmas," from Jeremy. This prompted the girls to call the police.
Go to bed.
Sasha showed the police
bed,
officer
microwave.
the text and the voicemail. The voicemail was self-incriminating enough, and the non-stop text from Jeremy backed up the story. It was enough for the police to find Jeremy and charge him for breaking and entering and stalking. He only did a week in jail and was sentenced to community service and multiple fines. It's been a month and a half now, and Sasha has not heard from Jeremy.
Why you bully me?
Because you want to go to bed.
2015,
So go to
an
bed.
elderly woman from Greeley, Colorado with failing vision received this voicemail you're about to hear on her landline phone. In a panic from hearing the voicemail, the woman called her son from the neighbor's phone in a state of hysteria, stating someone had taken over her home phone. Her neighbor checked out the phone for her, and after telling her it was okay, she calmed down, but a few days later, it happened again. The woman was truly petrified this time and once again went to her neighbor for consolation, but this time refused to go back to her house. Her neighbor called the woman's son to tell him about the situation, so the son took time off of work and traveled to Colorado the next day to help her. After testing the phone to see if anything was wrong, it seemed completely fine, but he planned to stay with her the following week to make sure she was okay. The son was horrified when he discovered what was really going on. When she had lifted the receiver, rather than the dial tone, she heard this message.
Connecting you. Please hold the line.
NORAD, AWS, Station Zulu Foxtrot 77. Zulu Foxtrot 77. Status alert Con 4. Status alert Con 4. Security tracing in progress.
The message would come around the same time every day for the next few days, between 7 p.m. and 7:15 p.m. Any other time of day, there was a normal dial tone, and the phone worked normally. The weirdest part was that the phone wouldn't ring at these times. The recording was heard instead of the dial tone if they lifted the receiver to make a call between 7 and 7:15 p.m. The son recorded the message, and the next day, the phone was dead for most of the day, unusable. Upon calling the phone company, they said they couldn't do anything as nothing seemed to be out of the ordinary from their end. That evening, the son tried to take another recording to see whether the message had changed, but it was just the dial tone now. The message was never heard through the phone again. The mother was still afraid to pick up the phone for a long time after this, causing the son to post the recordings online to see if anyone on the internet would have a clue to the meaning behind the recording. And while some people suggest that it may be some kind of secret government message or code, no one seems to know for sure. On October 29th of 2009 at 10:45 a.m., Braxton McCannon's mother kept receiving calls from his sister's phone. This was strange because Braxton's sister was home at the time, so as Braxton's mother left her room to go ask her daughter why she was calling her, she met her in the hallway. Braxton's sister was already on her way to her mom's room to tell her about the phone mysteriously calling her mother over and over again, and how it was scaring her. It was not her who was making the phone calls. It was her phone itself. The phone was currently still inside her room as they were talking, and during that time, Braxton's sister's phone called their mother again. This was proof to their mother that it was in fact not her daughter making the phone calls, as she was standing right there. This chilling realization wasn't the creepiest part though. This time there was a voicemail left after the call.
Message skipped. Saved message.
In the voicemail, you can hear Braxton's sister's radio playing in her room. Then, unexpectedly, the radio cuts off, and a completely random, disturbing sound starts blasting into the phone. The sound almost resembles a horrific screaming. Braxton noted that what's extra weird is that if this were a ghost dial, meaning any form of accidental call, the phone would have left a substantially longer message. But instead, it just hangs up after a few seconds on its own. This is an interesting topic that a lot of you have been requesting for a long time, and I've gotten a lot of stories sent to me that happen to people while listening to my videos.
Oh, I see it.
Also, you can listen to all of these stories, plus a few exclusive ones on Spotify, Apple Music, and Amazon Music by clicking the link in the description.
Contemporary, which means this one will work. There it is.
When I was 15 years old, I would sometimes sleep over my friend JT's house. He had this cool loft bedroom that was its own floor and was attached to the attic through another half flight of stairs. When we were even younger, we used to have big hide-and-seek games in his house with our other friends and his brother. JT grew up in this big house with just his mom and his brother. His dad has always been rich, and after his parents divorced, he still paid for the house for the three of them to live in. His mom was the kind of 40-something-year-old woman to go into town every night dressed in overly tight white pants and such. When I was 14, 15, I didn't really realize what she was going out and doing all the time, but it meant he usually had the house to himself weekend nights. This was one of those nights. We smoked a bit of weed and played hours worth of Super Smash Bros. Then when it got later,
Peace.
we
Bye,
decided to
microwave.
watch some Mr.
Go
Nightmare
bed.
videos, ironically. We were on our third video, Pizza Delivery Horror Stories. This, funny enough, made us want to order a pizza, so we called one of the only pizza places around us open past 10 and ordered a pie. As we finished the current video we were on, we started watching a Craigslist horror story video. And just as we were genuinely getting spooked by one of the stories, there was a crash sound from up in the attic. The sound of a box falling over and its contents spilling out. It sounded like plastic toys. JT and I looked at each other and freaked out. We went to pause the video, and JT screamed his older brother's name, who wasn't supposed to be home. It was our first instinct to assume that it was his brother trying to scare us, but that would mean he had been hiding in the attic for hours, which seemed unlikely. Given we were already watching scary videos, this only made the situation even more unsettling. JT went up the 5 carpeted stairs towards the little attic door and opened it. He flicked on the attic light and went inside as I stood behind watching. He immediately said he saw what it was. It was a box full of Hot Wheels cars that fell and spilled out a bunch of the cars. He left it as it was and said he'd clean it tomorrow. He left the attic and shut the closet door, and right around that time the doorbell rang, causing us both to jump again. I guess we were both just really tense given the vibe of everything in the past half hour. We went downstairs to pay for the pizza and grab plates to eat and stuff. We started eating in the kitchen and planned to bring the rest of the pizza back up to his room. While we were downstairs though, we actually heard a sound from upstairs, like in the attic. The kitchen was below JT's room, and the living room was below the attic, so the living room had a higher ceiling. We walked into the living room to listen, and sure enough, we heard a faint bump that was just loud enough to hear. We again looked at each other with wide eyes. JT said there might be an animal in the attic because he'd seen YouTube videos where raccoons somehow crawl through a hole in the roof. He somehow convinced me to go check it out. I'm not
Why
sure
would you
we were
agree?
making a joke of this. I think because neither of us wanted to admit how freaked out we were. We went back to his room together, and he gave me this huge flashlight.
I
opened the
forgot
attic
to hydrate.
door, and he was right behind me at the doorway. I turned on this huge flashlight that doubled as a radio and stepped inside. I looked at the spilled over pile of Hot Wheels. Then I looked around this city of piles of boxes. "Why am I doing this?" I said back to JT, and he laughed and said just keep looking. I stepped a little deeper into the attic to look behind this tall pile of boxes, and suddenly I felt 2 hands on my back push me. I stumbled
Yay, more
forward
items.
and almost fell, and I heard the laugh of JT behind me. I told him he was a dick, but then, I guess in response to my sudden and loud stumble forward, something moved from beyond this other pile of boxes. I stepped up maybe 2 more feet and peered behind the boxes with the flashlight, and I was petrified. There was a guy hunched over behind the pile of boxes, and he looked right back at me. I ran back out of the attic while pushing JT out, screaming, "Go, run!" I shut the door behind us and screamed that there's someone in there. He followed me outside to the neighbor's house, who apparently wasn't home. We waited on the neighbor's stoop as we called 911. Then we called JT's mom, who seemed kind of drunk, and rushed home from her date or whatever she was doing. The police searched the house to make sure it was clear. The back door was left wide open, indicating the man escaped through there and likely climbed one of the fences to a neighbor's yard. The man, from what I briefly saw, looked like a young guy, maybe in his early 30s. He had short black hair and facial hair. I was just glad this wasn't my house, because I wouldn't be comfortable sleeping there for a long time. I know JT was scared to sleep in his room for a long time after that. I was on a road trip to Las Vegas one night to meet my friends for a music festival.
Bathroom, bedroom.
I was on Interstate 15, which is mostly just desert the whole way to Vegas. I chose to do the drive at night to avoid traffic. I left my house around 8 p.m., and my GPS said I'd get to my friend's Airbnb around midnight. On long drives, I usually listen to podcasts and such because I start getting tired of music after a few hours. I started listening to Mr. Nightmare stories to pass the time, as they made the time seem to go quicker. Given that I was having a road trip, I listened to the road trip themed stories. About 3 hours into the drive, I had to stop for gas, so I added a detour to the route on my GPS, and it showed me where to get off for the closest gas station. It was a few miles away. I got off the next exit ramp into some sketchy looking area. There were a few houses, then just desert. It was such an odd place for a few houses to be. I pulled up to this generic gas station, the only light source to be seen for pretty much miles. There were only 4 pumps total at this little station. I pulled up next to the one closest to the door to the inside. I went inside to pay the worker for the gas and buy a couple snacks. Not to use a derogatory term, but the guy working there seemed like kind of a hick. He had an unkempt, stained-looking beard, some dirty red trucker hat on, and the way he spoke was kind of creepy. But out here in the middle of nowhere, I didn't know what else I really expected. He tried making conversation with me, asking where I was from. That struck me as him realizing I'm not from around here. I told him I was from Cali. I asked him if he gets a lot of customers here. Kind of a weird question on my part looking back, but whatever. He said not really, not my kind at least. Then he gave me a gross smile. I had no idea what that meant, but it sounded off-putting and like a creepy flirt. The man then looked out the window toward my car and said, "Is that your friend?" I looked outside and got a glimpse of someone walking quickly into the darkness. It looked like they were just by my car. I said no, I don't know them, and asked the cashier what that guy just did. He shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't see. Being admittedly an attractive girl in her 20s, I deal with creepy stuff all the time, so I almost wanted to ask the cashier if he could accompany me outside to make me feel better. But honestly, I was creeped out by the cashier as well. I went outside to the pump to start filling up the tank of my car. I looked around the empty gas station lot. There was just a humming from one of the lights of the canopy above me and the sound of the cold night breeze. There were no cars or lights as far as the eye could see. Where did that guy go? And what was he doing? I looked at the window of the gas station shop and saw the cashier standing there looking directly at me. I wondered if he was doing it to make sure I was okay after that sketchy person ran off into the darkness. But that thought was negated when he started waving at me slowly. It was disgustingly creepy, and I wanted to get out of there. I paid for $40 worth of gas. When I was around the 30 mark, I heard something from the small building, like a voice. I looked over to the window, expecting it to be the cashier who made the noise, but he was still inside, just standing at the window looking at me. Then I noticed where the sound came from. There was a man peering his head around the right side wall of the small gas station store. He was waving his hands at me, motioning for me to come over, and I'm pretty sure I saw a creepy smile on his face too. I started waving and calling for the cashier in the store. He didn't move though. He just stood there, motionless, looking at me as I called for him and waved my arms. I looked back at the creepy guy who was peering his head around the corner, and he was still there, but now he wasn't hiding behind the wall anymore. He was standing fully exposed until he noticed me notice him, then started walking towards me. I removed the nozzle from my gas tank and left it dangling. I called at the cashier for help one more time. He still just stood there, motionless, looking at me. I felt my heart in my throat. This was a textbook scene directly from a Mr. Nightmare story. I got in my car and sped out of there, back on the basically deserted road, and eventually back onto the interstate. My heart was racing after that for a few minutes. Needless to say, I stopped listening to Mr. Nightmare for the rest of that road trip. I got safely to the Airbnb about an hour after that ordeal. I still have no idea what to make of it. I rent a house in Gulfport, Mississippi. It's a small house but perfect for one person. I live alone with my dog Gringo. The backyard is big for him to run around in, and the area is pretty nice, right by the beach too. This happened on a summer night, I think a Thursday. I had just finished preparing my lunch for tomorrow and finished cleaning up the kitchen. Before going to sleep, I laid in my bed and ironically was actually watching Mr. Nightmare videos. I always like to think these videos would help me know what to do in a worst case scenario situation like a home invasion or anything of the sorts. I'm sure a lot of people feel that way. But honestly, none of us ever expect something like that to happen to us. Sure, it happens to other people, but never you, right? Well, it must have been like 11:30 at night, and I was literally watching a video when the doorbell rang and Gringo started barking. Hearing the doorbell any time past 10 o'clock honestly is bone-chilling and raises immediate red flags and questions, like who is it and what could they want at this hour? I didn't leave my bed. I was not going to leave my bedroom to check who it could be. I was downright horrified just when the sound of the doorbell. Gringo is a pretty big dog and you can hear it in his bark, so I hoped the sound of his barks would deter anyone with bad intentions. But the doorbell rang again, and the dread of wondering who was out there and why were they at my doorstep became even worse. The doorbell was followed by loud knocking. I still didn't leave my bed. I wasn't going to go out there. When it finally seemed to stop, I felt a little relieved. Since the house is only one floor, my bedroom was ground level. My window kind of looks out to the street in front of the house, so I looked out the window just to see if anyone would be walking down the street. I stood there watching for maybe 30 seconds before I heard footsteps outside near the window. I hurried back into the bed to hide. Gringo was growling and looking out the window. I told him to be quiet. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence and said, "I see you. Open the window." The voice was right outside the window. Gringo started to bark again. I still did not look. The guy outside my window said, "Hey, doggy." Gringo was going crazy. I couldn't realistically keep pretending to be asleep. I turned over to look at the window. I was looking at a creepy man with his eyes open super wide, looking back at me, with the only thing separating us being the bug screen of the window. I asked, "What do you want?" He repeated himself and said, "Can you let me in? It's cold out here." But it was literally a midsummer night in Mississippi. I said leave before I call the police. This was when he tried lifting the screen himself, and when he realized he couldn't, he started punching at it to break a hole in it. I quickly slid the window shut and locked it. I was shocked Gringo's loud barks weren't scaring this guy off. I asked the 911 operator to please send police to my house, and of course, like in so many stories I've heard before, the police showed up too late because the man was gone. He was probably on some kind of drugs. I have no idea what kind, but I could just hear it in his voice. And that comment that it was cold outside was also a dead giveaway. I don't think there was really any other appropriate way to handle this other than locking the window right away and calling 911.
They want tile in the bedroom? The fuck? This is carpet. Carpet or tile. Okay, okay. We're doing fucking carpet. I know they like vintage. Oops. Modern, unique, vintage.
I was driving home from work one night, taking my usual route home. I got out at midnight, so it was probably 12:15ish at this point. My town is pretty quiet and boring. A lot of woods everywhere, and not a lot of people or houses. I was on this road not far from my house with a cornfield on one side and a patch of woods on the other. It was midsummer and like 75 degrees, so I had my convertible top down. I was cruising down the street going like 50 when I heard a loud, blood-curdling woman's scream come from one side of the road, but I couldn't tell which one. I brought the car to a quick halt by slamming on the brakes and listening. There was a woman's cry from the left side, in the woods. She was crying for help. I got out of my car and grabbed the baton from my back seat. I walked towards the woods and called back, "Who's out there?" And the woman immediately called back, "Please help me."
Why isn't she coming
out? I began to run into the woods, swiping all the twigs and bushes out of my way.
Oh no.
I yelled out to the woman to keep screaming so I could find her. She'd every 10 seconds or so scream help, and I'd approach in that direction, running, screaming back. But pretty soon, I started to realize no matter how far into the woods I went, the woman's yells didn't seem to get any closer or louder.
Exactly.
If anything, they were always the same distance, even though I was booking it straight in the direction of the screams. I screamed out, "Tell me where you are," and about 5 seconds later, the woman once again screamed out, "Help." I stopped in my tracks now. I didn't like this. I started to feel like I was walking into some kind of trap. I turned around and started running back in the direction I came. I ran and ran until I could see the flashing headlights of my car on the side of the road beyond the trees. The whole way back, I still heard the woman's screams, but they were still the same distance no matter how much closer to my car I got, as if she were following me back. Was I being stalked? I got in my car and just drove out of there, completely freaked out. I called 911 to report it to the authorities in case they'd want to investigate it. I wasn't sticking around there though, I was tired. After telling a few friends and family about the strange encounter, I was ready to move on with my life. But a week later, I saw something on the news that made me sick to my stomach. The dead body of a 30-something-year-old woman was found in the woods by a man hiking with his dog.
Oh, motherfucking shit! Oh, my lord!
The location that the body was reported to have been found was the same general area where I heard the scream.
Oh my gosh, my heart! Oh. My gosh. Toxic, you scared the living shit out of me! Hello, Toxic. Hello. Hello, Toxic Raiders. So I'm doing apartment stuff and we're listening to Mr. Nightmare and it was getting into a really good part of the story. And then you raided me with the sirens and it scared the living shit out of me. Oh my gosh. My poor heart. I thought today was just gonna be chill. We'll listen to some scary stories while I do jump scare. Oh fuck off, they're not that loud. I know for a fact they're not that loud. The jump scare, my guy. Oh my lord! Where were we? I'm gonna reverse it a few seconds.
Okay, but me sick. I was ready to move on with my life.
There we go.
But a week later, I saw something on the news that made me sick.
Before we continue, let me do this. Hello, Toxic! How was your stream today? What did you stream? I saw that you were streaming, but then I got distracted, and I didn't check what you were streaming exactly. Yeah, fuck you too! What one are they even talking about? There's no one with anyone near them. Hydrate, dihydrate? Okay. I stream DVD. Some games are good, some games not good. The usual, yeah. This is called The Tenants. No. So I don't actually like build the apartments. I renovate rooms. Oh, F. So let me pause this here so nothing else happens. Hold on. Leave, pause. So like right here, I have a job for 4 rooms. The bathroom, the hallway, the bedroom. Oh wait, the bedroom and the kitchen. Some will have various other things. Some will require me to take care of a person. And there's one more kind of thing. I think it's like some sort of delivery thing. But the majority of them are like different rooms. Like this one with guidelines and shit. You have to babysit and renovate? Yes! That's why I never take the babysit jobs. Because they are so needy. And then these are my tenants right here. So I have 3 buildings. 4 buildings? I don't remember how many buildings I have. I have this one. That has 2 in there. And they're messy again. Yeah, one's showering right now. One is sitting down randomly. What are the other one? That's that one. That's this one. This one is... Do you see how much shit I've cramped into this one tiny room? I don't know what the fuck I was supposed to do with it, so I just shoved shit in there. And then this one. Oh, that's depression. That is what we call depression. You literally have an exercise machine right here. I feel like Anne's Huff is an innuendo name, and I'm just too dumb to get it. I feel that. Wrong one. And then I have another one that, at the moment, I have no one in. I recently revamped it. The last person I had wasn't the best, so I got rid of them. They weren't willing to pay for the price of the room I've done. Thank you. Stop camming on me. Camming on him. Right. What was I doing again? Right, I was doing this job. Yeah. Looks like I need to do that as well afterwards. But each job has separate requirements. Some want us to focus on prestige, some don't. Some want required items. Right now, I've gotten the bedroom and the bathroom done. Right now we're doing the hallway. I'm gonna get back to the angle I had it at. Okay. I was thinking of playing Civ
To my
DVD.
stomach. The dead body of
meh,
a 30-something-year-old woman
Maybe when
was
I get
found
bored
in
of
the
this
woods
one.
by a man hiking with his dog. Oddly, there were no signs of foul play. The location that the body was reported to have been found was the same general area where I heard the screams. While that patch of woods is very big, I can't help but feel that would be a huge coincidence.
We were doing shoe stand. Stand of the shoes. I'll go directly underneath the other one.
I was driving from Brooklyn to Vermont to my friend John's cabin to have a weekend of snowboarding. I had two cars at the time of this story, a 2013 BMW 3 Series and a 2006 Ford F-150, which I was driving on this particular night.
Hello?
I had my snowboarding gear in the bed of the truck.
Okay, then.
I was about 45 minutes from my buddy's
I don't
cabin
recommend
at this
DVD
point.
video. No
was late,
bueno. Oh,
10
yeah,
p.m.
the recent release
It
just
was
came
pitch
out.
black on these
Thank
roads,
you. I
and it
will
was
avoid it for
snowing.
a couple days then.
There were like no other cars on the road up there besides me at that hour. I had just gotten my truck back from the mechanic
Thank you
a few
for the
weeks
warning.
ago. I frequently had problems with that truck, and that night was no exception. At perhaps the worst possible time, on the quietest, darkest road, suddenly my engine starts to completely overheat into the red zone. I slow down and pull onto the side, and I wait for it to cool down again. Then I slowly
shit,
got back
I
on the
can't
road,
have any
but
posh.
even at a slow speed, the needle went back up to the red, and the engine was overheating again. I had to pull over and turn off the truck. I went under the hood to try and diagnose the problem, but I couldn't in the dark and the snow. I had to call John. On this road, the reception for T-Mobile was non-existent. I couldn't even call for help. In the moment, I felt screwed. I went into the truck to turn it on again, and at least wait in the heat of the truck as it idled. It didn't seem to overheat while idling. I tried one more time to drive, but the same thing happened again. So I had to wait like 10 minutes before I saw a car passing. I had my hazards on, and I opened the door and waved my arms. The passing car stopped. It was some little Toyota. The guy rolled his window down, and I thanked him for stopping and asked if I could use his phone. He asked what happened. I told him my truck was overheating and was undrivable. He then asked me if I'm all alone. I paused for a second and said, yeah. He reached for his cell phone and handed it to me. He
New
must have been
Killer
a local
released today,
because he had
so it's
bars.
like 80% the New Killer
called my friend
games. At
John.
least the
He
majority of
picked
them are
up,
playing
and I
fair
asked him
games.
what I
It's
should
just
do.
tough and
He told
repetitive
me to
with
call
all
the
the drones.
specific towing
Ah, I
company
see, I
nearby,
see.
and that he'd come and pick me up.
I'll wait
I
for a
gave him
few
my
days for it to
exact
cool down
location,
then.
and
Like
he
today
said
and
he was
tomorrow.
gonna head over. After that, I called the
That's not
towing
bad.
company he gave me and requested assistance. During both phone calls, the guy in his
I
car
see, I
watched me
see.
the whole time. I tried to not
Weird.
look back though. After my phone calls, I handed the man
really
back his
weird.
phone and thanked him. He said you're welcome, and without saying anything else, he rolled up his window and drove down the snowy road into the darkness ahead.
Yeah,
I watched
night
as his
players
taillights
do
disappeared
that.
completely as he descended below the top of the hilly road above. I was once again alone. I got back into my idling truck to be in the warmth. I flicked the headlights off for a second just to get an idea of how dark it was out. And when I say I couldn't see an inch outside the windows, I'm not exaggerating. It was pure blackness. I sat in the truck waiting
Yeah, I
and
like
waiting.
that.
I couldn't even do anything that needed an internet
The
connection.
people playing this killer are actually
resorted
using
to
their
playing
drones to
games on my
monitor stuff
phone
and
for
leave
20
the area
minutes,
like
until
intended,
there
so
was
that's
a bang
refreshing.
at my
Hell
passenger
yeah.
side window. I jumped out of my skin as I looked to the window. I couldn't see much of the person, it was too dark outside, and the headlights didn't really light up the sides of the truck. I heard a man's voice, start begging for help. He was yelling at me to open the door, he was freezing.
Hell
I heard
no.
him trying to open the door himself, but it was locked. I shined my flashlight to the window, but it barely helped in seeing who was out
Nice,
there.
I like that.
All I saw was someone in a
refreshing
really
compared
big
to
black coat
tonight.
with the hood over his head. I yelled back, "What's wrong?" And the mysterious man outside replied saying he's lost and stranded and needs to get out of the cold. I didn't trust this.
Hell no.
I sat there nervously trying to figure out what to ask him to prove he's not someone looking to harm me. I didn't even figure out what to say before he started aggressively trying to still open the locked door, and then started pounding on the glass even harder, still screaming for help. In the heat of the moment, I decided to listen to my gut. I put the truck in drive, and he realized this and started pounding harder on the window to break it. I drove the truck onto the road and brought it up to 30 miles per hour, despite the damage I was surely doing to the overheating engine. But then I saw something that I didn't expect that made me feel like my heart skipped a beat. As I came over the hill in the road, I noticed the reflection of taillights approaching me on the side of the road. As I passed the parked car, I realized it was that same Toyota from earlier, the one that the man was driving. I slowed down and lowered the window to see if the man was in the car, but I didn't see anything. It seemed like the car was empty. I looked out the window for a second behind the car, and my taillights lit up footprints in the snow, meaning that man who was banging on my window was him. He was trying to trick me into opening the door to do who knows what. I kept driving my truck, knowing full well I was fucking up the engine, but I didn't care at that point. I pulled over a few minutes later when I saw headlights approaching on the other side, and I wanted to cheer in excitement when I realized it was the tow truck. I flashed my lights and he pulled to the side. As the driver came out, I told him about what just happened. He joked that he got there at the right time. Then he asked if the guy had a gun or anything on him, but I told him I couldn't see. He replied, "Well, then we better do this quick." It took him about 15 minutes to get the truck attached, and in that time, the Toyota never passed us. It was possible he turned around and went the other way for this exact reason. I used the tow truck driver's phone to call John again and tell him to just meet us at the body shop. To summarize the rest, John and I still went snowboarding that weekend, and the body shop replaced the broken water pump in my truck, causing the overheating. I sold that truck a few weeks later. I'm glad I didn't lower my window or unlock the doors to that man trying to get into my car. In that setting, I could have been murdered, and no one would have ever known who had done it.
This looks ugly, I hate it! Ah! Sal, don't like that one.
I had my first girlfriend at 17. I lived with my mom at the time because my parents got a divorce when I was 11. One day, I asked my girlfriend on a date, and she was down. We both had jobs. I worked at a local grocery store and she worked at a Starbucks. We both worked the day shifts, and we were also in our senior year of high school. The reason why I asked her on a date that day was because it was a Friday, and we barely had any homework. After work, I picked up my girlfriend from her house, and we went to a small restaurant 10 minutes away from my house, because that's all I could afford at the time. We ate, then we went back to her house to spend some time together. By then, it was dark. She complained how our date night was short, and I told her I can't take her anywhere else that had to be paid for.
Never
We
trust
came
the
to an
mysterious
agreement that
man.
we would go on a night drive.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. No, we're
drove in
listening
town,
to YouTube
then we drove
videos
on some
while
empty
doing
road
this
in the
game.
woods.
It is not the
Eventually,
video game,
pavement
I
ended
promise.
And we were on a dirt road. I had to pee really bad.
Shit.
I told my girlfriend, and she had to pee as well. We pulled over and got out of my car. For
Damn
some
it.
reason, right when we got out of the car, we
Good night,
smelled an
Olivia.
awful,
Sleep well.
indescribable smell. I excused it as another person who also pulled over to do their business. My girlfriend actually gagged from the smell. I told her that we would pee real quick, then go back in the car to get back into town. There was a little flat area that was the best place to piss at. We did our thing, and then we were on our way back to my car. But on our way back, we heard a noise come from the left side of us. It sounded like a twig snapping. I was afraid it was an animal, so we rushed back to my car.
Double shit.
Before I had time to open my car door, I heard a scream of fear or pain in the direction my girlfriend and I just pissed at. I told my girlfriend to get in my car while I go investigate. She begged me not to, but I did it anyway. To make her feel safer, I locked the doors. I went the direction to where we were, and I heard that scream again. For some reason, I lost all of my courage to investigate now that I heard it much closer.
What if we do it?
But when I heard it, it sounded like from the same direction that my girlfriend and I heard the twig snapping. Instead of going that way, I went on my phone, turned the flash on, then took a picture. Once the flash went off, I saw a man in a white shirt with black stripes, with some blue tarp right in front of him. He was just standing there.
Okay, I like that
I didn't
much
hesitate
better.
to dash to the car.
Thank you, Toxic.
I unlocked the doors, got in my car, put it in drive, and floored it. My girlfriend kept asking me what happened. She saw I was scared. I told her I would explain later. We got back at the shadier side of town, then drove back to my girlfriend's house.
Perfect.
We entered the house and went into her room. That's when I told her I saw the man with the blue tarp in front of him, just standing there. I showed her the picture, and she was just as creeped out as I was. She let me spend the night because we were creeped out, and it was a Friday, and we also had no work or school the next day. That was by far the scariest moment of my life. We aren't in a relationship anymore. I'm 23, she's 22, but we remain as best friends.
Hell yeah, besties! That looks cute. Guitar goes in here.
It was late summer of 2011. I was almost 19 and was hanging out with my best friend who was a few years younger than me. We live in a very rural area of southwestern Virginia, about 15 minutes from Mount Airy, North Carolina. Around here, pretty much everything closes by 10 p.m., so you have to find your own ways to pass the time. But that was never a problem for us, as we could always find a way to have fun. The night started out harmless enough. First to the mall, then cruising the streets looking for girls. Things any teen guys would be up to.
Wow.
When that proved to be unsuccessful, we just decided to go bowling until they closed. We then went to Main Street a little before midnight, just to walk some of the back alleys, acting like the edgy
I like how they
badasses
walk
we
through
thought
some
we
of the
were.
furniture.
But we never felt like we were in any danger, as there isn't much violent crime in the area. After we'd walked all the streets, we got bored with this and decided to grab a bite from Waffle House, as this was pretty much the only late-night dining option at the time. After we ate and made a quick stop at Walmart, we still weren't ready to go home, so we set out driving around some of the backcountry roads.
Let's go.
This was nothing new to us. As I said, around here you have to make your own fun, and late-night drives were always our thing.
See some of the auctions.
The stretch of road we were now on, I had only driven maybe once before during the day, though it wasn't far from where either of us lived. We just had no reason of going down it. While still in Carolina, the road is paved, but within a mile, it enters back into Virginia and turns into dirt. Like most of the dirt roads around here, the county doesn't really give this one much attention since it's so far out of the way, and there are very few houses on it. Since the road often washes out in the heavy rains, you have to drive much slower, and being as unfamiliar with it as we were now traveling at a crawl. While we were both more cautious now, it still just seemed as any other road we would drive.
He likes rustic,
Now at this time of night, the roads are essentially empty around here, and with only a handful of houses on this road, we were certain we wouldn't run into any other traffic.
I too heart the toilet, right?
Wooded and sits at the bottom of a small mountain.
Yeah.
At night, it's easy to overlook any of the houses on it. We probably would have missed them all, if not for out of the corner of our eye, we noticed a light burning. We both looked and noticed a man standing under his porch light. We couldn't make out any features of the man, but we could tell he was watching us, standing completely motionless, with the exception of his head following us.
Rustic
While we
and
were
Zen
both
are
now
the
on
easier of
edge,
the
we
two.
tried not to think much of it. We figured it was just someone stepping out for a cigarette, but it's just his demeanor that was so uncomforting to us. While nothing came for that man watching us, this was only the beginning. We gradually picked up our speed as we were becoming a little more unnerved the more we talked about it. Within just a few minutes, though, we came to the end of the road, and we were back on the hardtop, a road that I was much more familiar with, and that I drove about once a week. We turned right, and we were feeling much better as we could pick up our speed and leave the thoughts of that man behind us. We enjoyed the sights from this road as it travels atop a small mountain ridge.
Oh, she has a lot of fucking debt!
After a couple miles, we had reached the end of this road and made another right to make our way back to my house.
Alright.
This road is a little more wooded than the one we had just turned from, but I was even more familiar with this road, as I drove or ridden it literally thousands of times before. As we're making our way back toward the main highway,
could be better.
We saw something up ahead in the distant reaches of my headlights. Deer are horrendous around here, so we figured that's all it was and slowed down. We began to notice it was much wider than the brown fur of a deer, But we're both used to seeing the occasional albino, so still assume that's all it was. As we got closer, we noticed it was no animal at all. It was definitely a human, but hunched over with their back to us. They were walking in the left lane against traffic, as one is supposed to. I looked back at my friend as he asked, "What the hell are they doing walking at this time of night?"
I already had some of these items.
I looked back towards the person
not have
and
that
could
item,
finally
though.
make out the shape of an older-looking woman
zebra.
with long, scraggly gray hair, wearing a white t-shirt and white pants. She still had her back turned to us until we were about 50 feet away from her. That's when she turned to us. We got the first look at
Where
her
have I
face.
gone?
I don't want to say she was on meth or other drugs, but that's the look she gave off. Deep eye sockets with heavy dark bags under them, greasy hair, and very aged skin. I'm not sure how old she actually was, but if I had to guess,
I can
I'd
buy
say
this straight
mid-40s
up
to
right
late
now.
50s.
Too bad I don't have the money for
But
it.
that wasn't the worst of it. She put her hands in the air and started waving them frantically and running towards us. When she did, we could see what looked like dried blood all over the front of her shirt and pants, as well as what looked like a big knife in one of her hands. We weren't sure what she wanted, but that desire to be edgy badasses was instantly erased. We floored it and didn't let off until we reached the highway. We were so terrified of the entire ordeal that what would have usually been a 5-minute quick drive to my house became a 35-minute detour, just on the absurd thought that she could somehow follow us there. In small communities like this, we know pretty much everyone, but neither of us had ever seen this woman before, nor did we ever again. We kept a watch on local news for any stories about a bloody woman being picked up, but never heard a thing. I can't even begin to come up with an explanation why she would be walking the backcountry roads at almost 4 in the morning in her shape and condition, with blood on her clothes and a knife in her hand, with all the risks of human or animal altercation she faced. Fast forward to present day. I now live with my wife on that peaceful road on the mountain ridge, between the two roads of the incident. I take the latter one on an almost daily basis, and still have seen no sign of that strange
Can't
woman
even look
since.
in there right now.
But just earlier
There's
this
6
year,
rooms,
there was a
though.
huge
God
drug
damn.
and cockfighting ring busted down the road of the Watching Man. I don't know if it was the same house, or if these people were even living in the area back then.
Anywho.
But after all this happened, I've often wondered if that was the same house. And maybe that guy was keeping guard on the place.
I wish.
As for the woman, I just hope I never run into her again.
2 rooms create a living room. Originally the designer to create a cozy living room. There's 2 rooms they want me to do. Focus on prestige, don't mind first impression. 1 room. Babysitting. That's finding a tenant.
I rent out my South Carolina house on Airbnb whenever I'm not using it. It's a modest 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom house by the beach. 2 of the bedrooms are guest rooms, which are accessible to the people renting it. The master bedroom I keep locked with my clothes and certain belongings in there. That room is for me, and I have to keep my stuff somewhere instead of lugging it back and forth every time I go down there. I have a regular lock and then a deadbolt lock on there, so no one's ever getting in there unless they chop the door down or break through the window. But also, it's not like I keep anything super expensive in there, mainly just clothing. This was early last spring. It was still chilly up in Massachusetts where I live most of the year. I wanted to take a drive down to my South Carolina house for the week. For the most part, I work remotely, so luckily I'm able to do this when I want to.
I feel like I just did
Ordinarily,
this
I'd
one.
have my usual cleaning lady come and clean the house after each guest leaves. The cost of her service is baked into the price of the rental on Airbnb. But since I was going down right after the current renter would leave, I just pocketed the cleaning lady money and planned on going down to clean it myself. The last renter was a guy named Ramon. Through our messages,
Hydrate,
he told
you
me
got
he was
it. I
renting
got
with his
you.
fiancée and asked for good restaurants to eat at in the area. He seemed trustworthy.
Good night,
I always
Toxic.
prefer to
Sleep
rent
well.
to couples or smaller groups of women as opposed to groups of young men, because they're usually the ones to come and get shit-faced and potentially damage the place. I started my drive very early in the morning. It was about a 16-hour drive, stopping only for a quick bite and to use the bathroom. By the time I got to the house, it was about 10 o'clock at night. I went to unlock and open the front door first, before going back to my car to grab my bags and go inside. I was shot from driving. I didn't even bother checking the place out or anything for a mess. I just went straight to my bedroom door to unlock it. I collapsed into the bed without brushing my teeth or anything. For those that haven't done it, a 16-hour straight drive will absolutely kill you. I crawled under the covers, and I was out like a baby in a matter of minutes. You'd think I'd have slept through the night, but no, I woke up in a black room. The clock next to my bed read 11:30 p.m. I had only been asleep for a little more than an hour. Something woke me up. I grabbed my phone to check for any texts out of habit. Then I turned on the bedside lamp. I looked around the room, then got up and went out to the living room. I took this moment to start analyzing the place. I didn't notice a single thing moved. Not a pillow, not a can of beer, nothing. I went to the bedrooms. Both were void of any people, though the covers on a bed in one of the rooms seemed to have been moved. So yes, they did come. I thought they may have been the cleanest couple to have ever stayed in my place. I have a camera set up on the front porch of the house. I never really think to check it unless a customer is giving me any kind of hard time, but I was curious. I opened the app to the camera system on my phone and went to the movement history. It picked up on a man entering the house via the code lock 3 days earlier. Just a man though, he had no woman with him. Strange. I checked for any other movement updates from then until the moment I showed up, which it also caught on video, and there was nothing. I checked it over like 5 times. I suddenly got the chills. I went to the Airbnb app to message Ramon and ask if he checked out okay, even though it was late at night. I went to check the bedroom where I presumed he slept in. I started checking under the bed and in the closets. I was yanking the closet doors open as if I were ripping off a band-aid. Each time, I was greeted with an empty closet.
Oh, fuck
I
that.
moved along to the second guest bedroom. Both twin beds in here were still neat and untouched. As I yanked open the last closet he could have been in, I saw that it was empty. I sat on one of the beds for a second to just stare at the conversation between Ramon and I. That's when I heard the master bedroom door click shut, quietly, in a way that a person would have done it, not a draft. I went out to the living room and looked at the master bedroom door. I said, "Ramon, are you still in here?" with a shake in my voice. No response. I could see the light was still on in the room through the bottom crack of the door. I got on all fours to look under the crack of the door, and I fell backwards when I saw 2 feet standing not far behind the door, maybe a couple feet away. I went to the knife holder in the kitchen planning to grab the biggest carving knife, and it was already taken. By this point, my only logical option was to leave the house and call 911, and that's what I did. I waited out front until the police showed up. Then as we went inside, there was Ramon, waiting in the living room, no knife in hand. He spoke in this Portuguese accent, acting all innocent, saying he just needed a place to stay for one more night, which was complete bullshit. He denied ever picking up the knife, which was conveniently placed back in the knife holder now. After 30 minutes of 2 police officers outside talking to Ramon and 2 inside talking to me, they actually let him go and told me I should contact Airbnb and try to work it out with them. And I was just shocked. I felt like the police didn't do their job. After everyone left, I changed the lock code on the door, and I contacted Airbnb about what happened. Though I didn't receive payment for the extra day Ramon squatted in my house, they did apparently ban him from ever using the app again. It doesn't really feel like proper justice, though, when he was potentially waiting to stab me in my own house, in my own bedroom.
Yep, that's fucked up.
I'm 26 years old, still living with my parents. I'm not content with my job, and I'm in a relationship that I'm not too sure about. To say I've been stressed would be a monumental understatement. My mom and I were not getting along one week, and everyone was just bothering me. I wanted to escape for a weekend. I looked into little 1-bedroom Airbnbs up in the mountains, and found one for cheap. It was in Troutdale, Virginia, a couple hours away from us.
The cheap ones are always...
Based on the pictures, it was this nice, private, and peaceful-looking little place surrounded by woods. It was the fall, too, so the foliage was going to be beautiful. I told my parents I was going there for the weekend. My mom seemed overly happy about me leaving for the weekend. My girlfriend was more so just confused, finding it weird and suspicious that I was going away to some random cabin in the woods alone for a weekend. When Friday came, I packed a backpack full of clothes, toiletries, and my laptop, and I headed out for the road. It was around a 2.5-hour drive door to door. The area of Troutville was very quiet and scenic. It was a perfect escape from suburbia back home. I needed a nice weekend just to spend to myself. I was driving up a gravel road when my GPS told me I arrived. I saw an opening in the trees next to the road. The instructions the owner of the Airbnb gave me were to cut through this opening onto the grass and up the little hill. I did exactly this, and there I saw the cute little house sitting at the top of the hill. The second I stepped out of the car, I inhaled the fresh rural air, instantly feeling happy I did this. The owner told me where to find the key to the front door. I let myself in and checked the place out. It was a nice cozy living room, small kitchen, bathroom, and one loft bedroom that you had to climb a ladder-like stairway to get up
Placed
into.
the wrong way.
And there was a circular window over the bed. Lots of light got into the house, which was nice. I went out to walk some of the trails the owner told me about a 5-minute drive away. On the drive back to the house afterwards, I noticed these two guys walking down the gravel road, and as my car was passing, they literally stopped in their tracks to turn and look at me as I passed. I waved and smiled, thinking they were friendly locals, but they didn't wave back. It was completely off-putting. They looked at me as if my driving down the road was a crime. I didn't look back. I turned into the entrance of the property and back up the hill. I started reading one of the books I brought with me in the living room with the fireplace going. It was incredibly cozy. The sun was on its way down, and after reading a chapter of my book, I realized I was getting hungry. I went outside to my car, about to drive to the nearest Walmart, when I noticed two men kind of running into the woods down the hill by the entrance of the property, probably in response to seeing me come outside.
Fuck that.
I wondered if it was those two guys from the road earlier. It was incredibly strange. I suddenly decided to take my laptop and backpack with me in the car while I was gone just to be safe. On the drive into town, I messaged the owner letting him know about this. He replied saying it's nothing to be alarmed about. There's a lot of teens in the area that walk around. So I dismissed it. I drove like 20 minutes to the closest Walmart since there were literally no grocery stores in the area. I picked up a few food items to hold me over. Some milk, granola bars, fruit, frozen dinners, bread, and cold cuts. By the time I got back to the Airbnb, it was completely pitch black out. There were no streetlights on these gravelly roads, and with no neighboring houses, truly the only light was from my headlights. It was creepy for sure. I pulled up to the hill to the little house. It was almost hard to find in the dark. I grabbed my backpack and the grocery bag and went up to the house in the dark, using my phone's flashlight to see. Once inside, I locked the door immediately. It was creepy out there. I ate real quick and went back to reading my book by the fire, and pretty soon the lights to the room suddenly cut out, and the only light in the entire house was from the fireplace. I tried flicking on anything electric, but the power was gone. I went to message the owner again, who swiftly replied back to check the main breaker in the circuit box outside by the telephone pole near the back of the house. I didn't reply. There was no way in hell I was going out there. I was already paranoid from earlier. And why would the power be randomly cut out anyway? Something was off. I heard a creak in the floorboard from the darkest corner of the room by the bathroom door. I looked over and saw this tall, looming figure in the doorway of the bathroom, lit up only by the fireplace. My worst fear had been realized. This was actually happening. A soft, yet deep and disturbing voice told me to remain calm and give him everything I had. I was so scared I could barely speak. I said all I had was my laptop and some clothes. He told me to empty my wallet of all my money, which I did. As he stood in the doorway, I still couldn't see his face. He told me to go into the kitchen and stay there. Moments later, I heard the door to the house close. I looked into the living room. My laptop, backpack, and money was all gone. I called 911 quietly to report a robbery. 20 minutes later, an officer arrived. I described the two guys I'd seen walking down the street earlier that day, assuming it was them working together on this. Basically, all the officer could tell me was that they'd be on the lookout for anyone matching those descriptions. I messaged the owner to tell him what happened, and he was sympathetic at first, or so it seemed. He said I could go home the next day, but he didn't want to refund me for my horrible experience.
Fuck
a trip
that.
I thought would be a nice detox for a stressful point in my life only made it worse. Luckily, my laptop was only like $400, and I didn't pack any expensive clothing, but it was still the scariest experience of my life. There is a small part of me that believes the Airbnb host may have something to do with it, because I still have no idea how that guy got into the house. So a few years back, after some friends and I graduated high school, we celebrated in the White Mountains National Forest Reserve. We only lived 2 or so hours away, so it wasn't much of a hike. We all packed inside my friend Alexis's car. Also with us was my friend Rob, his girlfriend Stephanie, and our friend Kelly. Alexis's car was a Hyundai Accent, so a very small vehicle. We didn't pack much. We were headed to this Airbnb in Carroll, New Hampshire at the height of the summer. It was a gorgeous drive. Once we got to the house, it was just as depicted in the photos, only the pictures didn't include the shambling looking shed next to the house. It seemed like it had seen better years. I probably could have knocked it down myself. Alexis joked around that maybe some old crazy guy lived in there, and that's why the place was so cheap. But we all laughed it off and unpacked our things. I'll be honest, I was really into Alexis, and I think she was into me, on account that she said we should share a bed. More so because the third bedroom had 2 doors leading to the outside and had a perfect view of that old shed. So she didn't want to sleep there, and she wouldn't let me. We both put our things in the living room and made the pull-out couch our bed. Not much happened the first night. A little later, we all sat in the hot tub in the garage/rec room. Alexis sat next to me, and we faced the woods, while Rob and his girlfriend were opposite of us. Rob's girlfriend couldn't step completely into the water on account of the stitches she just got. Stephanie and I were always good friends, and carried on with stories and joked about high school, sipping on our potentially illegally acquired booze.
Ha!
Kelly, on the other hand, was changing and not with us. Rob kicked my leg from under the water and winked, seeing how close Alexis was getting to me, but that wasn't too much of a deal. We tried to plan out our next day, and talked about hiking to Mount Washington and the Flume Gorge. After a good soak, I eased into bed with Alexis, and we watched Rick and Morty for a while, until the clock struck 2 a.m. and we sat outside. The stargazing here was supposed to be amazing, and a bit later, Kelly tagged along with us. What happened next was hard to explain. In front of the house was this huge deck that we were sitting on. It was pitch black, and no cars were around. More or less, we were in the middle of nowhere. No one really understands true silence until you're away from cars or planes for that matter. The sky was brightly lit, purple, blue, full of stars. Kelly hushed me one time. Just a few feet away from the porch, she heard some crunching, as if something was approaching the deck. There was definitely something walking out there. I waved it off as a raccoon or fox, until the steps sounded heavy, and I looked at Alexis. The fear began to set in as I noticed her gaze was looking towards the old shed where the footsteps had began. Quickly, I ushered the girls into the cabin and locked all the doors. I tried to explain to them that it's still possibly an animal, especially if animals had taken over that old shed. Easily, both of them calmed down.
But for how
Kelly
long?
walked back into her room, and I again laid down beside Alexis. The next morning, I woke up to Rob and his girlfriend cooking breakfast in the kitchen, which was just across the room from Alexis and I. We had a big day planned out, and we did quite a lot of hiking, with most of us forgetting what had transpired last night, other than Alexis. When we came back from hiking, Alexis suggested exploring the old shed that was beside the house. Now that it was daylight, nothing that bad could happen, right? And I'll be honest, I didn't want to, but I didn't want Alexis to think I was a wuss. We opened the screen door, investigating the first room. There was an old, rickety rocking chair. It seemed it might break if I tried to sit in it. The next door had one of those brass doorknobs, but it was rusted and dented. I looked at Alexis before grabbing the door, and she groaned as she opened the door. There wasn't much to the room. The floor was dirt. There was dirt-caked windows and some trash on the floor. Alexis made a point that it smelt of cigarette smoke. It may have been the designated smoking spot in the Airbnb. We both shrugged it off and joined the others out back. Rob was starting a fire. Some typical conversation was going on. Rob poked fun at Alexis and I.
Grandma
The
fun.
sun set, and I turned off the floodlight out back to make the ambiance of our fire nicer.
Okay,
Some
that
chuckles and stories
should
are passed around. Rob
be
and I
all of
boasting
it.
about our feats and whatnot. Then there grows a
Deliver job.
silence. That same crunching from last night is heard behind us, just against the tree line.
Kitty
Except
cats!
it was faster and headed in our direction. Just like that, there was a flash of green light lighting up the entirety of the backyard for just a moment. Whatever was running towards us halted, but my thoughts were ruptured by Stephanie's screams as she bolted towards the house. Behind us, a blood-curdling cry or yelp was heard, a deafening sound that at first we thought was a siren. I instantly stood up, yelling for everyone to get inside. Stephanie must have saw whatever it was that made that cry. In my bolt, I accidentally knocked over Kelly, who hadn't gathered the entire scene yet. I turned around to help her up. I was already halfway to the house.
Fuck.
I ran to help Alexis gather our food items. Last thing we wanted if it was a bear for them to stay any longer.
I am not rich.
After that, I rushed Alexis to the back door, where Rob was waiting for us with some kind of bear spray. I already at this point had my Bowie knife out. I commanded him to go in, but he yelled at me to go in because he's got the range. The two of us saw this black mass walking along the outskirts of our fire. We didn't stay long enough to find out what it was. After meeting the girls in the living room, we called the police immediately. The officer reported to the house and looked all around with his flashlight, finding nothing. He clarified to us that the flash was due to lightning striking a nearby power line or transformer. As for the thing, he said it was likely a fish or cat or something. But Stephanie said that she saw a man, hunched over with a cloak or blanket hung over him. Needless to say, we didn't stay the next night over. The sheer paranoia of someone or something stalking us in the woods was reason enough. To say the least, we haven't returned to the mountains since.
Do not blame you.
Around in those woods.
Alright, we're good. Exit and renovate. Rude?
This video is sponsored by Babbel. Babbel is one of the top language learning apps in the world. Its intuitive lessons help you learn a language through real-life conversations. I've been using Babbel for
No
over
advertisements allowed! Crazy Ex Horror Stories, let's go.
I've had three girlfriends in my life. My current girlfriend, who I've been with for 3 years happily, my first girlfriend in college, and my second girlfriend, Kelly. Kelly was someone who put me through hell emotionally and sometimes physically. I'll start from the beginning. Kelly and I matched on Bumble, and upon seeing that we both attended the same college, we based our conversation off that and any people that we may have mutually known. After seeing each other for about a month, we made it official, and we dated for about 6 months. Like most relationships, at first everything seemed great, and we got along fine. But the illusion of being a happy couple faded after a few months, when Kelly would start becoming very controlling and downright obsessive over knowing what I was doing at all times. The longer we dated, the more I realized she didn't have many friends at all. Maybe 1 or 2, that's about it. So when I would go out to see my friends on the weekends without her, she would always obsessively text me every 15 minutes asking me for proof of where I was. If I were ever to be at a bar without her, she'd throw a fit. She'd make me share my location with her after 4 or 5 months of dating. It got to the point I couldn't handle it anymore. She had too much time on her hands to worry about what I was doing constantly. I couldn't even go see my friends without constantly being attacked and interrogated by her. But one night, things escalated far worse than they ever had. Admittedly, I ended up at a bar and very drunk with a group of my drinking buddies. We started at my friend Kevin's house, and I didn't intend on ending up at a bar. When I got home, Kelly was waiting in front of my mom's house for me, with a batshit crazy look on her face. This was one of the first nights that she laid hands on me, repeatedly hitting me while screaming I'm a dirty cheater and other insane things, all while outside, causing a scene for the neighbors to hear. After I had to grab her arms to get her to stop, she shouted things like, "Get off me, I'm calling the police." So I let go and told her we're done. This was officially when I broke up with her, and her response was not good. Every single day, I received paragraphs upon paragraphs, ranging from angry to alleged regretfulness back to angry. Eventually, I felt more comfortable blocking Kelly for a while, but that wasn't the end. One of my friends who followed her on Instagram still sent me a screenshot of the picture she posted with this big, ugly, muscular guy who looked like he wanted to kill the person taking the picture. I made a joke to my friend saying, "Wow, I see she upgraded." Kelly did the unimaginable though. I was all cozy in my bed, in the perceived safety of the house. I was home alone, as I usually was living in my parents' house. That was when I heard a pounding at the front door downstairs. I jumped out of bed and went out to the living room to listen. There was a man's screams from the other side. He was screaming, "Open up, pussy." I didn't acknowledge him. I didn't want him to know I was home. Then some random number was calling my phone. When I didn't pick up, I got a text from someone threatening to kill me and telling me to open the door before he breaks the window. I ignored these and called 911. I heard glass breaking from outside. I looked out my window, and I saw a familiar, huge bearded guy right by my SUV. He was smashing my windows. I recognized the guy to be from Kelly's picture. As I was on the phone with 911, I explained that my crazy ex-girlfriend sent her current boyfriend to my house to threaten me. He was currently damaging my vehicle. I answered a bunch of questions as police were en route. All the while, the man kept screaming things from outside and pounding on my door and sending threatening texts. Police showed up surprisingly quickly to my relief, and they caught the guy still in front of my house. They saw him step off the front stoop after he saw the cop car pulling up. I went outside right away and showed the police my car and the texts. The big, roid-raging man was still yelling at me that I'm gonna fucking pay for talking shit about him to Kelly. I told him I hadn't spoken to Kelly in months, and he said, "Oh yeah, what about the texts?" as he was in handcuffs already. I said, "What texts?" and he accused me of being a bullshitter. So after he was brought away in one of 2 police cars, I gave the second police officer whatever information he needed of the situation between Kelly and I. He told me I had a good case for harassment and should definitely file for a restraining order immediately. He told me to head to the precinct the next day, which is what I did. But I also unblocked Kelly and asked her what she said to her boyfriend and why. And after she responded claiming she had no idea what I was talking about, I sent her a long text giving her a piece of my mind, basically telling her about my getting a restraining order and telling her to seek help. I never heard from her again, nor her crazy, void-raging, now ex-boyfriend. According to my friend, she deleted the picture with him literally the next day after that happened. I currently have a restraining order against both her and her ex-boyfriend, Javier Cruz. Be careful who you decide to date. There's a whole lot of crazy out there.
That's as best as I can get it, bro. I wasn't given very much. I'll put a little thing right there.
I dated my ex Kian for 2 years. It was a toxic, abusive relationship. I endured a lot of physical suffering from it, but I was always too scared to leave it. I live with my single mom on a rougher side of town, the place where I spent my entire childhood. Being a girl walking home alone at night here can be sketchy, which was part of the reason why I stayed with Kian for so long. He is a big guy, and I felt a sense of protection with him, but he wasn't making me feel like shit. A big reason I stayed with him, though, towards the end was because I was scared of how he'd take it if I broke up with him. My mother always hated him, though, and she knew he was no good for me. Unfortunately, it took me as long as it did to cut ties with him. I did it over text one day, though, because I knew if I did it in person, he'd hit me or go crazy. He still didn't take it well. Seconds after I texted him, he tried calling me over and over. I wouldn't pick up because I was scared. So after the 3rd or 4th attempted call, he started typing for a few minutes, and the text I got from him was a long paragraph cursing me out, a lot of it in all caps. I texted him back that we could talk about it on the phone tomorrow when he's cooled off. He of course sent another paragraph, and I didn't read this one right away because I was about to cry, and I didn't want to deal with it at that moment. My mom was working her second job that night and wouldn't be home till around 2 in the morning. I had class the next day, so I went to bed early around 10, but falling asleep was difficult with my mind racing. Eventually, though, I did fall asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night to a sound from the outside of my room. I looked at the clock, and it was around 1 a.m. It wasn't uncommon for me to wake up to my mom getting home late at night after work. I was just surprised because she was home rather early this night. I sat up and saw something sitting on the edge of my bed. I realized it was my cat Nala. I got out of bed and went out into the hall and called my mom's name. All the lights were out. I knew for certain I heard something from out in the living room. I turned on the living room lights, but no one was here. I went to the front door to make sure it was locked, and it was. I checked through the window to the driveway, and my mom's car wasn't here, so I figured maybe I was just hearing things. I went back to my room and shut the door, then crawled back into bed. Nala was still in the same spot on my bed. She hadn't moved. I tried to go back to sleep, and I suddenly heard another sound. I ran out to the living room again, and my mom wasn't here still. I suddenly realized Kian knew where we kept the spare key in the backyard. What if he had just let himself in? I went back to my room and called my mom on my cell phone and told her. I had already texted her earlier about my breakup, so she already knew and was proud of me. She said she'd be home in a little bit, and that I could just be hearing house noises. I laid back down in my bed. Nala was still in the same position. I turned on the lamp and went to go pick her up. But I gasped when I saw her eyes lifelessly open and she wasn't breathing. I picked her up and confirmed it. My cat was dead. I wanted to cry, but I covered my mouth. I suddenly knew that Kian was in the house and that he did this to punish me. I locked my bedroom door and called 911 and whispered into the phone that my crazy ex-boyfriend broke into my house and killed my cat. I was told to wait in the closet in my bedroom until I heard the police arrive. I stayed on the phone with 911 in the closet, waiting. At any time during this, the front door to the house could have opened and closed, and I wouldn't have been able to hear it. Eventually, the 911 operator told me the police were there. Apparently, the door was unlocked because they let themselves in. That meant Kian had probably just left. I went to the living room to find 2 police officers. I was bawling my eyes out over Nala now. The first thing they asked was, "Where is he?" And I said, "I think he left." I showed them my cat and the text from Kian. My mom came home shortly after I called her, and she cried over Nala too. The police were not very helpful at all, saying without any actual evidence that someone broke into the house, they couldn't just go and arrest someone. Nala had no stab marks or anything, so as messed up as it sounds, we couldn't even prove that she was likely murdered by Kian as revenge to me. The next day, my mom had the locks to the house changed. The spare key in the backyard was still there, but Kian easily could have put it back. I blocked Kian's number and all social media outlets. All the evidence pointed to him having done it. My mother and I went through the process of getting an order of protection against him. The judge issued us a temporary one before our court date. The last time I ever saw Kian was in court, where thankfully the judge determined that the order of protection would remain in place. I still often think about how the first time I went downstairs, Kian was probably somewhere in the living room, hiding and watching me. When I was in junior year of high school, I had my first relationship. His name was Mike. He was a senior at a different high school the next town over. We met through Facebook. He messaged me and we started talking from there. We started hanging out and going to each other's games. I'd go to his football games, he'd come to my softball games. We officially became boyfriend-girlfriend after a few weeks. Since we were in high school though, we didn't go on a lot of traditional dates like dinner or drinks. We were just kids still. Our dates usually consisted of getting burritos, going for drives, or hanging out at his place. My parents were always home and made it awkward in case we wanted to do anything. The best way I could describe Mike, he was a bit of a hothead. He was big for a 17-year-old, that's why he played football. But he didn't hang out with the jocks. He hung out more with the stoner crowd and the regular crowd. At least that's what he told me. I didn't go to the same school as him, so I didn't see who he was with during lunch. I also didn't really meet a lot of his friends. We mostly hung out just the 2 of us, as opposed to group things. Since he lived kind of far though, and I couldn't drive yet, it did get annoying. And truthfully, I started to develop feelings for this boy, Andrew, at my own school in my grade. Around the same time, I felt myself losing interest in Mike. I wanted to test things out with Andrew, so one night when Mike was asking to hang out, I asked him to pick me up so we could talk. He knew right away something was off when I said that. When he picked me up, we went for a drive, and I told him that I think we should take a break. He refused to accept that I was serious, and angrily demanded to know what he did. When I told him it's just that I felt the spark wasn't there anymore, he got so mad that he punched his dashboard, leaving a big indent in it. He started yelling and scaring me, so I was about to get out of the car, but he stopped me and put his hand on my shoulder and said, "No, no, no," and then asked me not to leave. He told me he's just angry, but that he'd drive me home. He put the car back in drive and started driving us. As we drove, he kept getting angrier, as he kept asking for more details of what he did wrong. He started blowing stop signs, and that's when I realized we weren't going in the direction of my parents' house. I asked him to pull over and let me out, and he yelled no. We were approaching some wooded area, and that's when I started getting really scared. I had never seen him like this before, but he was showing me a crazy side of himself. I got out of the car when he stopped it on the side of some quiet road. He yelled for me to come back, but I didn't. My mom came to pick me up. Mike sent me an apology text later that night that I didn't respond to. 2 nights later, I left my house to walk to Andrew's house, who I had plans to hang out with. He lived only 2 blocks away from me. On my way there, I spotted someone across the street, not too far behind me, walking about the same pace as me. They were wearing a hoodie with the hood up, couldn't see their face. Foot traffic on our block wasn't too common, but it also wasn't super weird either. The closer I got to Andrew's house, the closer the person across the street got. As I continued up the street, I turned again and saw the person was now on the same side of the street as me. My heart started to race. I started walking faster. According to my phone, Andrew's house was coming up just on the right. I texted him to come outside, please, because I think I'm being followed. He replied back, okay. I turned one more time as I heard the sound of shoes running on the sidewalk approaching from behind me, and I saw the guy in the black hoodie running at me. I screamed and ran as fast as I could for about 5 seconds, before seeing Andrew run to the front of his house in confusion. I turned around again and saw the guy in black running the opposite direction down the street. I keep saying the guy in black, but I know it was Mike. That guy had an identical height to him from what I could tell. A few instances happened after that, like getting calls with no caller ID and seeing Mike's car parked outside my parents' house in the middle of the night. My parents were aware of what was going on, and one day, my dad drove us over to Mike's house and knocked on the front door while I was in the car and had a long, loud talk with Mike's parents. I lowered the windows to listen, and most notably what my dad yelled was that he doesn't care how old Mike is, that it's still harassment, and if he keeps trying to contact me in any way, that we'd get police involved. It worked. Mike stopped trying to contact me after that. For those wondering, Andrew and I ended up dating for around a year. My relationship with Mike was an early lesson in my life to watch out for red flags.
Do I need a counter? Counter.
If there's one thing I've learned from doing these ring videos, it's that having a drugged up person ringing your doorbell at off hours in the night.
Alright, I'll be right back. I need to go to the bathroom really super bad. So, I'm gonna put on this while I'm gone. Good luck, bye! Wait, hold on, I need to click. There it is. Alright, we're back. I wasn't even gone that long. Are you asleep? No, I just went to the bathroom. Hey, just a little break from my headphones. Alright, back to scary
Is
stories.
more likely than I would have ever thought. In this video...
Okay, this one has stuff in it, so give me a second.
A confused-looking man approaches a random porch holding what appears to be a plastic bag and a roll of toilet paper. Right from the moment he gets on the porch, you can tell something is off by his nervous, almost twitchy behavior. It appears the man could possibly be on meth or some other hard drug.
Ah, it's not working again. Why is it not working again? It should work. It should work just fine. It worked before. Boo! It did work before. I hate that it's not working now. Well, I guess we're skipping this one.
Snapchat has become a staple in today's social media world. It's a convenient way to contact friends and keep in touch with people. But as we've seen over and over on this channel, there can be a few privacy concerns if you're not careful. Let's just jump right into it and look at 3 disturbing snaps people have received and their backstories. For the sake of the person who sent me this, I'll refer to her as Maria. Maria has an Instagram account with 5,000 followers, which is a decent amount, and so she gets a good amount of attention on her profile from men. Maria has a boyfriend who has not appeared in any pictures of hers on her Instagram. Maria also had her Snapchat username in her Instagram bio, something a lot of people do to allow their acquaintances and friends to add them on the app with ease. This can also open the door to unwanted contact, though. Although she didn't add everybody back who added her on Snap, she at one point had her privacy settings set to allow all people to send her messages and snaps, even people she didn't add back. So, somewhat often she'd receive messages and snaps from random guys, usually guys that followed her on Instagram. In her words, often older and creepy looking. But according to her, even younger guys managed to look creepy by taking weird angled selfies in dark rooms. Usually the snaps were pretty harmless like this, but one day she received a snap that would lead to her getting the police involved. Maria lives with her family, but often stays at her boyfriend's first floor apartment. This location is not known to anybody except for her close friends who know of her boyfriend, making it all the more disturbing when she received this snap. It was a picture taken through the window to her boyfriend's bedroom. At the time the photo was taken, it's hard to see it in the dark, but Maria was in the bed napping, and her boyfriend was in the living room watching football. There was no caption to the Snapchat, making it appear to be some kind of subtle threat. Maria didn't open the snap until much later in the night, while going through snaps she'd received from various people she didn't know. By this time, it was a couple hours after the snap had been sent. She panicked and screenshotted the snap and showed it to her boyfriend. From here, he replied to the account on her phone, asking who is this. Upon adding the person back, they saw the account had a pretty high snap score, which for those of you who may not know, a person's snap score represents how many times they have received or sent a snap. This account having a snap score in the 50,000 range meant it wasn't likely just a random spam account. The person replied, "John, LOL." Maria's boyfriend replied back, "We're calling the police," and John replied, "Okay, cool, let me know if you need help calling them." After this, the account blocked her, and the couple were left to wonder who this person was. A search through Maria's Instagram followers turned up multiple Johns, but with no last name on the account, it would simply be a guess as to who it could be.
Perfect.
That same night, as the couple was sleeping, a crash from the living room woke them up. As Maria's boyfriend had to check the source of the noise, he found it was the dining room window, which had been shattered, and on the floor was a house brick, presumed to have been taken from a house being renovated down the block. If the couple didn't have a case before, they definitely did now, and they called 911 to report the incident. Now that a police report had been made, police would subpoena Snapchat for information on this person's account in hopes to locate the person. The couple was assigned a detective to their case who was supposed to help in identifying the mystery person. However, as the days turned into weeks, little to no information was given. It did become apparent, however, that the Snapchat account had been either deleted or banned because it no longer came up under search results. Currently, Maria and her boyfriend have no idea who this person was, and any thought of it being a prank by a friend was out the window when their window was literally shattered by a brick. It can boil down to a stalker being jealous of her boyfriend, but this would also mean that Maria was followed to her boyfriend's house, and that the perpetrator would know where she lives as well. Luckily, with security cameras becoming more prevalent on houses, these kinds of crimes are becoming more difficult to get away with. But in cases like this, where there's an absence of any cameras, unfortunately people may still be able to pull these kinds of crimes off. 3 months later, and Maria and her boyfriend haven't seen any new activity at either of their homes. This next story comes from a college student named Tom from the University of Kentucky. Tom shares his location on the Snap Map feature, which if you've been around my channel for a while, you know how things can sometimes turn out with that. Tom lives in a house off campus with 4 friends in the downtown area by a bunch of bars. The squad of guys often walk to and from these bars at night on the weekends. The night in question was no exception. Tom was on his way home from a nearby college bar, about a 15-minute walk from the house. At some point while walking home, he was on a quiet residential street with woods on one side, and he heard someone walking behind him. He turned to see a man holding out something in front of him, walking about 10 meters behind him. He couldn't tell what he was holding, but he didn't stare for too long because he didn't want to draw negative attention to himself. He noted that something about the sight of the man seemed ominous, though. The man was behind Tom for a while, until he turned to the block with his house on it. At some point before making it back, the man was no longer behind him, at least not that he thought. It was only after he made it back inside the house that he got a notification that he received a snap from his friend Luke, one of his housemates, who was home at the time. Luke had lost his phone that night though, so receiving a snap from his Snapchat account meant that somebody had his phone. Tom called his housemates downstairs before opening the video. He also turned a screen recorder on to capture the snap, and this is what they saw.
Is this visual? Ah, I should fucking put BRB back on again.
The snap was a video of Tom walking down the street towards his house. It was the man he had seen walking behind him, and what he was holding out in front of him was apparently Luke's phone. They had the idea to check the location of Luke's phone on the Snap Map, since he had his location enabled, as did Tom. The location of his Bitmoji was last updated 9 minutes ago, and its location was right on top of their house. So the 3 guys who were currently home ran around the entire property with all the outside lights on to light up the area. They didn't find the man with the phone, but oddly enough, Luke's Bitmoji moved just a tad as it updated again, yet it was still on top of the house, meaning whoever had the phone had to be somewhere that they were overlooking. After a while, the guys thought to lock the phone using the Find My iPhone feature, and then have it play a sound. When they did this, they were confused to hear the beeping sound of the phone coming from inside the house, followed by stomping of someone's shoes and the front door slamming shut. Luke's beeping phone was still inside the house, but instead of going straight for that, the 3 guys ran outside to chase after whoever just ran out the front door. By the time they made it out onto the street, they had no idea which way the person went. They were out of sight and they could have been hiding anywhere. After checking the neighbors' yards, the guys went back inside to retrieve Luke's beeping phone, and Tom claims they found it right in the pantry closet, meaning the man was hiding in there for however long. At first, one could have maybe assumed that the person who had the phone was trying to return it, until it was discovered that that person was literally hiding in their house. Assuming all the details in the story are true, if I had to guess, the man who had stolen Luke's phone knew who he was somehow and was following Tom through his SnapMap Bitmoji location all the way up to their house. There are some missing details though, like how the phone was stolen, what the method of entry to the house was, and if Luke and the rest of the guys in the house had any sort of enemies or people out to get them. No police action was taken, apparently. In 2015, an Australian Redditor with username Skinna555 took 3 Snapchat videos of his parents' exotic birds and put them on a Snapchat story. What followed next was downright disturbing. Skinna and his girlfriend recently moved into his childhood home with his parents while their own house was being built. Skinna's parents owned 3 Australian parrots, and one night while he was home alone, he uploaded 3 Snapchat stories showing off the birds, since many people always asked about the birds.
Right, so the first one of my parents' little birds is this little guy.
Birds!
He is little Leo. He's a cockatiel. The second little bird of my parents is a rainbow lorikeet. His name is Oliver.
Oliver!
There he is.
Cuties!
And here I am.
This is gonna be
Good little
one
mate.
big ass fucking bathroom.
Puffin.
Puffin!
About 15 minutes after uploading the videos to his story, Skinna receives a text from one of his friends. And at the bottom of it, it says, "By the way, what was that in the window behind you in the last one?" So after seeing this text, he went to rewatch the clips a couple of times and opened them on his computer to get a larger and clearer view of the videos. In the last snap, it almost appears as if someone is at the door, looking in with their hands cupped against it. But it's hard to say for sure because of how briefly the door is in the frame. But whatever it was not in the first snap when that same door was in full frame. Skinna was home alone at the time, and to add to the mystery, that door led to the backyard.
Ah,
which was
shit, I
only
forgot about a
accessible through
door.
a single gate which had been locked. The theory that it might have been a reflection doesn't hold up, because the sliding glass door was half open, and all that stood between the figure and the inside of the room was the fly screen door, which would not have been able to cast any reflections. Whatever was at that door moved in the matter of seconds that passed between the first and third snap. When Skinna was a young child, around 10, he started to commonly experience sleep paralysis, which could get so intense that he'd find himself often not being able to breathe for short periods of time, and this led to a fear of sleeping for him. A couple years went by, and his sleep paralysis tendencies would worsen. During his episodes, he could not move, and felt like something that meant him harm was in the room with him. Around the age of 14, he started to hear and
Big-ass
see things like
bathroom.
thuds and creaks. However, he always had one recurring vision, a faceless person looking in his bedroom window with their hands cupped up to the glass, similar to this image caught in his snap story.
That
When he
shit.
moved out at age 18, he never had another episode. So for a few days after these snaps, nothing happens. But come Friday night, Skinna found himself home alone again. At around 10:15 p.m., while playing games on Steam with his friends, he starts to hear some relatively loud banging, loud enough that he could hear it even through his headset. It was coming from the screen door outside. He got up to film the sounds using his phone. The noises got louder and more frequent. Instead of outright opening the curtains and potentially finding himself face to face with someone on the other side, he walked through the kitchen into the laundry room to turn on the outside lights. Like I mentioned earlier, there's only one entry and exit to the backyard, the left side of the house through a locked gate. So with the back lights now on, he went over to a window that looks out to that one exit of the backyard. While waiting and expecting to see someone rushing out of the yard, a loud noise can be heard from outside on the opposite side of the house. He aims the camera at the window for a few moments, then turns on the kitchen lights, and seconds later stops recording. He kept all the lights on until his parents returned home. He uploaded the videos to Reddit, and people started to help in examining the videos. After a few Redditors enhanced the videos, a big mess in the corner was revealed in the dining room.
Ah, fuck that shit.
The figure begins to resemble a person. And to make it creepier, that figure is not there at the end of the video. Skinner called the police, and the video freaked even them out. They believed that a two-man team tried to rob his parents while they were away. Theoretically, when one would-be robber broke in and realized Skinner was home, the second one tried to make noise to lure him inside, and when it didn't work, he snuck out and escaped. Skinner doesn't entirely trust this theory, mainly because all the doors and windows were locked from the inside when they came in. So how exactly would these guys have gotten in? Years later, this just remains to be another internet mystery, and what actually went down, we may never know.
I gotta spin it all the way around. There we go. Hell yeah.
It was Christmas Eve night. We always hosted Christmas Eve at our house when I was a kid. My grandparents, uncles, and my cousins would always come.
The fuck?
This year I must have been like 12. My mom was making duck, as she always did on Christmas Eve. I was helping her cook and prepare this year because my dad actually had a really bad cold and was trying to not touch anything or stay too close to anyone. Our family slowly started showing up one by one. My Uncle Joe first with my cousins Chris and Valerie. They were the closest in age to me, so I've always been closest with them out of all my cousins. As soon as they got there, I got distracted from helping out my mom, because Chris brought over a video game for my PlayStation that I'd been wanting to play, Driver 2. We ran upstairs to my room to put the disc in and play, and Valerie came just to watch. But within a few minutes, my mom called my name up the stairs angrily, ruining the fun. I was hoping she'd just let me play, but she was already stressed from the amount of work that cooking and preparing for a big family is. So we had to resume playing the game later. We left it on pause, and all three of us went back downstairs.
What the fuck did I
Most
just
family
see?
had arrived already. I was juggling saying hi to everybody while helping set up the table and stuff. Within half an hour, the whole family was there, and dinner was almost ready. The table was already set, and half the family was already at the dinner table, including myself. Then I remember my mom yelling, "Ah, shit." She yelled for me to run to the basement to grab the stuffing, which she forgot to make. Our house didn't have an actual pantry closet, so my mom used the backside of the bar in the basement
that's
as
how
a
it always
pantry.
begins.
I went down to the basement to fetch the stuffing. I was behind the bar looking for the damn stuff, when I noticed a blanket covering something in the corner next to the two sofas. At first glance, I assumed it was a person, one of my cousins hiding, trying to scare me. As I walked a little closer, I could confirm it was a person based on the shape of what was underneath the blanket. I could see the person's head. I stood there waiting to see if they'd react to my not making noise. I was wondering how he or she would know when to jump out to scare me if they couldn't see me under that blanket. Suddenly the lights to the basement turned off, and I heard the basement door slam shut.
Oh, fuck
I yelled
that.
"Screw you" to whoever it was, Valerie or Chris. I knew it was one of them, not my older cousins. I was going to scare whoever was under the blanket. I had a feeling the two of them were trying to mess with me, but now the joke was on them. I was going to scare whoever was under that blanket. I tiptoed on the carpet to the corner of the room and yanked the blanket off whoever it was and started screaming to scare them. But instead of hearing one of my cousin's childish screams, I heard nothing. Then a very strong grip grabbed me. Whoever it was went for my neck as soon as they felt where it was in the dark. For a few seconds I thought it was Chris roughhousing me, and I was screaming at him to stop, but this felt like the grip of a grown man. I started to scream for my life with whatever air was able to escape my lungs. The door to the basement opened and the light turned on, revealing an old, dirty, disheveled-looking man. He let me go and ran to the basement door which led to the backyard, not the basement door that led to the upstairs. Half my family came rushing down. I was crying and screaming he went that way, pointing at the open backyard basement door. Two of my uncles ran outside to try to find him, while my mom and aunts came to my side to try to comfort me as I was crying. I was literally shook. My whole body was shaking and I felt ill.
Why can't I put
My
it
mother
on the
called the police to
bathtub?
report this. My uncles were out in the streets for like 20 minutes looking from house to house for the man. It made no sense because it didn't look like he would have been able to make it too far, which makes me think he was hiding somewhere in the backyard or a neighbor's yard. The officer said it sounded like some homeless squatter hiding from the cold, and that they'd gotten a number of these calls that month. That didn't make things sound any better after that allegedly homeless man had his hand around my neck. My cousins were trying to pull a prank on me, hence why they turned the light off and shut the door originally. But this was obviously not part of their plan. So my family learned a valuable lesson at my horrifying expense. Always keep every single entrance
Lol.
to your house locked at all times. It was Christmas Eve night. I was a little kid. My dad was briefly dating this woman named Sydney. My mom died when I was really young, so for most of my childhood, I didn't know what it was like having a motherly figure in the house. When my dad started seeing Sydney, she would spend the weekends at our house once in a while, and my siblings and I liked that. Sydney always seemed like a decent woman, but I was a little kid, and I was perhaps biased because I just liked having a woman in the house. It was Christmas Eve. Sydney was spending the weekend with us for Christmas. I don't think she had much family herself. We watched the movie Elf as a family, my brother, sister, dad, and Sydney. After the movie ended, my dad and Sydney went to bed. I stayed up with my brother a little later to watch the Polar Express. Around the time the movie ended, Sydney came downstairs to tell us that it's maybe time to go to sleep. I was young, but I was old enough to be suspicious about Santa Claus by now, and I had a feeling it was always my dad putting the gifts under the tree. I went to my room to play video games for a few hours. I snuck out of my room around 12 o'clock to see if the presents were under the tree yet. My bedroom was the only bedroom on the den level, so every other bedroom was
Alrighty.
upstairs.
Deliver.
The living room and tree were on the first level, a half flight of stairs above my bedroom. I snuck out of my room and
Zombie
tiptoed up the
muffins.
stairs. I peered into the living room, which was lit up by the Christmas tree. There were presents under there, and there was Sydney under the tree. At first I thought she was placing the gifts there, and I thought I was right all along, that Santa wasn't real. But I quickly realized she wasn't placing the gifts there. She
What a
was
sneeze.
shaking them, like trying to figure out what's inside of the boxes. She picked up one gift, which was in a gift bag, started digging through it, and pulled out something that looked like it was for my sister, like makeup. She analyzed it and put it back in the bag. I didn't know what she was doing, but I kept watching. I saw her walk to the kitchen and go to the ledge where my dad keeps his wallet. What I saw next, I couldn't believe. She went through my dad's wallet and took out a few bills and put it in the pocket of her pajama pants. I kept watching as she went into the cabinet above the ledge, the medicine cabinet. She took out what looked to be one of my dad's prescription medication bottles, and she started analyzing it. She opened it, sniffed it, and then looked to her left, right at me. It was as if she was about to do something very bad and was checking that the coast was clear first, and she saw me right away. Her eyes widened, and she put the bottle back in the cabinet. I hurried down the stairs back to my room and crawled into bed, with my little kid mind thinking I somehow could still pretend to be asleep. Seconds later, the door creaked open and then shut. I didn't look, but I didn't know if she entered the room or not. A few minutes passed, and I finally felt it was safe to check if she was gone. I looked up, and Sydney was standing right over my bed. I gasped and almost screamed. She looked down at me. All I could see was the silhouette of her figure, making the sight of her even creepier. She said she saw me watching her, and said in this angry whisper that she wasn't doing anything wrong. She just wanted to make sure my dad was taking his medication. I replied okay, and she said Merry Christmas and left the room. The next day, after we opened gifts, my dad came into the living room angrily and said, "Who took $60 out of my wallet?" I looked at Sydney right away, who glanced back at me as if she knew that I knew. At that moment, I didn't tell my dad what I saw. But later that day, when my dad was still angry at my siblings and I thinking one of us did it, I told him the truth of what I saw. My dad didn't believe me at first, but when I told him that she was going through his medication too, he started to believe me because why would I lie about that? Later that night, this created for a rather loud conversation between the two of them. But shockingly, my dad didn't ask Sydney to leave. She didn't admit to stealing his money, and I think my dad simply didn't know what to do. That night, I had my bedroom door locked, which my dad always told us to never do, but I just felt safer with it locked that night, and thank God I did lock it, because around the same time as the night before, I heard the doorknob to my bedroom door jiggle a few times. It was undoubtedly her, which the next day I confirmed when I asked my dad if it was him, and he said no. After she left that night, I begged and pleaded my dad to not have her over anymore because she scared me, and it looked like she was going to do something to his medication. I'm grateful my dad listened to me because he stopped seeing Sydney shortly after that. I wonder what she was actually going to do to his medication if she didn't notice me watching her.
I think I'm done with this game for today.
Christmas
How do I
night of
save
2021.
again?
It was a Saturday night. I went up to Vermont to be with my family for the holiday and stay with them for the weekend. I was staying there from Saturday, Christmas Day, to Monday. For Christmas Eve, I went with my girlfriend to her family's gathering. For actual Christmas, I'd be with mine. She didn't come with me, though. Our Christmas gathering wasn't huge, since our family's so spread out over the East Coast. It was my parents, my older brother, his girlfriend, my aunt and uncle, and myself. The house is big enough to accommodate all of us. We all did our family tradition of watching a movie together after dinner with the fireplace going. This year we watched Bad Santa, one of my dad's favorite Christmas movies. After the movie, we had pumpkin pie and ice cream, and afterwards played cards. Around 11, everyone started to get situated wherever they were sleeping. My brother and his girlfriend took one of the 2 spare bedrooms, and my aunt and uncle took the second. There was a nice pull-out couch in the living room that I'd be sleeping on, which I did not mind. I liked being able to sleep by the fireplace and tree. It was very cozy. I had the TV on as I was nodding off. When I felt that I was about to fall asleep, I turned off the TV and Christmas tree lights. The fire was breathing its last breaths, and the room was just about pitch black.
Damn, that went up.
My memory faded into a dream actually about Christmas and my family. Only in my dream, we weren't at my parents' house, we were at my uncle's house, and more of my family members were there, like my cousin Jackie and my aunt Melissa. It wasn't a very exciting or unusual dream. We were at the dinner table, when suddenly all of my family members in my dream stopped talking, turned and looked at me, and my aunt Melissa said in a very serious voice, "There's someone in the house, wake up." I actually woke up after this, and my heart was already racing for some reason. The way my dream ended genuinely disturbed me. I sat up and looked around the dark room, actually feeling uncomfortable. The super high ceiling of the living room made me feel even more exposed. I heard a creak in the floor where the kitchen and living room meets. I looked in that direction. The fire was completely out now. There was no light in the room. Yet I thought I could see a person standing right where the kitchen starts. I said, "Is someone there?" expecting one of my family members to answer back. They didn't. The silhouette-looking shadow in the doorway of the kitchen was still there, though. I sat up just a little more to look closer at the doorway. The silhouette then started moving. It was a person. "Who is that?" I said louder. Whoever it was went towards the back door, and I heard the back door close. I started screaming for my family to wake up, and everyone came out of their rooms. Everyone. So what I had just seen was none of my family members. So my dad, brother, uncle, and I threw on our shoes and coats and ran out into the cold, looking around. We found a set of footprints in the snow leading into the woods. Mind you, it was like 2 in the morning, and the neighboring houses aren't exactly on top of each other, so none of us were exactly eager to go into the woods following some unknown person's footsteps.
Fuck that shit. That's how you go
called the
missing.
police. While we waited for them, my brother and I stood in the backyard watching the woods. The creepy pitch black woods where someone was hiding, potentially looking back at us without our knowledge. Everyone else was inside, looking to see if anything was stolen, and surprisingly, nothing of serious value was missing. But also, it's not like my parents had jewelry or money just sitting out in the open on the first floor. The police officers who came followed the footprints into the woods as far as they could until the trail seemed to disappear or just became impossible to follow. They had not gotten any other calls regarding break-ins that night, at least not to that point. But the next day, nothing was on the news about any break-ins either. So it may have just been a one-off fluke thing where my parents' house happened to be the target of someone trying to steal valuables, like expensive Christmas presents potentially. I'll tell you one thing though, I had a rough time falling asleep that following night in that living room again. The image of that person in the doorway to the kitchen still haunts me.
We gotta change her. She is always late. Okay.
I've worked as a nurse in multiple hospitals and facilities. Before the current hospital I work at, I worked at a geriatric hospital 30 minutes from my house. I had experience working with older patients before, so this was nothing new to me. I had been working at this hospital for only a couple of weeks, and you'll soon understand why. This was on my second to last shift at this hospital, unbeknownst to me at the start of that night. I was working the graveyard shift, and I was running on negative hours of sleep. I was assigned to the Alzheimer's ward. The patients in this ward absolutely adored me. My presence as a young girl in her 20s among the residents of this ward who were otherwise left to themselves to float around in their minds, I'm sure saw me as a breath of fresh air. Someone who could tie them to the now or to the everyday. If you're just left to yourself, you can mentally go to other places, but with someone else in your space, you're tied to that moment in time. I was dealing with a number of patients that night, but one was a little more restless than the others. Her name was Lena. This was my first night dealing with her, and she kept telling me anytime I'd enter her room about the voices she kept hearing and the man dressed in black she kept seeing in the corner of the room. The other lady in her room requested her curtain be closed before my shift started so that Lena would leave her alone. She was a sweet lady that smiled whenever I was around her, but she didn't say much and was very forgetful. Since I started my shift around 9 p.m., most of the patients were asleep by 11, but not Lena. Whenever she called me into the room, she'd be frightened of these alleged voices she was hearing, and the man in black that kept staring at her in the corner of the room. Not gonna lie, it was creeping me out a little. I believed that in her mind she was seeing and hearing these things, and I sympathized with her because I imagined them to be very scary. But still, I tried my best to calm her down and get her to go to sleep. I didn't want to turn on the TV to calm her down because I wanted to be courteous of the other patient in the room. I held Lena's hands and told her it's okay, to breathe and to relax. I reminded her that she wasn't here alone, and I was always just a call away. This seemed to do the trick. Lena relaxed for a while, and the next time I came in the room, she was asleep. Once most, if not all, of the patients are asleep, the night goes much slower. Time almost moves in reverse. An hour or two later, I was in the linen room stocking my cart when I heard something in the room. It was a relatively small, dead quiet room. I had the door closed too. That's why hearing another noise was weird. I turned, saw nothing, and resumed stocking my cart. Then, I felt what I can only describe to be a hand on my shoulder. I looked at my shoulder, jumped, and screamed, but there was nothing on my shoulder. There was no one in the room. Yet, I knew I felt something large basically grab my shoulder. I went out in the hall for a second to peek my head. No other nurses in sight. Dead quiet. I had nothing else to do but resume what I was doing. I continued stocking the cart until it was full. Then I turned to face the door, and I fell to the floor and started screaming as my heart was immediately in my throat. There was a man dressed in black standing outside the door, looking through the glass, smiling. My screams were loud enough to wake the entire ward. The man disappeared out of sight through the glass window of the door. Seconds later, the door opened and one of my fellow nurses came in to help me off the floor as I was hysterical. I asked her if she saw the man dressed in black. Her response was, "What man? There's no one else here." We checked all the rooms in the ward. There wasn't anybody dressed in black in there. My screams woke Lena from whatever light sleep she must have been in, and when I came into her room, she started talking of the voices. This time the screams, which she didn't know were my screams. I asked her what this man in black looked like, if he was smiling, and she looked at me, and I noticed her eyebrows point down as her expression changed to look the most focused I'd seen her the entire day. She asked, "How did you know?" And even with my heart still racing, I felt it skip a beat as she said this. She started screaming now, screaming, "Get me out of here, he's coming." The other nurses came in and tried to calm her down. I was switched to a different ward that night with someone else, and I eventually ended up going home early because I was just so freaked out. I texted the head nurse the next day that my next shift would be my last, that the experience traumatized me, and that I didn't really want to be in that building anymore. I got as friendly of a response as I could have hoped for. I've never been diagnosed with anything, nor have I ever dealt with hallucinations of any kind. I'm aware of the effects of lack of sleep, but this was next level. I don't know if my mind started playing tricks on me from what Lena was telling me all night, but the feeling of the hand on my shoulder, the image of the smiling man behind the glass door, matching the description a patient kept giving multiple times. This was one of those once-in-a-lifetime, unexplainable supernatural occurrences. At least, I hope it was once in a lifetime. Before the next story, I want to thank Guardio for sponsoring this video. Stories like the ones you hear on this channel are
None of those allowed. Are those level? I don't think so.
3 years ago, I
it's
contracted bacterial meningitis. I live in South Florida. I don't believe there was an outbreak going on or anything. So I'm not sure how I caught it or who I could have caught it from.
As well.
I started developing really bad symptoms. Painful headaches, confusion, sleepiness, nausea, and lack of appetite.
Still got a lot of money
But when the
left.
hallucinations started, that's when I knew I had something really serious. Laying sick in bed while my husband was at work, I heard a child's voice call Mom from downstairs. We don't have any kids. I dragged myself out of bed to look down the stairway to call my husband's name. Of course, he didn't answer because he was at work. The headache I had from standing was too much, so I went back to bed. For a second time, I heard a voice call from downstairs. It said hello.
Hello.
I picked up the phone and called my husband, freaking out to him into the phone that I was hearing a scary child's voice from inside the house, and that I thought I was hallucinating. He heard how distressed I was over the phone, and so he left work early to bring me to the hospital. While waiting for him to get home, I changed out of my pajamas, and while doing so, I had to run to the bathroom to throw up. As I was mid-throwing up, I heard another voice from outside of the bathroom. I couldn't hear what it might have said, nor could I tell if it sounded the same as the other voice I heard. I was losing my mind. I wasn't diagnosed until I arrived at the hospital, and apparently, if untreated, what I had could be very serious, even fatal. The doctor told me the hallucinations part was rather unusual, but not unheard of. I was given antibiotics through a needle shortly after I arrived at the hospital with my husband. The doctor told me that I was fortunate to have come to the hospital so quickly, as if I had waited much longer, this could have had lasting effects or possibly have been fatal. My husband stayed with me for a few hours in the room. I was told I was going to have to stay there for a few days to a week, given the severity of my symptoms. Around 10 o'clock, my husband left to go home, as he had work the next day. The nurse told me call her if I should have any issues. Though I still felt like absolute death, I nodded off pretty quickly. I started having this dream where my ex-husband was in the room, over my bed, looking down at me, talking. He was saying horrible things about my current husband. He patted my head and said he was glad I was okay, and that he came as soon as he saw my husband left. He went into this rant about how he despises my current husband and wants to kill him. He kept rubbing my forehead, then left the room. I often have bad dreams about my ex-husband because of how toxic and abusive our marriage was, and why it ended, which I'd rather not include. I woke up in this drowsy, lightheaded state and looked around the room. There was a chair pulled up in front of my hospital bed, but no one was sitting in it. It wasn't like that when my husband left. It was still the middle of the night, so I went back to sleep. I woke up the next morning to the nurse in the room. I told her about the weirdly vivid dream I had, and she laughed and told me that wasn't a dream, that my cousin came to visit me last night. I told her I don't have any cousins that live in this state. She looked more serious now and said, "Well, someone who said they're your cousin David visited you late last night." David was the name of my ex-husband. After explaining better, the nurse got a doctor, and the doctor told me the antibiotics may have caused delirium, which hindered my ability to recognize sleep from wakefulness, hence why I was so vividly hearing what David was saying. I called my husband to tell him what happened, and of course he was livid and concerned. He came back again that night after work. But that day, I texted David, asking what the hell he was thinking visiting me, and how did he know I was in the hospital. My text delivered, but he ignored it. I sent a follow-up, telling him I heard all of his threats towards my husband and that I'd be getting police involved. And minutes later, he responded saying, "I never made any threats towards your husband. I was simply there when I heard what happened to make sure you were okay. You must have heard things in your sleep." I responded, "Stay out of my life or I'll get police involved again." He didn't respond after this. I never told my husband about the threats I heard in my drowsy half-asleep state, because I didn't know if they were real or not. With a mix of the antibiotics and my already having weird audible hallucinations the day before, I don't think it's impossible that what I heard wasn't actually what was said.
That's pretty
But
small.
I could be wrong.
And a lot.
I left the hospital the next week.
I think this is the room that I did. I would like to see inside it.
I once matched this girl that I'm still friends with on Tinder, named Francesca. She seemed cool right from the bat. She had a sleeve of tattoos on her left arm, red highlights in her hair, and she had in her
Nice.
profile that she loved to work out. One of her pictures was taken on the rooftop of this cool-looking building with a sick view. I asked her where it was, and she told me it was some abandoned hospital on the edge of town that's super cool to explore at night. It's super easy to get into. There's usually one cop patrolling the huge parking lot at night to deter trespassers. And she said it was super easy to circumvent. She came up with the idea of us going there together as our first date of sorts, if you want to use the word date. I was totally on board with it. She seemed cool, and it seemed like a cool, different kind of way to meet someone as opposed to the usual let's get drinks. I picked her up from her house 10 minutes away. Then we drove the 20 minutes to get to the hospital. Those 20 minutes gave us a nice chance to get to know each other a bit and get comfortable with each other's personalities for a little. When we got to the hospital, she told me to park on this dead-end street hidden by a bunch of tall bushes, which was a 5-minute walk to the inside of the hospital. We hopped this little barrier separating the road from the hospital parking lot, and then we jogged across the wide open lot towards the grass right next to the entrance she said she always used. She led us to this broken window to the basement of the hospital. It seemed kind of creepy, but I signed up for this. I was glad I wore raggy jeans like she told me to, because I knew I was going to rip them on something. We used our phone flashlights. We didn't bring any special heavy-duty lights or anything. She seemed to know this whole hospital like the back of her hand. She led us to the stairway to the upstairs. I gotta say, being alone with one other person in a place like this at night was very scary. And I had no idea how scary it was about to get. On the first floor, Francesca kept talking so loud that I almost wanted to tell her to shh. I was paranoid we'd be found out because of her voice. Down the corridor we were in, it sounded like a door was opening or closing. Something echoed down the corridor to us. She heard it too and went silent. I asked her in a whisper, is it normal for others to be here? She said sometimes, but not really. We turned off our flashlights and waited. Suddenly there was a bang, much closer to us now. We both scrambled in the dark. I followed her, barely able to see. We made it back to the stairway and ran up the stairs with our lights back on. When we were a couple levels higher, we felt it was okay to speak at a normal volume again.
Oh my goodness!
Francesca told me the police never come in here, so it may have been other explorers. But the weird thing was there was no sign of another light in that corridor. Nobody normal would be walking in the dark. Then we heard sounds echoing from the exit stair shaft, where we just were. Someone was coming up the stairs. Once again, we scrambled. She led the way, saying she knew where to go. We ran for a few minutes through this maze of a building. I was truly freaking out. It seemed like we were being followed, and I wasn't sure if I would rather have it been the cops or someone else. She led us to this mini outside spot. We weren't on the highest rooftop, but I guess we were on what you'd call the rooftop of this level. We stopped to catch our breath. The whole being followed thing was killing the vibe completely. Even she seemed concerned, and I looked her as the expert with this place. After a few minutes, we relaxed a bit and went through this broken window into the ceiling of this one large room. This part was scary because she wanted to walk along these long, narrow wooden planks with a 10-foot drop below us. A fall from this height would cause injury, but I didn't want to seem like a pussy. I followed her across this sketchy long wooden board until we got to the top of this pillar where one board stopped and another one started. We sat on this pillar to just chill and talk, with our legs dangling over the edge overlooking the darkness below. It was creepy in there, and I thought we were all alone, until there was a sound from below us. It sounded like someone walking. Our presence was already made known to whoever was in there, so we turned on our flashlights and aimed them down below. And right below us, standing at the pillar, looking up at us, there was this 40-something-year-old man in a black Carhartt beanie, wearing a black jacket and black sweatpants. He smiled at us and said in this creepy deep voice, "Come on down," as he was waving us to come down. I asked, "Are you police?" He disregarded my question as if he didn't hear me and repeated, "Come on down," with his creepy smile. Francesca and I got up scared and started walking back across the narrow piece of wood. I was even more scared of falling now than before. I had no idea what that man would do to us. As we were about halfway across, the man hurried out of the room below us through a door. He was most definitely going to try to catch us. We had to hurry. We made it across and tried to get out of there, knowing that man was dangerous. As we were running down the stairs in the shaft on the opposite side of the hospital, we heard the door a few flights above us open and slam shut, and then footsteps stomping down the steps. He somehow had followed us. We were hauling ass as if we were running for our lives. We made it back to the first floor, and we ran back to the opposite side of the hospital where we entered from. We went back to the basement and climbed through the broken window. The whole process of climbing through that window was haunting, because I went out second, and I was afraid my legs would be grabbed at any moment. But I think by that point we lost the man. We ran back across the parking lot back to my car, and when we made it, first thing we did was lock the doors and catch our breath again. That was a complete nightmare, and somehow, us getting through it together created a sort of instant bond between us. We drove away from there and stopped at a Wendy's to get food and just collect our thoughts in the car. We chilled for an hour just talking, and then I dropped her off. Francesca and I have stayed in contact through the years, and while we were romantically involved for a few months, we ended up just staying good friends. Neither of us ever returned to that hospital again. There are countless Christmas horror movies focused on killer Santas, but maybe not so surprisingly, there have been some real-life killer Santas out there. And in this video, I'm going to tell you about the disturbing stories of a couple of them. Just a heads up, this video may not be holly jolly, and there are some darker themes. Joseph and Alice Ortega loved Christmas. It was their favorite time of year to spend with their family. Their two oldest sons, James and Charles, and their daughters Letitia, Alicia, and Sylvia. On Christmas Eve of 2008, the Ortega family invited all 5 of their adult children and their families to their home in Covina, California, a middle to upper middle class, low crime community about 20 miles east of Los Angeles. The family was in the middle of a Christmas Eve poker game when the doorbell rang, and what unfolded next was unimaginable. Shortly after the doorbell sounded, police received 911 calls from the Ortega's neighbor. The caller cried into the phone that someone was burning down the Ortega's house. That someone was Bruce Jeffrey Pardo, dressed in a Santa Claus suit. The fire department was dispatched to the Ortega house, but the calls kept coming in. Some even reported that they heard shooting coming from the house, and when the police arrived at the scene, it was a total nightmare. The only surviving Ortega family members police could locate was Letitia, her husband, and their 8-year-old daughter, who managed to escape the house and make it to a neighbor's house.
Who's in your house? Ma'am, is the guy in your house right now? We're having 2 houses down on the cookie section. Okay. Ma'am, hold on. Is he at your house? Yes, he's got the shooting. What do you think his name is, Bruce? His name is Bruce Pardo. Okay, and who is he to you guys? Who is he to you? He's my ex-brother-in-law. They're going through a divorce right now. Okay. With my sister. Hold on 1 second, okay? I don't know.
To the other side?
I know, ma'am. Just stay on the phone with me, okay? My whole family, there's 30 people, 25 people. I know. It's okay, the officers are there. They're trying to get to you guys, okay?
Letitia's daughter, however, had been shot, so the family had already made their way to the hospital. What happened was Sylvia Ortega Pardo, Bruce Pardo's soon-to-be ex-wife, had finalized their divorce the week prior to the attack. This apparently caused Bruce to snap in the worst way imaginable, and this was his way of getting revenge. Bruce had arrived at the Ortega home in a Santa costume with a gift-wrapped package containing a rolling air compressor converted to deliver gasoline from it, and at least 4 9mm semi-automatic handguns. His 8-year-old niece Katrina, the daughter of Letitia, ran to answer the door in excitement to be greeted with the Santa, only to be shot in the face. Luckily, she survived. Bruce then started firing indiscriminately at fleeing partygoers. After he ran out of bullets, Bruce pulled out his homemade flamethrower to spray 18 gallons of gasoline into the house, causing it to burn down. In the middle of investigating the aftermath of this chaotic scene, police received a tip from a neighbor. She and her husband had seen a car leaving the cul-de-sac at around 11:45 p.m. Police started searching the Ortega's scorched home. They found bodies burned beyond recognition, which were later identified as missing Ortega family members. A total of 9 people were murdered. While police were busy investigating this massacre, they received a call from Bruce's brother, Brad Pardo, who returned home from a Christmas party to find his brother laying dead in a pool of blood. Bruce had taken his own life. On Christmas Day, police interviewed Letitia, who said that despite the Santa Claus costume, beard, and hat, she could identify the shooter to be her sister's ex-husband, Bruce Pardo. Investigators then went back to Brad's house, where Bruce was found dead, and searched his car, which ended up being the same car the Ortega's neighbors had described seeing on their street after the murders. Inside the vehicle, police found a Santa suit and thousands of rounds of ammunition. The car had also been booby-trapped to explode once the Santa suit was removed, and though the vehicle exploded, no one was injured. The autopsy of Bruce revealed third-degree burns on his hands and arms, and part of the Santa suit had melted onto his body. Police also found $17,000 in cash cling-wrapped on his legs inside a girdle. Police believed he didn't initially plan to kill himself. Around the same time, a man reported a suspicious car parked in front of his Pasadena home. Police ran the plates and found the car had been rented by Bruce. Though the car wasn't rigged, it was packed with supplies including a computer, clothes, water, food, and maps of the US and Mexico. Police believe Bruce had been planning on escaping to Mexico after his killing spree, and this was his getaway vehicle. The vehicle was also parked about 500 feet from the house of Scott Nord, Sylvia's divorce attorney. This was definitely not a coincidence, and Bruce was likely planning on also murdering Scott, because in June of that year, Bruce was ordered to pay $1,800 a month in spousal support. The divorce clearly took over Bruce's life, and he began to plot ways to get back at Sylvia, and instead of just killing her, he decided that he was going to destroy everything and everyone that she loved. The most likely explanation for Bruce's suicide would be his unexpected injuries. He didn't realize there was an open flame somewhere in the house, likely a candle, and when he was spraying gasoline, this led to an explosion that left him horrifically burned. Instead of driving to kill Sylvia's attorney and then escaping to Mexico like he most likely originally planned, Bruce instead went to his brother's, where he killed himself because of how badly he was burned. Katrina Yusupolsky is alive and well today, and fortunately, she hasn't let the horrific experience overtake her, and she's currently living her life to the fullest. But unfortunately, Bruce Pardo was not the only story of a killer Santa named Bruce. Bruce MacArthur was known as an outwardly jovial man who was the perfect Santa due to his ample white hair and beard, and so that's what he did as his second job. He was a Santa at Toronto's Agincourt Mall until as recently as 2016. Bruce was at the time 68 years old, and when he wasn't working as a mall Santa, he was working as a successful landscaper, trusted by his many clients to turn their yards into lush gardens. The sick thing is, Bruce's jolly personality he conveyed was just a front. The parents happily watching their kids on his knee, and his clients admiring their new lawns had no idea what Bruce actually was, a necrophile and a serial killer. Little did one of his clients know, he was turning their lush new garden into a graveyard. Between September 2010 and June 2017, Bruce murdered at least 8 men. His targets were usually vulnerable, having been poor, lonely, or new immigrants. All of Bruce's victims had arrived to what they thought was a safe country to explore their sexuality. Bruce's seemingly welcoming and friendly nature led his victims to thinking he was a friend and to trusting him. Then he would kill them. Bruce was described by colleagues and coworkers to be a great guy who always had a smile on his face. For 30 years, he was seemingly happily married to his wife Janice, who he had 2 children with and lived in a house in Oshawa with, a middle-class town very close to downtown Toronto. In the late 90s, however, Bruce came out of the closet, probably to the shock of his wife, and not long after suggesting that the two have an open relationship, he left his family and moved to Toronto, but he remained on speaking terms with his family. Bruce became a regular in gay neighborhoods and wanted to be part of the LGBT community, but pretty soon that community didn't want him to be a part of it, as he quickly earned himself a reputation of being trouble. In 2003, when in his late 50s, Bruce received his first criminal conviction for the assault of a man with an iron pipe in the man's home 2 years prior. Bruce turned himself into the police, and throughout the case, he maintained that he blacked out before the assault and didn't know why he did it. In January of 2003, Bruce pleaded guilty to 1 count of assault causing bodily harm and assault with a weapon, but thanks to his lawyers, Bruce didn't serve prison time. Rather, he was ordered to attend counseling for anger management and provide a DNA sample to police. A few months later, Bruce had his record suspended, so nobody would ever know that he'd been arrested at all. Bruce's landscaping business was busy enough to occasionally hire casuals, until one of those hires disappeared, Mahid Kayhan. Bruce admitted to police to knowing Mahid. He told police that Mahid had worked for him doing landscaping for a month, and the two men had a sexual relationship that Bruce claimed he broke off. Bruce was not a suspect at the time of the interview. He was treated as a witness in the missing persons cases. Bruce's approach to murder was usually the same: strangulation using a rope and metal bar. When his victims were dead, he'd pose their bodies and photograph them, sometimes in his apartment and sometimes in his red Dodge Caravan. One victim was posed wearing a fur coat and with a cigar in his mouth. Some had their beards and heads shaved, others had their eyes closed. Then he would take close-up photos of their genitalia. Bruce stored these dead body photo shoots in digital files on his computer. He then dismembered his victims, distributing their body parts in one client's garden, putting to use his knowledge and skill in gardening. In June of 2016, Bruce ended up in a police station after a guy he was having sexual relations with reported him for almost choking him to death while they were in the back of his van. The man managed to escape and report Bruce to the police. And for the second time, Bruce turned himself into the police.
What do you mean you don't like the wall thing? You literally gave me that as a choice! I don't know what we're listening to right now.
The man who reported Bruce claimed they were hooking up in the back of his van when Bruce started choking him violently. The man claims he barely managed to escape. But when Bruce was being questioned by police, he played it off that he was asked by the man to choke him. He liked it rough.
And right now, you're under arrest. You were placed under arrest this evening for the offense of assault, okay? You've been brought here 232 Division for the purposes of being investigated for that offense, okay? So, an allegation has been made against you, and this officer in just a moment is going to let you know exactly what that allegation is.
So the allegations are that around 6:30 p.m. this evening, you met up with at the intersection of Bathurst and Finch. During the course of your involvement with him, there was an allegation made of assault, which choking was an allegation made. And that's basically why you're under arrest today, for that assault.
Okay. So, sir, if you would like to provide us with your account of what occurred earlier this evening.
Well, we talked about going for dinner, and he said he needed to take a shower, so I said I'd meet him at the Tim Hortons at Finch and Bathurst. And so he arrived, and we were going to have sex. And he suggested doing it in the back of his truck, since it hadn't been used yet. It was a brand new truck. I said, there's more room in the back of my van. So we went to my van.
Oh,
so then I thought, okay, he likes it rough. So I put my hand to his throat, and just for a few seconds, because before that he's very strong, he just completely turned around and grabbed me by the throat. He said, now I'm going to show you what I'm going to do to you. And he had me by the throat to the point that I couldn't breathe. So I put my hands like up in the air, like surrender, because I couldn't talk. And that's when he finally let go. And then he jumped out of the car. He said, I don't want to see you again.
Has anything like this ever happened before? Where
That doesn't make any sense.
Not like that. No, not that quickly, or not, just like that.
Okay. Things have never gotten violent.
No.
Okay.
I thought he liked it rough.
The police believed Bruce's story, and the case was dropped. On June 26, 2017, Andrew Kinsman disappeared, and this was the start of Bruce's downfall. Andrew was different from Bruce's other victims. Andrew was well known and liked among Toronto's church and gay community, and he was the caretaker of his apartment building in Cabbagetown. His disappearance following Toronto's Gay Pride Parade was quickly noticed, and within days, posters of his face were seen all over town. Andrew had become the latest addition to the disturbing disappearances of gay men that had been plaguing the community for years. Andrew's friends and colleagues knew he was interested in true crime and serial killers. A colleague noted that he had an occasional hookup with a man very into the psychology of serial killers and how they functioned. When police searched Andrew's apartment, They found computer files on the serial killer and necrophile Dennis Nilsen, otherwise known as the Kindly Killer. Dennis Nilsen's methods of murder were eerily similar to those of Bruce. They also found a documentary on U.S. serial killer John Wayne Gacy and 10 pictures of Bruce taken on September 11, 2010, using Andrew's camera. The name Bruce was also scribbled on Andrew's calendar, eerily coincidentally for the day he disappeared. It's possible Andrew suspected Bruce was a killer and was doing his own investigation. Police discovered CCTV footage showing Andrew getting into Bruce's red 2004 Dodge Caravan. They finally had a suspect. In September of 2017, while Bruce was under surveillance, police took a coffee cup he discarded in the trash to obtain a sample of his DNA. 2 months later, Bruce dumped his caravan at a scrapyard, which was seized by the police and forensically examined. They found blood and semen connecting multiple victims to Bruce, including Andrew Kinsman and another victim, Salim Essen. This evidence allowed police to obtain a warrant to enter Bruce's home covertly without him being there. Forensic experts discovered photographs of Andrew and Salim on his computer, taken after both men were dead. The timing of this discovery was impeccable, because Bruce was likely about to commit another murder. The next day, police witnessed a younger man arrive at Bruce's apartment building in Toronto. The man was likely to be Bruce's next victim. They raided Bruce's apartment, finding the man who entered his apartment naked and handcuffed to the bed with a black bag over his head. None of this was done with his consent, and he was screaming for help. Bruce was arrested and charged with the murders of Andrew and Salim. A deeper search of his apartment revealed files on each of his 8 victims, and souvenirs from each of his crimes. They included ropes and a metal bar used in the strangulations, jewelry from multiple victims, and a notebook from Salim. They also found a file he'd already prepared for the man they'd saved, confirming that he was close to having the same fate as the other 8 known victims. Police checked 75 properties that Bruce had worked on, and at one client's property in Leaside, they found body parts from the 8 victims in large planter boxes and an adjacent ravine. Karen Fraser, the homeowner, was shocked and stated that Bruce was the best friend, neighbor, relative anyone could want, a similar description many others used for him in the past. But one major question still stands. Were there only 8 victims? Bruce entered a guilty plea early in court proceedings, but showed no sign of remorse. He was given a life sentence on each murder charge. Between 1975 and 1978, 14 men from Toronto's gay community were murdered. The method of killings varied, including beating, strangulation, and stabbing. Police solved around half of the cases, but the rest remain cold cases. It seemed likely that Bruce was somehow linked to these other murders. For a seemingly jolly mall Santa to be capable of such atrocities makes you realize you never really know what kind of person somebody actually can be behind closed doors.
Posh. What was it? It was basic and zen. Okay. Let's do basic then.
What you're about to see is the discovery made by the YouTuber Connor Kelly in the McCoy Mine in Lander County, Nevada. The McCoy Mine is a silver and gold mine at the elevation of 5,400 feet.
Is this a...
Connor arrives...
Yeah, this is a look at one. Damn, that's all the ones we've done so far, actually. Ah, I see more. Alright, we're up to back to... 2022? Anyways.
In late October, my girlfriend Stacy and I took a road trip to Stowe, Vermont. We rented a cabin on the website Glamming Hub, only about a 20-minute ride from the village. It was on a nice hilltop with a view of the fall foliage, which was just the reason why we took this trip. We had the rental from Thursday night to Sunday. The cabin had a code lock system. The owner sent me the combination before we arrived, and it worked seamlessly. Stepping in, we looked around the place, and it was nice and cozy. Literally everything was made of wood, and it had this very old-fashioned country feel. It even had this distinct smell that just reminded us of, well, I guess a country log cabin. There was a bathroom, a small kitchen, 3 bedrooms, and a living room. It was plenty of space for the 2 of us. There were 2 TVs, one in the master bedroom and one in the living room. There was this other door that was locked though, which we presumed led to the 3rd bedroom that was listed on the ad. Though we didn't know why it would be locked, it wasn't a big deal at all, and we presumed the owner had some personal stuff in there. Plus, he knew it would only be us two. We put most of our luggage in the second bedroom so that we could leave the master bedroom nice and neat. Since we arrived pretty late on Thursday, we went straight out to dinner in town. Then we walked around the village for a little bit before returning to the cabin. By then it was late, so we called it a night after a movie. The next day was a cloudy, chilly one. We went out to hike along some dirt trails in the woods near the cabin, which was very peaceful. Upon returning to the cabin, I showered and changed out of my hiking attire and into more appropriate attire for hitting a nice
I
restaurant.
forgot the mirror.
When I got out from the shower, Stacy told me she heard something in the bedroom with a locked door. She said it sounded like a radio or recording. I went up to the door and put my ear up on it to try and listen, but it was silent on the other side. I knocked on the door to the dismay of Stacy. She told me to stop because the idea of me knocking on the door trying to see if someone was in there freaked her out. To be honest, I slightly did it for that reason, just to tease her. While Stacy was in the shower, I was sitting in the living room watching whatever I could find on the TV. That's when I thought, just barely, I heard the slightest sound from inside that room. I muted the TV and went to put my ear over the door again. I did hear this slight speaking noise, like it could be from a radio. I messaged and then called the host and told him about it. He said he wasn't sure why his wife would have locked the door, but that she may have left some of her stuff in there. He said as for the speaker noise, he'd have to ask his wife. Stacy and I went out for lunch after her shower. I didn't tell her about hearing the noise as well because I didn't want to creep her out, and it was obvious to me the guy's wife just left an electronic device in there or something. We went to this restaurant on Main Street in town called Harrison's. After that, we just took a drive around the area, then stopped at a park and relaxed for a bit. That's when the host called me and said that his wife told him she didn't lock anything in there, so he's not sure why that is or what we could be hearing. He offered to come by and unlock the door and check it out, to which I said sure. So with that, we headed back to the house. It was about a 20-minute drive back.
Something wrong with the bathroom
When we got
sink?
back, Stacy let herself in and collapsed on the couch, tired from, I guess, eating and walking around. I listened into the room again, and I still heard the same sounds from before. I said, hang on, I'll be right back to Stacy, as I walked outside. I didn't know why I didn't think of doing this sooner. I went to the window to the bedroom with the locked door. There were no curtains or anything blocking the view
I know
inside.
there's a Zen one in here.
As I stood on my tiptoes to look into the room, I was horrified. I saw this grossly skinny, tall, 20-something-year-old guy in a hood dancing slowly in the center of the room.
I'm gonna
He
put
had
an
what looked to
armchair
be
in
a
here.
small radio in his hand. He noticed me quickly at the window, and he stopped and looked at me, smiling. I started screaming Stacy's name, yelling, "Get out of the house." She met me at the door, panicked and confused. I told her just get in the car.
Perfect.
I grabbed our 2 bags, leaving whatever stray items behind, and threw them in the trunk, driving off. I then called the host and told him to call the cops because someone was in the house. An hour later, while we were sitting in town, I got a call back from the host who said police arrived and the 3rd bedroom was opened and no one was in there. However, they found multiple empty bags of chips under the bed, implying someone was in fact in there. We went back to collect our remaining belongings and worked out a refund between the host and the website. Of course, we didn't stay there after that. We went to a nearby motel and stayed till Sunday, then we went home. I'll tell you though, what I saw through that window, that dancing skinny figure, I couldn't sleep for nights, especially with the thought that he was in there the entire time we were, even while we were asleep.
Ooh, cool.
It happened after a long Friday night halfway through October, a rainy one, and drinks were involved. I was at this Halloween-themed housewarming party with all my friends. I didn't wear a costume because I came straight from work already pretty exhausted. I took an Adderall to wake myself up before going, and I stopped at a gas station to pick up some White Claws. There were a decent amount of people there, I'd say 25 to 30. I had to meet a few people that I'd never met before. All this socializing and drinking was keeping me awake, but deep down I kind of wanted to just get home and go to bed. Working in a hospital means I get crazy hours and my sleep schedule's all over the place. I eventually saw a good opportunity to do an Irish goodbye through the backyard. I didn't even really have it in me to say goodbye to 20 people. I really shouldn't have driven home with alcohol in my system, and I don't recommend anybody ever do that. Always call an Uber. I ran through the rain and got in my Subaru and just started to drive. No music on. I wasn't in the mood. I just wanted peace and quiet. to listen to the rain hitting the windshield. Then, driving down some quiet residential road, I spotted a girl walking in the rain. No umbrella, no jacket, nothing. She stopped
Puzzle
walking
one.
and
I've
looked
never
at my
seen a
car as I
puzzle
drove
one
nearer to
before.
her. I definitely let out a sigh as I contemplated whether I should just keep going or not, and my more compassionate side told me to pull over. I rolled down my window and asked if she needed a ride. Without answering, she got in the back seat of my car. I asked her where she was going. She said just down to the end of this road, so that's where I took her. As I stopped at the second stop sign, I asked her why she's out in the rain. She said she was just in a hurry back and didn't want to call a cab. I said that's understandable, making a joke about how expensive cabs and Ubers are. I introduced myself as Jake, and she said, "Allie, thanks for picking me up." After that, no more words were exchanged. I continued down the street
Shouldn't have done it.
until I saw a dead-end sign
Shouldn't have
approaching.
done it.
I stopped at the final sign, then asked, "Is it past the dead-end sign?" She didn't answer. As I was halfway through that little intersection, I looked in the rearview mirror, and my heart sank. She wasn't in the reflection. I stomped on the brake and turned around. She wasn't in the back seat. I quickly pulled to the side of the road and got out. I hurried to check the entire backseat row. She wasn't there. Not on the seat, not on the floor. I looked down the empty road, lit up only by the occasional street light. There was no one in sight. But there was no possible way she even got out from the car, as I had not once heard the door either opening or closing. And there's no possible way she just snuck out from the car unheard. I was starting to question my sanity. I started feeling around the seat and floor where she sat. It was completely dry. It would have had to have been somewhat wet from her after being in the rain. I stood there in the rain, dumbfounded, confused, and scared. I looked around me again, and then I realized to the right of the car, right next to where I pulled over, was a fence. And beyond that fence was a cemetery. Her response to my question moments before dawned on me.
They had
I
a
asked her,
party.
"Where are you going?" She said, "Down to the end of this road." I looked at the cemetery, which was at the end of the road. Then I got back in my car and did a 3-point turn and hurried home. I don't think I was anywhere near drunk enough to be hallucinating shit. Last October, my friends and I went to a haunted corn maze in Oak Hill, Ohio. It was supposed to be the best corn maze in our area. I want to leave the name out just out of respect for the family that runs it. I was with my friends Joe, Carl, and Cody. We always do haunted house type stuff every October. On the line to get into the attraction, we overheard some kids saying how last year the maze had to shut down for a night because some kid was actually hurt by one of the workers. We joined in on the conversation, and apparently someone dressed in one of the costumes actually pushed one of the customers, and they had to close for the night. I guess that added a little bit to the nerves, like that maybe we'd feel like the costume actors would actually go above and beyond just the typical jump scares. Once we got in, it felt like a normal corn maze. It started slow, then, the occasional actors would jump out from behind a corner or out of the crops. There were multiple speakers tucked away in the background, blasting spooky sound effects to add to the ambiance, and it overall was just littered with Halloween decorations and props everywhere. We came to this little split. There were 2 directions we could go, left and right, and there was a sign in the middle with 2 arrows. Left side said, "This way to safety," and the right side said, "Danger, keep out." So 2 and 2, we decided to split up. Cody and I went to the left, the safety side. As we walked, we expected it to be the opposite of safety, that this side would probably be the scarier side or have more jump scares. Well, turns out that was right. Kind of. We turned this corner, and there was this guy in a costume just standing there holding a pumpkin. The costume was very bizarre. It was an all-black outfit with this weird blank mask over his face. It was a complete pullover mask, but it only had 2 eye holes. No mouth hole, not even holes for the nose. He didn't jump out or make any screaming noises. He just walked up to us holding up the pumpkin, motioning for us to take it. We kinda just laughed, thinking it was part of the gimmick. Then, in a deep, raspy voice, almost like how Batman speaks in the Dark Knight movies, like he were masking his voice, he said, "Take it, please." We looked at him continuing to laugh while moving forward, and he started to follow us, repeating himself over and over, saying, "Take it." Eventually it seemed like it was getting a little stale though, like the joke was over and he should have stopped and went back to his spot, but he kept following us for over a minute. He He kept saying, take it, his tone getting angrier sounding. Then he said, take it or I'll kill you. Now, I didn't take that seriously, obviously, given that we were in a corn maze, but I did find it to be a little aggressive of a line. I took the pumpkin from him, and he seemed to stop following us.
We're doing a
We continued walking until we bumped into Joe and Carl again at the point where the two separate paths merged, and they both laughed, asking why I was holding a pumpkin. I explained. Everyone agreed I should just take the pumpkin home with me at this point. Anyway, continuing on through the corn maze, it was a pretty traditional standard attraction after that. At one point though, one of the actors actually broke character and came up to me and said I can't steal the pumpkin. I told him one of the workers gave it to me, and he asked which one. I said the guy in the black with the white blank mask. He seemed confused and asked where the worker was. I told him on the left side of the fork in the path. He then walked in that direction, not saying anything. We all thought it was really weird and took us out of the immersion a little bit. Quickly after that, we made it to the end.
Fucking shit. Hello there. Oh, hello, Microwave. Welcome back. Why didn't you go to bed?
Was cut.
Or did you go to bed?
I grabbed it by the stem and pulled off the top, expecting something to be in there. And oh, there was. On the bottom of the inside of the pumpkin. At first, I didn't know what they were. To be honest, I thought they were some kind of food, till I picked one up. I realized it was a severed human finger, a very real one, and there were probably 9 more in there. On the side of the pumpkin was a pair of eyes drawn in black Sharpie, and under them said, always watching, with a smiley face next to it. My friends and I screamed and freaked out, and we ran to the nearest worker. She didn't know what to do either, as she was just as young as us. She called for one of her superiors, and he called the police. The whole attraction was shut down as police came and basically listened to our story.
Just for
we
another
stayed
3
on the
hours?
premises while police searched the place.
Has it
It
been
was
that
basically
long?
in the
How
middle
long
of
has it
nowhere,
been?
So he could have been anywhere. The police took the appendages for, I'm assuming, forensic analysis. I don't think a body was ever found to match the fingers. We left that place unharmed that night, but not without a permanently traumatizing experience.
My brain wrote streamed on that. Oh. I see. That makes more sense now. Okay. So this one is a puzzle.
Hello, no one is available to take your call. Please leave a message
Put the
after
sink
the
right
tone.
there. The toilet right next to it, obviously.
Having moved to his West Texas home not even half a year ago, a 28-year-old viewer who I'll refer to as John sent me this voicemail that he received in August of 2021 from an unknown number. John was going about his night when his cell phone began to ring, and on the screen it said no caller ID. This is rather unusual, as for anybody to come up on someone's
You streamed
phone
for
as
4
no
hours
caller
and
ID
27
means they
minutes
went
now?
out of their way to intentionally hide their number. Often doctors will do this.
It doesn't
to keep
feel
their
like
privacy
it.
from their patients.
It feels
But
like
other
it's
than
only
this
been
and
like,
a few
what,
other
an hour?
professional circumstances, this is usually at least a slight red flag. John let the call go to voicemail, not wanting to potentially get stuck on the phone with somebody he didn't want to be talking to. This was the voicemail he received.
Hey, I'm outside your house. I found your info online, and I could really use a job. Could you open the door?
The message was short but direct. John immediately thought it was a joke or that they had the wrong number, but naturally he was curious. Either way, he knew he didn't want to open the front door, especially if someone was actually out there. But the man saying that John found his info online made him open up Google and search his own name. The second result on Google led to an online corporation database that listed all of John's public info, including his first and last name, phone number, and new home address. John is self-employed, but for the purpose of tax benefits, he started an S corporation in his name, literally with his name in the title of the business.
Oh no.
This means his S corp, along with his name, would eventually be listed on numerous online corporate database websites. Coming to this realization, the voicemail suddenly seemed more legitimate. John went downstairs and inched closer to the front door, trying to be quiet. Someone started to bang on
I
the
don't
front
want to
door,
go to
and a
work.
voice from
I
the
want
other
to
side
stay
was saying
home.
something,
That's too
but his voice
bad.
was
I'm
muffled.
so sorry. I'm so sorry, Microwave. That's just how work does. I feel exactly the same. I know you don't want to go to work, but it must be done. What the fuck? Did... Wait a second. Wait a second. No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. No, wait. Did I just really put the bathtub right next? I put the bathtub right next to an electrical outlet. When I come back, you're probably gonna go to sleepers? Yeah, probably. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe I might go to sleep now and wake up later. Who knows? I certainly don't. Because my back is hurting like a lot. I don't know why. Wall decor. Wall decor. Posture. Well, I've been having good posture, actually. Better than I usually have, because, like, with video games, I usually... That's what it is. Usually with other video games, I'm moving around. But with this one, I don't need to, because, like, I'm just putting shit down rather than, like, shooting or running away. I'm not moving around, so... My back get tired. Oh, fuck. Okay, there we go. Rug. Why isn't it showing me a bathroom rug? I know they have one. Here it is. Put it right here. Alrighty then, I gotta go on my way. Goodbye, microwave. Good luck at work. Really? It's called bathroom rug. Fine. KK, thanks. You are welcome. Basic. Basic. Ah, shit. Perfect. Now I just need to do everything. Okay, it's only at a C right now, though. So I have free money to decorate with. That's what we'll do. We'll decorate.
John ignored the knocking until it stopped, but seconds later his phone vibrated again as he received a call, again with a no-caller ID message. He ignored it again, incredibly scared. Another voicemail was left. This time there was no talking in it though. The knocking on the front door stopped, but moments later, a knocking from the back door ensued. He took out his phone and started to record again. As he turned on the lights, revealing the silhouette on the other side, the situation became even more real for John. The guy called one more time, and Joe picked up, saying I have a gun and I already called him.
Oh, motherfucking fuck. Oh,
The man on the other
motherfucking
end
shit.
claimed he was just looking for work, and he apologized and hung.
Oh my lord. How did you time that so well? Here we are listening to audio of someone trying to break into someone's house and you do that? Wow, I'm gonna cause some mayhem before my son's appointment. Thanks. Thanks, that's exactly what I need right now.
Hung up. Then the knocking ceased. John contacted the websites displaying his personal information the next day, but they refused to remove the info. So he went through the process of changing his business name to no longer include his actual name. It's very unlikely anybody who's knocking on both your front and back door late at night and calling your number anonymously is there just looking for a job.
Exactly.
If John opened the door, this probably would have had a much different outcome.
I will send you to Jesus.
No, please have mercy.
Alex Azeri. Alex's girlfriend reached out to him right after hearing it for the first time to get his opinion on it, since his name could slightly be heard in there, to which all he could offer was equal confusion and concern. He assumed it was one of his friends pranking him at first, but after reaching out to all of his friends,
Oh, I don't have to
they
mind the
all claimed
prestige.
it wasn't them, and each of them
Here
thought
I
it
am
was
putting all
equally
this
creepy.
extra shit in here. Yay!
I'm trapped in the box.
Alex had no outgoing calls, and the person specifically called his girlfriend while mentioning his name, so somehow they must have gotten both of their contact info. Alex and his
I
girlfriend
warned
live
you
in different
still.
states, and very few people in his
How
life
could
have
you
her
do
number.
this to me?
The voicemail itself is very hard to
Here and
understand.
here.
In the beginning, it sounds like there may be a second person in the background, but it's all very muffled. You can, however, clearly hear that someone is crying into the phone.
I'm trapped in the box.
At this point, it sounds as though someone is speaking, though it's very difficult to understand. It sounds like they're saying, "I'm trapped in the dark," although it could be something else. At first, Alex was unsure if this was just a prank, a hacker, or something else.
Vintage.
But after receiving this voicemail, Alex claims a number of strange occurrences happened in his house that same day and the following. First, a door upstairs slammed shut randomly while everyone in the house was downstairs eating dinner. Upon inspecting the bedroom, nobody was inside. Alex and his brother also apparently heard what sounded like footsteps coming up the stairs when they were home alone. At first, they considered the possibility it may have been one of their two dogs, until checking and remembering they had a dog gate standing at the bottom of the stairs, preventing them from coming up the stairs. Each time they looked around the hole upstairs and checked the stairway, they couldn't find anyone. The footsteps also didn't sound like those of a
I am
dog.
so
They were
confused.
reportedly heavier and more spaced out, like a person's footsteps. With this happening the same day and one day after receiving this concerning, unexplainable voicemail,
What's a Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. You're gonna solve that mystery. I say Scooby-Doo, we're coming after you. What's a Scooby-Doo? What's a Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. You're gonna solve that mystery. We see a Scooby-Doo, we're coming after you. What's a Scooby-Doo? Anywho. They're like posh or vintage. Am I? No, I'm not. Okay. They are literally making this the bathroom. Okay.
and one day after receiving this concerning, unexplainable voicemail, Alex believes the occurrences may all be linked.
Stretch time? No, please have mercy. Have mercy, please. I'm trying to play video games.
They're listening to two creepy voicemails received on the husband's phone.
Hey Ben, how are ya? Good. Ready for the big trip? Ready for the big trip. Okay, that sounds good.
They had been receiving strange voicemails for weeks already, both on their cell phones and on the landline. In this video, though, the man's phone doesn't even ring. He just gets two straight-to-voicemail notifications. No phone number or any contact details attached to the voicemail.
I don't like that. I hate that. Alas, Teddy, he'll decide your fate. No, no, he'll say yes. I know he's gonna say yes. Blink, don't do it. Blink, please.
Does it show where that was sent from? No. I was just sitting where you were, and my voicemail just went off. No ringing, nothing. It just, and that, like last Tuesday, that was about, it was about a 5-minute voicemail on the home phone. Kind of the same thing.
Too, right?
Yeah.
I called out
So the couple inquired about the calls from the phone company as well, both before and after this video. However, they did not have any records of the audio message being received. The couple described the voicemails as sounding like somebody was being tortured, or some kind of creature was screaming into the phone. The couple would also hear strange sounds in the house at night for a week, such as cabinets closing from the kitchen. They believed that what they were dealing with was supernatural. In February of 2021, 30-year-old Martha Ramirez woke up on a Saturday morning with a notification on her iPhone that said voicemail from an unknown number. Upon listening to it, this is what she heard.
Martha. 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 Martha.
The voice you just heard in the voicemail was of Martha's father. This caused her a great deal of confusion and horror. But why? Why was this even remotely concerning? Well, Martha lost her dad to cancer in 2019. At the time this voicemail was left, he had been dead for almost 2 years. She listened to the voicemail over and over, trying to think of any other possible person it could be. But she knew her dad's voice. She knew the way her dad's voice sounded saying her name. She tried to think back to if her dad had ever left a voicemail simply repeating her name multiple times, but she couldn't remember a single instance. Even if she could, that wouldn't explain randomly receiving a voicemail of her father's voice years later. She called her service provider, but they were not able to trace anonymous calls. She asked her entire family if any of them were playing a messed up joke, but when she sent all of them the voicemail, they were all equally disturbed. She claimed she was never a religious person at all, nor is she a believer in the supernatural, but she also doesn't believe this was the work of anybody she knew, or any kind of glitch. She says she actually believes this was her dad's voice contacting her, and it terrifies her deeply. This last voicemail was posted to Reddit 3 years ago. Part of the Reddit post read, "To make a long story short, my significant other got a new phone. For the first time, she has visual voicemail. A family member left her a voicemail today, and when checking it, discovered she had several missed voicemails. She started going through the voicemails. Typical stuff, family, bill collectors, but one voicemail dated Friday, June 9th, 2017 at 4:38 p.m. was from a number we do not know. What you just heard was just a small clip from the original 3-minute long audio, which seems to have been removed from the internet without a trace. In this small audio clip though, it sounds like the girl on the other end is saying please help me, and even they have my baby. The rest of the Reddit post read, it's 3 minutes long, and the area code is 480, placing the owner around the Phoenix, Arizona Valley. I've spent all day researching news where their incidents happened the afternoon of June 9th, 2017, and have exhausted my very limited abilities in researching. None of our family members or friends recognize the number either. The voicemail was dated almost a year ago and was not discovered until today. I will be contacting Phoenix police to provide them with the audio, timestamp, and phone number. I *67 the number, it went straight to voicemail. Significant other has had the same phone number for 10 years. Based on a lot of the original replies to the thread, the original audio was so horrific that many couldn't even get through it all. Still, some people believe it to be a hoax. Either way, this voicemail and whoever was behind it still remain a mystery.
Still need one more? God damn. Right there.
When my dad was around 50, he got an African Grey. He always loved parrots his whole life, so I was happy for him to get one after his retirement. He named the bird Kevin. My dad taught Kevin a whole vocabulary of words, and he actually trained him to understand the meaning behind certain words, like hello, what's up, food, thank you, good, and a few others. My dad passed away at 70. And with that came the time to figure out amongst my siblings and I what would happen to Kevin. My brother and sister didn't want the responsibility of taking Kevin into their homes, plus their spouses were against it too. But I couldn't bear the idea of giving him away to a new home. Kevin was and is one of my last connections to my dad. In a sense, that was his best friend, so I decided I would take him into my home. I put his cage in the den of my house. My house doesn't have a basement, so the den is considered the lowest level of the house. Kevin is a moderately noisy bird. He can be a chatterbox some hours of the day, usually earlier on. But later in the day and at night he quiets down. When he's too noisy, I'll throw a blanket over his cage, and that normally quiets him down. I watch TV in the den at night to keep him company. Then around 10 I'll migrate to my room to let him go to sleep. That's pretty much the backstory behind Kevin. I've been taking care of him for 2 years now, so I know exactly how he behaves and when he's acting out of the ordinary. Speaking of out of the ordinary, there was one night in December around 11 p.m. that Kevin started making sounds while I was trying to sleep.
No,
I sleep with the door open since I live alone and need to be able to hear anything if something's going on in the house. Hearing him making his squawking noises past dark, especially this late at night, is unusual beyond doubt, and something was irritating him. I went down to the den to see what was bothering him. He was wide awake on the lower perch of the two in the cage. He looked at me and was saying things like hello and what's up, and his name. All the while he was nodding his head up and down, moving his whole body in the process, as if he were dancing.
That scared me.
I tried to feed him, but he didn't eat, so I covered him with the blanket, hoping he would stop. I was in the kitchen when I stopped inside, because he was still making the noises, and I had a feeling he wasn't going to stop. Having worked the next day, I couldn't afford to lose sleep because of him. I really didn't know what to do. I'm still to this day not exactly a bird expert. I went back downstairs and uncovered him. He was still doing his little dance, bobbing his head and body and making his distressed sounds. It didn't click with me, until thinking I heard something in the pantry closet a few feet away from his cage. I walked over to it and hovered my hand over the light switch to the pantry, which was outside of the door. The door has one of those big glass panels that many pantry doors have, so when I flicked the light switch, I saw the outline of a body on the inside. My fight or flight response kicked in, and I chose fight. I opened the door screaming, trying to get my adrenaline rushing, and I grabbed the man in the pantry closet out and threw him to the floor. He tried to fight back, but I easily overpowered him and had him in what I could best describe as a chokehold. He was a 50-something-year-old homeless-looking man with a smell to match it. I yelled at him, "Who are you? Why are you in my house?" He tried grabbing my face to possibly gouge my eyes or something, but I continued to wring his neck and punch him. During all of this, Kevin was going berserk in his cage. When the man on the floor seemed weak enough, I literally sprinted for the nearest phone and came right back and kept him on the ground while I called 911. The man was taken to jail, but he had no ID on him, nothing. He was homeless and had nothing to his name, and as such he was considered what some people call judgment-proof, meaning even if I tried to sue him, I wouldn't get anything from him. He had raided my pantry closet that night and had opened jars of peanut butter, boxes of cookies and crackers, and all sorts of other boxed and canned foods.
Shit.
If it weren't for my dad's parrot, I don't know what else that man would have taken or done in my house. I'm grateful for Kevin, and I like to think part of my dad is watching over me in that bird. This story takes place when I was a junior in high school. For context, here's a little background information. Back in the day, I was a pretty involved student, took all the hard classes, and was in a few varsity sports. In one of these ways, I was always busy and didn't have much time for myself, and part of me was thankful for that. It provided me an escape from a world where my parents had recently parted ways and my older brother had just gone to college. It was just me and my little brother then. He also was a swimmer and a smart kid in his own right. We were really similar, even to this day. But probably because of the stresses our family situation put on us at the time, we didn't get along, near at all. One of those wet winter days in the Midwest, I put in my time at school and swim. I still had to sit down for several hours of homework. This time I had to write an essay for some advanced class that I wasn't really interested in. I dropped my swim bag at the door when I got home and looked around my house to see if anyone was home. Empty. Dad must be out with Reese at swim practice. His club team had the slot at the pool after the high school team was done. I popped in a mouthful of Cheez-Its and headed down to the basement to my office to get some schoolwork done. The house was a middle-class two-story with an unfinished basement, with the exception of what I referred to as my office. From a career past, my dad used to work from home, but no longer did. I was the only one who used this place, so my family, or what was left of it, just called it Quinn's office. So I made my way across the concrete floors and unattached carpet samples down there to the one finished-out room in the basement. I flicked on the CFO light. It was like any other night after practice. I still had hours of homework to do. So I turned on the computer and started typing away. I was typing for what seemed like an hour, trying to bring to words to what the concept of hedonism and the picture of Dorian Gray meant to me as best I could, or as convincingly as I could. Out of the dark, I heard my little brother call out to me, "Quinny, Quinny, come up." Almost reflexively, I called back to him, "Reese, I'm working, what do you need?" We would yell through the house like brothers do, but it took me a minute to realize I didn't hear him come home. I got no response, only for a couple minutes though. Again, I heard my little brother's voice sing out, "Quinny, Quinny, come up." It felt strange hearing those words carry across the dark, concrete floor. He's supposed to be at swim practice. I called back out to him, asking if he needed anything, but again, I received no answer. I thought about just starting my essay again, but the family situation was delicate at best, and I didn't want to be in trouble if my little brother actually needed something. I made the decision to get up and go find out for myself. I bounded up the basement staircase, the only way a high schooler can, and I called out again for my brother. "Reese, what's up? I'm really busy." I checked all around the main floor looking for my little brother, or even signs he was home. No shoes, no backpack, so he wasn't home, and there was no car in the driveway either. The only reason my dad would be gone right now would be to pick him up. Satisfied, I turned back for the stairs, when I heard my little brother's voice ring out, "Quinny, Quinny, come up." This time every hair on my body stood on end. It just didn't make sense. He had to be at practice, and if he really needed me, he would have come to me. I go to the base of the second floor stairs and called out to him one more time. "Reese, what's going on? Are you okay?" For a minute, no answer. "Reese, I'm really busy. Can you tell me what's up?" It's quiet for way too long as I stared up the dark staircase. Logically, I had no reason to believe anyone was up there, until I heard Reese's voice calmly speak this time and not call out in his sing-song way those same 4 words. "Quinny, Quinny, come up." "What?" I asked under my breath. I couldn't comprehend the situation. I did quick inventory of any probable scenario. Break-in? Wrong voice. A prank? I would have seen something at this point. It had to be Reese, and Maybe helping him would make me a good brother. So I began up the stairs. My heart pounded with each step, and I was about to make the landing to the dark second floor. Then I heard the buzz of the garage door motor. I ran back down the stairs and looked out the window. It was my father's sedan, and him and my little brother got out. I stumbled from the window to the hall where they would enter, and I felt my heart almost stop beating. I collapsed on the floor and just started to cry uncontrollably. This was like 15 years ago now when I was a kid. I was with my best friend Jackson at some abandoned family resort or bungalow colony type place in New York. It was off a main road and then down a private dirt path driveway entrance, and it was a rather large property with a bunch of old abandoned buildings including at least 10 small bungalows, a main hall, a few bathroom stations, and an indoor pool house. Along with that was an outdoor pool, a shuffleboarding area, and a kid's playground. Everything was old, run down, and with tall, overgrown grass growing over it. We found this place accidentally one time walking down Route 209, but we didn't explore it that day. We came back another night. By the time we went, it was past sunset. The sun was kissing the sky goodnight. It was getting very dark, but we didn't want to come during the day in fear of getting caught and getting charged with trespassing. We brought along walkie-talkies and flashlights with us to communicate to each other when we'd split up. We started looking around the bungalows together. Most of them looked the same and were relatively small. 1 or 2 beds each, a small kitchen, and 1 bathroom each. Some of them had these little living room areas. Halfway looking through these bungalows, I split off from Jackson because he was moving kind of slow. I tried to enter the building that looked to be the main hall or office or something, but every entrance was locked. I walkie-talkied Jackson to tell him that the big building was locked. He didn't walkie-talkie back. I wondered if I was out of range from where he was. 2 minutes later, I found myself at one of the 2 bathroom buildings. It was probably a 400 square foot building. There were no doors to the building though. It was unusual. It just had 2 big openings, one for the men's room, one for the women's room. I remember the signs being faded and worn out looking. Then I saw these red tracks on the dirty old concrete bathroom floor. Now I'm not going to sit here and say they looked like bloody footprints, but I couldn't explain what these red marks could be then, and I still can't say for certain now. Regardless, it was pitch black inside that bathroom around that corner, and that was the first building I was scared to enter. I tried walkie-talkieing to Jackson again, hoping he was in range this time. I pressed the button on the walkie and said, "Yo, where are you?" When I let go, I heard the beep sound that the receiving walkie makes after getting a message from inside the bathroom. It gave me a near heart attack. Then I thought Jackson must already be in there, hence the red-looking footsteps. I called his name, and it echoed into the bathroom. I was actually about to step into the bathroom thinking he was hiding from me, pranking me, when I heard Jackson's voice call out from the distance behind me, outside in the darkness of the night. I heard him getting closer. Couldn't see him in the dark, but he obviously saw my light, so I yelled back, "I found your walkie-talkie." I started stepping into the bathroom, but then he said back, "Don't go in there, I never went in there." This is when I turned around and hurried right out of there. I pressed and released the talk button really quick on my walkie, causing the beep again from inside that pitch-black women's room. Jackson and I looked at each other for half a second, then began dashing in the direction we came. We made it back to Route 209 and had to stop to catch our breaths. This is when Jackson told me that inside one of the bungalows he went into, he tried walkie-talkieing me, but I wasn't answering, meaning we must have been out of range. But then he heard a noise from the living area of the bungalow. As he turned around, his flashlight revealed an older woman almost running towards him. He dropped his walkie-talkie and flashlight and ran out from the bungalow. He ran in the dark and hid, refraining from making noise in fear of being followed. He hid for a questionable amount of time before looking around and seeing my flashlight across the field, over at the bathrooms. The most likely explanation to me was that some cracked-out drug addict was hiding or living in that abandoned bungalow and for whatever reason lunged at Jackson and picked up his walkie-talkie. What she was doing in that bathroom, who knows? Maybe drugs, maybe the bathroom in the bungalow didn't work. But what I don't know is why was there a trail of what looked like blood in there? Those are my theories, but I can't explain all of it away. And that's the scariest part. In June of 2019, an ad was posted on Craigslist for a room available for rent in a single-family home in Willow Grove, Pennsylvania. The ad wasn't for a whole house rental. Rather, the man who posted the ad was looking to be roommates with somebody, meaning they would share the living space, including the kitchen. This is what the ad said. 35-year-old male here, looking to rent out one of the empty bedrooms in my 4-bedroom, 1-family house. It's just me living here currently, and I'm looking for a roommate. The other 2 bedrooms are currently being used as storage, but depending on how much space you need, I could consider allowing you to use one of the extra spare bedrooms as storage as well. The ad then goes on to list all the features inside the house and included maintenance. It even goes on to note in all capitals that no pets or smokers were allowed, which could lead someone to believe the person behind this listing is a clean, halfway trustworthy person. A few days after this ad was posted, a regular 25-year-old named James came across the listing. Desperate for a place of his own and to move out of his parents' house, and for $900 a month, he thought it could be a good deal depending on the homeowner, of course. James contacted the owner through the number provided on the ad, and they had a 5-minute phone call setting up a time and day for James to view the house. On a Tuesday after work, James stopped by the house, which was exactly how it looked in the ad. The owner was waiting on the front stoop. He introduced himself as Todd. He was at least 40 years old. Todd gave James a walk around the house like you would do if you were viewing any apartment or house for the first time.
Oh, my ears
The house
hurt.
was a modest size, nothing fancy or anything, but pretty clean, and for the price, it was spacious enough. James noted that there were no wood floors, it was all carpet, even in the living room and bedrooms. After the showing, Todd discussed with James the ground rules, which mostly were normal, but one that stood out to James was the rule of having a sleep time by 12 during the week. Since James works full-time, he didn't see this as much of an inconvenience, just a rather unusual rule to have in a roommate situation. But he chalked it up to Todd also working a 9 to 5 and not wanting to be woken up by noises late at night. A week later, James moved in, which, given that the bedroom was already furnished, it was an easy, quick process. Todd would be in the living room most of the time, watching TV or just reading the paper. He didn't seem to go out much. He would try to talk to James anytime he were in the kitchen making food, which got a little old pretty fast according to James, who says he would often just want to eat in peace but never had that luxury. On one work night, James woke up thirsty, so he went to fill up a cup with water down in the kitchen, when he noticed red stains on the carpet leading to the basement. He quietly opened the basement door and found that the red stains led down the carpeted stairs, but that Todd's voice came from the kitchen, which was lit up by a small nightlight, and Todd was sitting in one of the kitchen chairs. He said in a raspy voice, "Don't go down there right now." Todd said the stains on the carpet were wine stains. James didn't ask questions. He just filled his cup with water and went back upstairs. From this moment onward, James wasn't 100% comfortable in the house, and was now suspicious of his landlord/roommate. One day after work, Todd wasn't home, so James decided to take a look in his bedroom.
Oh, no.
The door was locked, but was easily unlocked with his fingernail. Inside, James immediately found 2 of his shirts, and strangely his Under Armour water bottle and a basket of clothes. James took his 3 belongings and left the room, then relocked the door with his fingernail. He planned on taking a personal day from work and evacuating the place early the next day without mentioning anything. After all, there was no lease or security deposit, so he could leave pretty easily. He did some packing that night and had a hard time sleeping because his mind was racing. His door creaked open at some time past midnight. Since he was laying on his back, he simply opened his eyes to see Todd, standing at the doorway, the dim light from the hallway nightlight illuminating his face and body in an unsettling way. Possibly not even aware if James was awake or not, Todd said into the room, "I know you went into my room. I told you my room is off limits. From now on, I also don't want you going in the basement. If this happens again, there's gonna be a big problem." He then angrily slammed the door, and James heard him stomping back down the hallway to his bedroom, where he then slammed that door as well. James says that Todd sounded drunk when he was saying this, as he was slurring his words and his voice was raspier than usual. James started packing the rest of his things and left first thing in the morning. He blocked Todd's phone number and temporarily moved back into his parents' house. A couple days later, he received a voicemail from some random number that sounded kind of garbled, but a breathing into the phone could be heard. This was what it sounded like. James says he's confident that the stains on the carpets weren't wine, they looked more like blood stains. Whether this Todd guy was hiding something or not will remain a mystery. This next ad was a lot more sinister and dark on the surface. On March 9th, 2001, in the early days of the internet, there existed a forum called Cannibal Cafe, a defunct forum for people with a cannibalism fetish. This is where Armin Maiwas posted his gruesome, barbaric request that looked like this.
Where's the
It was titled Wanted
Where's
a Battle
counter?
Boy. Are you between 18 and
I know
25
I
years
can
old,
get
normal
it.
and healthy? Is it
just
your
don't know
desire to
where
put an
it
end to your
is.
life? But if you want something more sensible, then come to me. I'll slaughter you and use your body in delicious steaks and schnitzel. Interested? Then please apply with indication of age, height, and weight, and preferably with a photo. It was signed Frankie, a fake name that Armin was using. This may remind some of you about a similar Craigslist ad that I included in a video years ago, asking for volunteers to basically donate their bodies for cannibalistic desires. The only difference is that it's a known fact that this ad had a victim, 43-year-old Bernd Brandes. Brandes stumbled across the ad and reached out to Armin, and they later met at his house. Armin was caught weeks after he and Brandes had met, after putting out an advertisement for a second victim, which was reported by an Austrian student. Armin was arrested, and he confessed to being a cannibal and having chopped Brandes up and eaten him. He said it was something he had wanted to do for a long time. He said to the court on the first day of his trial for murder, "I always had the fantasy, and in the end I fulfilled it." When this went public, everybody who knew Armin was shocked, as he was known as a very polite and likable man. To the family next door, he seemed to be the perfect neighbor. He mowed their lawn, repaired their car, and even invited them around for dinner. Armin had a unique defense in his trial, that his victim actually agreed to be killed and eaten. Though this defense didn't work very well, as he was sentenced to life in prison for the murder of Bernd Brandes.
Mein Name ist Armin Maiwas. Ich habe einen Mann auf dessen Wunsch hin getötet, geschlachtet und gegessen.
However, to the dismay and shock of many, Armin is allowed out of prison to go on walks. He's given sunglasses and a cap so that he isn't recognized, and he's taken to towns in different federal states for security reasons, where he walks freely with 2 officers accompanying him from behind. Not so shockingly for this third and last one, we're going back to Craigslist. This was the ad posted to the child care section in Millersburg, Ohio in July of 2021. It read as follows, titled Infant Care Available, Millersburg Area. The body read, Responsible Child Care Provider Available, with 7+ years of experience caring for infants/toddler age children. I'm currently not providing care in my own home. I will come to your home. I do not run a daycare. I'm looking for 2 children max that I can provide one-on-one care for. Children must be between the ages of 5 and 9 years old. I do not deal with babies or young toddlers. Flexible schedule available. Weekends and overnights can be arranged. For more information, please contact me. There was a photo of a woman attached that was presumed to be the alleged babysitter. The person who sent this to me didn't want to be named. However, she is a single mother of 2 kids, and she was looking for an affordable, trustworthy babysitter. She found this ad on Craigslist and contacted the person who posted the ad by email since there was no phone number listed. She stated in her original email that she was looking for somebody to watch her 8-year-old twins during the weeknights while she was at work. The person emailed back swiftly, stating she was interested in working for her. The mother wanted to first meet the babysitter beforehand, of course, so she asked for her phone number. She texted the number that was given to her, but after the mother gave the sitter her address, they stopped answering, and it wasn't until later that night that the mother got a text back saying, "Thanks for the address, I'll see you soon," with a winky face. Instantly, the mother tried calling and texting the person, asking what they meant, and then she quickly became defensive when they didn't answer, saying she was calling the police. She then proceeded to block the number and went to the police station. The police weren't of much help though, stating the text wasn't directly a threat, and that she did in fact provide her address for the purpose of meeting. Plus, regardless of what people say, depending on the severity of the situation, the police are rarely willing to just put in the time and resources of tracking a person. The mother left the station feeling as though she had wasted her time. It wasn't until a week later that she woke up to 4 missed calls from a random number with an unfamiliar area code, along with texts that said the following: "I didn't mean to scare you. I really want to watch your kids. Please answer my texts. I'm gonna pay a visit later. Please answer." Not knowing what to do and not feeling confident in going back to the police, she texted back, "I'm not interested, thank you. Please leave me alone." She went ahead and blocked this number too. The mother had the kids sleep in her room that night just to be safe. Around 10 p.m., the doorbell rang. The mother knew it was undoubtedly the person behind that ad who had been harassing her. She quickly rushed to turn off her bedroom light, but apparently by that point it was too late. There was a knocking at the window, and a muffled woman's voice on the other side yelling in to open the window. The mother started to cry, "Leave us alone," and her fear was rubbing off on her children, who they themselves started to get scared and cry. The woman at the window started to shout and bang on the window, cursing and yelling until she threw a stone through the glass, causing it to shatter. The woman then disappeared from the window to never be seen again. The mother immediately called the police this time, getting an official police report with evidence of the harassment. A detective came to the mother's house the next day and assured her he would be on the case, using whatever resources the police department had to trace the woman. After giving the phone numbers and link to the removed Craigslist ad, the detective left. And over a month later now, the case is still open, and she has received little updates on it.
Remember when I said like an hour ago I was done with this game? I remember that. Now I remember.
Home security technology has come a
Alrighty.
long way. Doorbell cameras such as Ring have become extremely popular in recent years, acting as an effective deterrent from potential robbers or any other kind of unwelcomed guests. Their ability to record video whenever someone comes within range to the front of a house or any other section of the house that they're installed in creates an added level of security to a person's home. With the millions of Ring doorbell cameras installed throughout America has come a lot of creepy footage,
please.
including the
I would
following.
like to finally start the board meeting.
This first
Honestly,
piece of
we're all
footage
supposed to
was
be
captured by
adult.
the Ring
The
camera
main
in
topic
the
I would
LeMay
like to bring up
household.
is the
It happened on a
renovation
cold
of our
December night in
beautiful
2019. A
We can't-
stranger
the
hacked
school
into the
budget is
LeMay
pretty
family's
tight.
Ring security system and had watched them around their home. And for nearly 10 minutes, he interacted with 8-year-old Alyssa. Not only was he able to watch her, but he was able to communicate noises to her, as he had access to a second system placed in the girl's babysitter's room downstairs. Alyssa then heard music coming from
My head hurts. Did you smile today? Ow. Give me a sec. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Be right back. Here be. Where is it? There it is. Sure. I will remember later, I guess. I want to play some Valorant. How did I get the A and the... How did I get those mixed up? I don't even know how I got those mixed up. So I spelled it VOLARANT, which that in itself is weird. I don't know why I would do that. Doesn't look to be snowing right now. That's what it says it is. Why isn't this... Yes. There we go. Now it's booting up. Why am I suddenly tired? I don't know why. This is all very confusing. Ah! Oh, they're so cute! Ah. Oh. Look who left their computer on. Haha. Haha, someone left their computer on. I'll be right back. Where's my legs? There we go. I got moved. silence. No more. Bum, bum, bum. Ow. I bit my lip the other day, like the inside of it, so it's like right at the edge of where my tooth is, so I keep messing with it. Even though I don't want to mess with it, it keeps happening.
Match found.
Oh, great. Wow. Shit. I love her design. It's so pretty. Why am I suddenly so tired? I'm yawning. The tears in my eyes are getting in the way of my gameplay. What am I to do now? Oh wow, look at that balanced team. Woo, must be nice. Fade's name. Mr. Dot Potato. And then Fade's name. I bang Dad's 420. So funny.
I'm curious, Rift Walker. When you travel, can you feel the pieces you leave behind?
He doesn't do it like you do.
Gotta go. I'm out of here.
Okay, we have 3 entries. One of us should be able to do it, right? Potato Demon, Mr. Dot Potato. Oh my gosh.
Oh hey, they also have a dollar store M&M.
A dollar store M&M.
Cover going out.
Bomb buddy out. Coming through. I'm out of here.
Enemy spotted. B.
Take this.
Oh shit!
Oh, when you have the spike, be careful.
Our spike carrier is dead.
Rip around.
Spike down. Defender spawn.
Reloading.
There goes that spike.
Reloading.
Watch out.
No. Get him, Mosh. Mosh him up, bro. Oh, yeah. About to get Mosh.
Back here.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, I'm not gonna bother.
I'm like, oh gosh, he threw it. He threw it right there. I'm killing you. Don't kill me. No, please. Please have mercy.
Last player standing.
Okay, apparently they knew the exact same. I knew you. Unfortunately.
Wrecked by one Fang. Fang? Fade.
Gay.
Gay. Gale.
Clutch.
Okay.
That Cypher
I messaged you on Discord without me. I'm so sorry. It said you were away. I looked at it and everything. I'm like, Zagreus isn't on right now. He left his funky little computer on. I'm just like, that's too bad. I really want to play with him. But no, hold on. No. No. You messaged me. Did he die? As for the FF, okay. Okay.
This way! Go, go, go!
Really?
Wingman's planting. Take this! Watch out! Spike stick. Thanks, little man.
Where's our Raze? Why was she over there?
He was vibing in spawn. Don't you know? Don't you know?
Last player standing.
Someone's there.
It's that not hit him.
I can't even spell!
Lol.
Hey, little man, pump us up. Let's hear it.
Sag. They told me no, we may not.
You gotta tell him why you wanna ask them, or else they say no.
I did say that.
Everyone just wants.
Oh damn, cringe. Tell them they're cringe.
I said Sag.
That's valid.
Try not to die.
My friend says cringe.
Gotta go.
Do not care. What's cringe is that I can't finish a game unrated.
I'm gonna be honest. Forgot to buy.
Reload.
They are blind.
I love Gecko's
Nice.
ult.
Hello, motherfucker. Hello, motherfucker.
Gecko makes
Yeah.
Dude, Gecko says so many funny little things, and he says so many, like, Spanish, like, slang words.
It's so funny.
So, I love him so much.
I
Like,
know, right?
I had not heard some of the words that he uses in so long, because, like, no, nobody I talk to
Oh,
speaks
wait, I
Spanish
like-
anymore. So, like, it was like, whoa, I haven't heard that word in so, like, he said a huevo yesterday, like, when somebody
Spike.
clicked, he was like, yo, agent, a huevo, that's
Someone else
cool.
took it.
And I was like, I haven't heard that word forever.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Oh, it basically is just like a word that you use to say, like, you're impressed with something.
I belong
see,
here.
see.
We
Let me
all
take a
belong
shot.
here.
Can someone buy me, please?
No.
Appreciate it.
I'm never buying any of them. Throughout this entire game, I don't care how much money I have, I'm never buying
Flash
them.
radio?
Go, go, go!
What?
Oh, when he picks up his little buddy, he says sana sana,
Quick feet, quick trigger.
which is like,
I remember.
do you know what that is?
Yeah,
oh
I
my,
remember you telling me.
I love him. That like made me sob a little. I was like, oh, he loves him so much. So cute.
Hey, you want this?
Ooh,
Watch out!
Yeah, give it to me.
Oh, that's the second time Omen has blinded me. And they shot the fucking fake
Wait,
door.
why did he blind from that far away? Omen blind. When you
think
when you
about that
omen
all
blind, you
day.
omen blind from the close wall, but you don't omen blind
shit.
your teammates.
Okay,
I think
now
we
that they're
both
dead,
have done.
let's rotate.
One that
No one even is even. There's two people there and
They're
they're
all
deciding
there.
to rotate. It's not
Well,
the
to
word,
be
it's the
fair though,
phrase. Ah.
We must do the fun.
y'all showed a lot of presence, so it makes
Let's be
sense.
very
Not two,
careful.
but what rotation?
Gecko also has his.
Gecko doesn't hear them cross over to
We
B.
also should not be lining up like this. It's a free flag.
There's a lot of shit though.
Oh, thanks.
I don't think it's safe for him. That's a one-way.
Reloading.
Enemy defender spawn.
30 seconds left.
So funny.
Wait, double. Oh, they're running double initiator.
Face your
Actually a
fear!
good play.
Last
Jaden
player
Gecko.
standing. Spike
Hell.
down B.
This blind I
Getting
think, needs a little
detained
bit of a
and like, could you imagine
10
KO,
seconds left.
Gecko, and Faith in the same like team?
What is that finisher?
It's
You can't hear. You can't use your abilities. You're decayed. You're detained. You're stunned. You're flashed.
don't say that.
There's a molly
Just
running. There's a
flash,
molly
you
running
will
at
be
you. There's a dog somewhere screaming. You're stuck to the floor by this little grippy booger.
Right in
I'm
space.
suddenly very afraid of the team I'm going up against. Stop it. Stop it.
No.
Well, you're in like Iron Bronze, so they're not good, but they definitely have abilities that seem scary.
Omen, Omen.
I doubt they have
hey,
the
hey,
teamwork
hey,
and the
Omen,
coordination to
hey,
do anything cool.
I got the spike.
I'm dead. Sniffing your booty.
That went extremely
Spike
well.
down B.
Why do flashes not work against the
Why
bot?
did you shoot the clone? You silly.
Oh my god, wait, new lore.
Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
Let's do a little bit of a rotate.
Rotato. It's an interesting look.
Oh no, the reload! I was abandoned and I fought.
Praise.
Oh, it's Zach. Took
You
me a
are
while to
not.
recognize. Oh yeah, it's Zagreus. Alright, let me turn my music off.
I know exactly where you are.
You gonna die. Tell you, babe. You gonna die.
Reloading.
Lol.
30 seconds left.
Out of charges.
Time to jump.
There's a Cypher right there.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
Dead.
Fake teleport.
Dead.
They looked
Damn,
at
this
each
guy
other.
This guy just put the, like, told the shit off of, Brimstone in a voice note just now.
Oh, goddamn.
So basically, Brim used to, like, work for K-Tech, the Kingdom, because, like, he had nothing better to do.
No, Eminem.
He has since left, but he used to be part of them.
Oh,
and this
wait,
guy
I'm
was like,
playing Eminem.
the more that we, like, dig into everything, the more that they come up, which is an issue.
It is
And she has, like,
I
problems
know.
with them because they, like, caused a massive, like, radionite pollution in Australia, which is
Mhm.
where she's from.
Mhm.
And
I
so
made
she's not a fan of them by herself.
Request.
And then she said, your past with them is clouding your judgment. Get it sorted.
Oh, goddamn.
And die in
Yeah, question.
Find
You
that
gotta,
wingman.
Your wingman
I gotta, like, remind myself that Brimstone's not their
with
boss.
Wingman like 2 or 3 times already.
And I, like, keep
That's
forgetting that
2 or
he's
3
not their
times.
boss. This is more of, like, a team. And so, like,
Yeah.
there's no, like, head honcho that you have to, like, suck
dying.
up to because they're signing your paycheck.
That good.
Reloading.
Haha, saved you.
This way.
Or was
Wow.
that Yoro? There's, who knows. Doesn't matter.
Go away.
I love
Here,
detaining
wingman.
myself. I think it's fun.
Yeah.
Cover going. Cutting through.
Look at me and my little friend.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Decoy.
Alright, while you play that game, I'm gonna grab some food. I'll be right back.
Okay, okay.
Dizzy has targets.
I'm being shot from heaven.
There we go.
One enemy remaining.
Reload.
That was their best, diba? Not impressed.
I don't care if there are 5 of them or 50.
Yeah, I did that while
Let's
blind.
go.
Let's go. No.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
I remember my. I
Yeah.
love
I'm
my
outta here.
bake. I've been told to do mayhem. That
Wing
mayhem
on.
will have to wait. I will do it, but I can't do it right now.
It's the Wang Mang.
Wang Chong.
If I could play a game with Zagreus and then make him wait for me.
sight.
That
Go
would be
get him.
Great.
Yeah, yeah.
Shadows traveling.
That's a one peek while that is up.
Yeah, I know.
Not peek while that is up.
This way.
Silly.
Gotta go.
I would not do that. I would not go in there. They're expecting us.
Get out of my way. Reloading.
Fuck.
player standing.
Oh no.
Crazy.
Saw you, little homie.
You cannot
Oh,
detain
okay.
the flying attack helicopter.
I do too. That absolutely should have hit.
You may
He
not
says their bullets
detain.
tickle.
You may not detain the flying helicopter. The attack helicopter is in the sky.
Yeah, let me play you a little song.
Gotta go.
I wonder if he knows we can't hear that.
Go, go, go!
Cool.
Okay. Oh, there's one coming up.
Dizzy has targets. Coming through!
Find me. Reloading.
Look at my dizzy. Wait, rotating?
There.
Yeah.
Rotate us.
Go, go, go! Almost out.
Saw you, Mosh.
Planted. Cover going
I
out.
pick Mosh. I guess that would be top. Okay.
Where's his camera? I know his camera's here.
Well, that one's market. One CP. Oh, there's just two left, so you know.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
For 3.
I'm the distraction. Nice.
Good stuff.
4K.
Vibe check. We feeling good? Hope so. Hope so.
He's so cute! Hope so, hope so. Fucking literally said
One
vibe check.
chase, I'm God tier with Marshall. I'm gonna miss every single shot.
Oh, on defending, I am an absolute demon with a Marshall.
Ah, break's over.
Demon at missing
I'm
your
outta
shots?
here.
Like
I got
me?
distracted.
Demon as
No,
in
I hit
shots.
headshots like crazy.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Dizzy's up.
My ult's ready.
Somebody
I'll
there.
handle this.
This way. Gotta go.
Enemy spotted. A.
No sweat. Enemy A.
Many
Watch out.
science.
Wingman's planting.
Face your fear.
I'm safe. She's at 80. I think Yara is flank, isn't he?
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Hi.
Hello.
We sell Yakult at my work now, and I was so excited about it. I was like, holy shit, we have these! And I exploded on the spot. I was like,
That's so funny.
like the spike, literally. Oh my gosh, I was like, yeah.
Show weakness.
Do you know what those are, right?
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Okay. I'm nervous. There's a lot of people that don't know things that I think are common knowledge, and I'm like, oh wait, hold on, shit.
Okay, wait, hold
Culture.
on. Say the word one more time.
Yakult. I'll type it for you.
I think I know what that is. No, I don't. No, that's spelled differently than I thought it was gonna be.
It's a
It's a type of like probiotic yogurt drink. It's like a little.
Yeah. Okay, so we
Yeah, the
spell
little
it with an
the little
E
guys
over
with the
here.
red caps.
Enemy spotted mid.
What do you call it?
We spell it with an E over here, but yeah, I know what that is.
Well, that's just the original like Japanese kind of or like spelling of it.
Reload.
In Japanese, they're called yakuto. But I was so excited because I was like, I haven't had them since like
Okay, go.
going to my like neighbor's house when I was a
You
kid.
want more? Here's more.
Because my like my neighbor was she was there like in like elementary school all the way to 6th grade. I had these like Hispanic like best friend that I would always go to their house and like.
Wait, Yaris.
His mom was so sweet. She like didn't speak any English, so she would like show that like she was being like welcoming to us by like bringing us little snacks and things. I loved her so much. She was so sweet.
Thanks, Diz.
But she brought us
they
these
have an
like little like
nerd.
these like little candies, like peanut candies.
One
Bella
enemy
Rosa.
remaining.
Or that's the brand name. I don't know
Yeah,
what they're actually called.
My ultimate shadows
And like caritos and yokos
They have
and
an option.
like this little things. And like I haven't had them since like I was probably really young because like I never went anywhere that sold them. So I was just like, damn. But now my work sells them. I'm doing a parkour course in the range that I didn't know was here in town.
You had it. Go,
Oh,
go,
shit.
go.
I felt my death.
Ooh, rip.
Ooh, nice shot.
The
Sorry, that was
dimensional
delayed,
fabric
but
here is
nice
thin.
shot.
I'll tear through.
That jet stood no chance with that sheriff.
Hell no. She had a fucking up. She was trying to op us from there. I'm like, fuck that.
She could have no-scoped the op in that situation and
I
won.
know, right? She would have killed me with that op.
From that range, it's basically a shotgun.
Right?
Shoot them. Always works.
She was too afraid.
Oh, shit.
Well, that's fine, boy.
This jump is so hard. Why is this so hard?
Gotta go.
Where are we going?
To the A, it would seem.
How am I supposed to get to it?
Or
I've fallen.
shouldn't we spice it up and go somewhere else?
Wait, I want to stream.
Okay, do it.
Streamlabs. Well, my internet like this.
Cutting through.
Nobody's there.
Well,
I don't think I've got
my
my
little
kill.
siblings are.
This way. I'm out of here.
Make sure the game capture is not capturing Overwatch.
Oh!
Get out of my
I want
way.
you to capture Valorant.
One enemy remaining.
Go live.
I'll pull it up on my phone.
Jacko! Oh, I don't know.
Go get him, one man.
Alright.
I'm waiting.
Nice flank, right?
I have to type in the category here. Hold on. B-A-L-L-R-A-N. No, there's no B.
Out of charges.
Why is Valorant mobile?
I don't know. It's sus though.
He's in heaven.
Confirm and
Or
go
hell.
live.
Heaven. Yeah, heaven.
I'm live.
You are! No, you're not.
Oh, I've fallen. Well, give it a second.
Last player standing.
You got your ult.
There we go.
Never mind.
There it
First
is.
mistake was assuming I
It
couldn't.
took a second for Streamlabs to connect to the thing.
Last round before the switch.
Spend your money now. There's no bank in hell.
Who even talks like Eminem? My dude
No,
is Eminem.
He literally called
But, like,
Gecko a
dollar
dollar
store
store Eminem.
I wish he
Who?
was voiced by Eminem.
This one in front of me.
This dude is Skittle. This man is
Motherfucker.
Skittles out here.
I'm gonna put my. Never mind. Actually, I don't know how old he is.
He's Skittles.
I like have to like.
Up and away.
Oh, I missed.
Why does he fly backwards?
Enemy spotted.
And I am.
Shit.
And
That
I
was
think
fake.
we
That
should
was
rotate,
fake.
not
That was
stay.
fake.
No.
Our spike carrier is dead. Deep.
Spike down A.
Do you want to know a really easy way to
Last
tell if it's
player
fake or not?
standing.
Going again.
You stun or blind it. If you can stun or blind it, it's real. If you can't, it's fake. That's a good detain.
Nice try.
That was so
Face your
chaotic.
fear!
Oh, hey, Anorexi's operator.
Switching sides.
Pero like, why can't we
I like
just
the
hug it
pink.
out?
Go, go, go!
He just said, "Why can't we just hug it out?" line.
I love that one.
I love it too.
So,
Oh, I've got the
which
balls
pet
gun
do
in
you
my
think
store.
is the cutest?
Huh?
Balls.
Yeah, no,
Balls.
that's a hard one.
I'd say Dizzy.
Yeah, Dizzy, but I also kind of like
I like Thrasher.
Who do you like?
Mosh gonna
Thrasher.
hate.
They like
Nah,
magazine.
I'm not gonna get hate. It's just, you know,
The old one?
Thrasher the
Wingman's the
magazine?
center
No.
like of attention.
Wait, then Thrasher.
I think they're
Oh, the
both.
alt.
Fear not, I can just pick up my ability.
Watch out!
I find it a bit insane.
I hate them so much.
Spike down B. Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Oh, I can't hurt myself.
Go get him, buddy. Blow him up, Mosh. You did good.
I love it.
Good stuff.
He literally tried to tell us he was AFK.
Move in after I strike. That's when they're weak.
My nose itches.
Yeah, let's see if Marshall's feeling marshally today.
Go, go, go!
Now I'm let me take this. Yes, you already backed it off.
Just don't.
Okay, let's see if I'm feeling marshally today.
Like Slim Shady Marshall or
All three.
I'm out of here!
Apparently I'm not.
Oh damn.
Enemy spotted mid. Killed them.
I'm marshally today.
Watch out!
Anyone else?
Take this! There!
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
nice one.
Got him. God damn.
I don't know. Maybe a Marshall.
Fight till the end, no matter what. Go, go, go!
Sometimes I'm insane with a Marshall. Sometimes I can't hit a single shot. It's kind of
Let's start this party.
Hello. I'm gonna pick them right away and
Hi
get
there.
one.
Watch out!
Die. Just kidding.
There.
They're gonna peek.
Grenade! Take this!
They
Oh
did
my
peek.
gosh, there's a lot.
I didn't get it, so.
Stealing sight. I'll handle this. Many enemies mid. Got him. Decoy. I'm right here.
Spike planted.
Reload.
Oh, sir, hey.
They did go with him.
Oh, I'm dead. Get me already. I believe.
Cutting through. Reloading.
Yeah, not luck. Your skill. Epic attempt, sire.
My advice: don't get shot.
Don't get shot.
Pretty solid advice, honest.
Gotta go.
I should not be getting shot.
That is really great advice. I don't know.
Honestly, if we just don't get shot, we win.
Gotta get game.
It's so clear to me now.
Gonna get you.
You're gonna game? I wish they would let me forfeit.
Gonna get
It's kinda
you.
not working.
You're gonna gay. Okay.
Gonna fucking get you.
Take
this!
and not B.
I'm wiggling my
one's
sword
coming
at you.
Other
Get
B,
out of my
actually,
way!
Here, I'm here.
I can see that.
That sounds gross.
There. Watch out.
I'm scared.
Got him. Yoru's down.
I think they're right. Oh, hey, I just got blasted. Yeah, they're definitely going B. No, yeah, one on A. Oh, I get him. Believe in you, Roman.
Last player
Fucking
standing.
shit.
Oh my god. Can
You sir are dead. We've let us all you're down, you're grounded,
Good
you're
enough.
bad, you're
Clock's
terrible,
ticking.
oh, you're just,
I
oh.
stuttered.
Stutter.
That's a joke, by the way, Omen. Wonderful. Yeah.
I'm out of here.
Hey, what? Huh?
Even Mosh agrees. You are great.
Oh no.
Oop. Boink.
Come on, let's go.
See, I'm just gonna ult us, and if they're not here, I'll pick my ult up and use it again.
It's all you, little homie.
I think they're gonna keep on continuing going B. I'm gonna be honest with you.
Who's next?
Then I shall pick up my ult.
Enemy spotted mid.
Shot one. Reloading. Watch out. Enemy spotted B. This way. Bomb buddy out. There.
Oh my god. I hit Fade in the head for 80. They're also planting A.
Spike
Y'all
planted.
Bozo. Clown. Nerd. Yeah, get him.
Last player standing.
Wait, you saw them. They're behind Jen. Behind Jen? No. Saw them.
I hit them for 132.
I'll pick them apart. You clean up whatever's left.
Dizzy bonks you.
Gotta go.
Dizzy bonk.
Gotta go.
Oh, hey, the classic sometimes.
Hey.
Be aggressive with this.
Enemy spotted A.
Okay, I am blind and dead and in immense pain.
I have you. You're okay. But now you're kind of in a corner.
No, wait, my Dizzy's gonna die. Wait, where's my Dizzy at? Oh, he's up on the roof up there.
Got one.
Dizzy.
Spike planted.
Oh, you got tripwire.
I did. I still injured Fade and got Jet though.
Last player standing.
Oops, I got confused. He saw you, they know where you are.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, good try. Good shit.
What is that finisher? Never seen that before.
It's
Do we mix it up? Double down? Let's talk.
Go, go, go!
It's the booty
I'm
snap
gonna practice
finisher.
lineups.
Do it. Wait, no.
Oh, flake
On
finisher.
Gecko?
Yeah.
God damn.
Cause he's just
sorry,
he's
what
got
do
the
you
same
mean?
weight as a Killjoy Molly, so if I can figure out, if I
You
can like
heard
look
me,
up some
it's the
Killjoy
butt
Mollies
flake
to like,
finisher.
or KO Mollies, because KO and Killjoy have the same weight to their Mollies, so Gecko follows. I can probably figure out a
Butt
couple.
flake finisher.
Well, I know post plants.
I think I just lost my dizzy. I
Based
need
on
to
that
stop doing
information, but I didn't know like I want to like take Mollies.
Get out of my way!
Yeah, I just lost my dizzy again.
Enemy spotted B.
Nice try! Coming through!
Enemy spotted B.
I know exactly
I'm
where
out of
they
here!
are.
Face your fear!
Spike planted.
Oh, I forgot to. Oh, lol.
Sweet.
Okay, little homies. Teamwork on
No,
3.
no.
1,
Out
2,
of charges!
3.
Fucking shit.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, I got a good
Last player standing.
headshot for someone.
Good stuff.
Hey, whoa.
Wingman for Sana Sana.
He's so cute.
That's true. Good advice.
Was it don't get
Go,
shot?
go, go! Go, go, go!
Wingman with the touch.
Huh?
I'm out of here!
I'm running away.
Enemy spotted mid.
Take this!
Ooh, that could be yummy.
Gotta go!
I would.
So I
Raise
can throw
it.
Spike down. Defender spawn.
and the
Out of charges.
arrow is there.
Oh shit!
There he goes. The explosion.
Here comes the party!
Actually, I'd probably do it a little
Shot it
bit
too early, nerd.
more like here. Let's try there.
Last
Because
player standing.
Gecko's small is really big, so I want to give them as little space as possible. So that's better.
Oh hey, the shoot bang.
That one.
You're
That
up.
one's good.
Stay safe.
Ooh, wait, there's a.
Back in. Go, go, go!
Do you mean to have your screen on ending soon?
I do not. I'm pressing buttons on mistake.
Speaking of
Lol.
different language out here.
That's the wrong button. There we go.
Sorry, what?
I'm lost.
I'm summoning
Wait.
demons.
Is there no?
Oh,
Is it not recording audio?
I got
Recording
it.
audio. Wait, hold
Right in
on.
the head.
Watch out!
and I'm gonna steal your weapon.
And just restart it.
Why does
just
that
try to
gun
get it to
sound
like
so
record audio.
goofy? Oh yeah! Monster on the loose!
It's weird.
Go, go, go.
I don't know what it's doing.
Who's next?
Oh my god, I pressed it again! Why the fuck? Oh, it's on a hotkey. That's why it's being weird.
Last player standing.
Let me kill hotkeys. I don't.
Spike down mid.
Raise, I can't with that man or with that guardian.
Match point. We do what we do. Get back to chilling.
That guardian just sounds hilarious.
Gotta go.
That is.
I need a drop.
Man, that guardian. I'm dying.
Oh, never mind. We're all broken.
There's one that goes.
Time to show up.
I'm out of here.
That's just how it is.
Just a barrel, right?
I'm gonna go.
Okay, so let's.
Thrash is going again. Thrash got it.
Gotta go.
I know exactly.
Haha, that one.
I'm out of here.
Don't stay there, Raze. Told you.
Where's that go?
So.
Okay.
Oh, why did we go Bucky?
Last player
That was the
standing.
play.
We're all broke.
Yeah, but I don't think Bucky was the play.
Attackers win.
Ooh, that one's
Nice job.
good.
The heck?
That'll block off that entire ceiling for a second.
Oh, you ended stream? What?
No, I just restarted it.
Oh, okay, okay.
Because my thing was being goofy.
I'm out! I'm free! Finally! Reload. Reload. Reload.
Well, sorry. Let me get out of here.
No, you're fine. You're good. You're good. You can stay in there. I am gonna go grab food real quick.
Oh, okay. Well, I have to make you pick something then, because I left.
Oh.
Fools, get zapped.
I make you wait the entire 78 seconds.
I would explode. I would make you explode.
No! Yeah, your stream's not popping back up.
Oh, weird. I guess I just won't be streaming. That's fine.
Sobs, cries, but I wanna watch it.
Look, I'm glad
Why
you're
do you
all
want to
here.
watch it?
There,
You're
I said
literally in it.
Because I wanna watch it.
Wah. Here, have all your
Right,
bullshit.
ready. Here we go.
Blow him up, Mud.
I accept his death.
All you, Mud.
Yeah. You'll just live at that forever. Are you exactly? Are you?
1 HP?
My
Yes,
ult's ready.
yes I am.
Go, go, go.
So, and that you will say.
Watch out. Take this. Watch out. Take this. Take this. Watch out. Watch out. Take this. Watch out. Take this.
Why are you doing this to me?
Take this. This. Watch out.
Oh my god, wait, my fucking monitor froze. Hold on.
This way. Coming through.
Wait, no, my game's frozen.
Coming through. This way.
Okay.
Probably not helping.
I'm out of
I
here.
don't even know what you're doing.
Watch out. Take this.
Oh my god.
Take this. Watch out. Watch out. Take this.
Okay, I'm off to go grab food. Don't look at me like that. You turn away, fuckers.
Here we go.
Saw you. Crash is ready.
Watch out. Watch out. Take this. Watch out. Take this.
Going again. Crash is ready.
My ult's ready.
Rude ass motherfucker, you get back here!
Leave me alone.
Get back here, you little shit!
I'll do it again.
You can't escape.
I wasn't trying to escape.
You can't escape.
Aren't you getting food?
Yeah.
Mosh pit.
The silent contemplation, like, yeah, I should. Alright, here we go.
Okay. So if I do it like, if I come onto these boxes and do like
Blow him up, Mosh.
this and then, oh, that didn't work.
Dizzy's up top.
And I can throw a little man like this. That'll. Wait, I threw it over here, so would it clear this area? No clue if that would clear. Can I? Did.
Saw you, little homie. Thrash is ready.
Oh, I can.
Last player standing.
We're going again. Thrash is ready.
We are not going to be able to deal with this amount of water. Nope. Definitely flooding.
I wonder if I can modify that. Yeah, to hit the platform itself. This.
Spike's in attacker spawn.
Bonk. I'm not there. I'm not here. I'm getting food.
Last player standing. Last player standing.
I almost
Last
completely
player
forgot.
standing.
Oops.
So I'm gonna do stretch time while you do lineups.
Well, it can just be done now. I was just trying to figure out a couple things.
Yeah, but I still gotta do stretch time, so.
Oh, that's true.
Alright, I'm gonna do that then.
Have fun.
We're gonna put Ghost on real quick, and then we're gonna go up. And you're gonna watch Zagreus do his funky little shit. There, that's a good view of the map. Yeah, that's good enough view. Alrighty. Let me get my clock out. Alrighty, stretch time starts now. I forgot to put on music. Alright, stretch time is starting. Ah! We're doing our basic stretches first.
Oh, that gun. Oh, that hits the roof. Oh, wait, that's not right.
Are you gonna redeem all 5 of them? Please don't redeem all 5. Please have mercy. Hello? Just one? That's... Alright. Which one do you want? Push up or sit up? Yes, please, what? Yes, please, what? You gotta redeem all 5, but yes, I will do 2 push-ups and 3 sit-ups. You got it. What do you mean I won't let you do all 5? That shouldn't happen. What do you mean? I'll do one push-up for right now, but what do you mean? Because that shouldn't happen at all. I'm gonna pause that real quick. Scared the living shit out of me.
It's all you, little Crash is ready. She's
Yeah,
going
no, it
again.
should be fine. There he goes. What do you mean, what? It should be completely fine. I've done one push-up, but I gotta see you redeem all 5. It should be perfectly fine. Ugh. Only this one time. You redeem them later. 3 sit-ups right now. 1, 2, 3. And then one more push-up. Weird. Let me see if you have anything in queue. You shouldn't. Yeah, it says you've only done one.
I'm also just dizzy. Instead of having to use.
It's okay.
Lash.
I'll do it this one time.
Little homie. Thrash is ready. Thrash is going again. Thrash is ready.
I love Gecko. He's so cute. He's so quirky. He's absolutely adorable.
Last player standing.
What on earth is he doing? Okay, leg ones. Do squats. Do all 5 what? Push up or sit up. Whatever reason, Twitch I think glitched and thought that Blink already did all 5 of her redeems for this stream. Which is not possible, but it just doesn't make any sense. That's 3, 4, and 5. What is your sole desire, my good sir? All push-ups? Fuck. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah. I did not enjoy that. I'm doing butterfly stretch now. That was probably more than 10. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, Other leg. 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ugh. Then we do our uppy. Place hands under bum. Eight, 9, 10. Ah. That one always tires me out. We are now doing the dead child for 5 seconds. It has been 5 seconds. I don't know why people call that one the dead child. I know it can sometimes be called resting child. Yep, those are the only two I know it to be called. I looked it up. That's literally what it's called. 9, 10. Ah, shit. Where'd he go? I don't see him anywhere. Great name, I know, right? It's literally just you resting, kind of like a starfish.
You're still muted.
Not full starfish, but like
I don't
still
know if you're done
starfish. Alright, we do downward dog. And then this one. Nine, 10. Ugh. Has it been 10 minutes yet? I'm checking. We have like 5 seconds left. Doing my shoulder stretches. Well, not stretches. I don't know what they're called. Finally, we are free. I am free. Oh, you're still in there?
Back. Oh yeah.
I couldn't see you, so I thought you left.
Oh, I'm out of the map significantly. Hold on, let me show you. I'm trying to go to the mountains.
Oh my fucking god.
That's the map.
No way, hold on.
I want to go to the mountains.
You're fucking seriously outside the map, outside the map.
I am out of the map.
God damn. I'm not even there anymore.
You couldn't see me because I wasn't anywhere on playable ground. I'm trying to go to this JPEG of a fucking mountain in the background. We on the way.
We on the way. Oh my god.
Me and the boys.
Just you and the lads.
Can you see how much the game doesn't know what to do with the fact that I'm out here?
Yes.
Because there's no, like, character lighting. So basically the map has, like, a certain amount of light to it. But, like, there's no light here. Because no, there's
Because you're not supposed to be here.
I am not supposed to be here.
My food is noodles with Alfredo sauce and an assorted nuts with some.
Oh my god, I can shoot it, look.
You can! What the fuck?
I'm shooting the mountain JPEG.
This is cursed. How
This
dare you
bitch
find
tall. God damn. Wait, there's like there's slight geometry to it.
I'm
It's
surprised.
weird. And now I'm behind it and it no longer exists.
Mm-hmm.
And now I've oh wow. This is this is the edge of the skybox.
Low. This is as
Alright.
far as you can go.
How long do you think it would take me to get past it?
Please don't get past it.
I'm going. Actually, this might take too long. I'm bored. Anyways, yeah, that's what the outside of the map looks like.
Wow.
You have to recapture Valorant, by the way.
Yeah, I am.
Oh, are you cool to Q?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, you're eating, so I didn't know.
Yeah, no.
I
Eating
wasn't
and
sure. How do
playing-
you? You should give me some of your Radianite, by the way. Some of
If
your
I could.
300 Radianite.
If I
Jesus
could, I
Lord.
would.
Match found.
Jeez.
I always wondered if 300 Radianite was a lot or not.
For context, 80 Radianite
Mhm.
costs $50.
Holy fucking shit. But I want to play Sage.
I am both shield and sword.
You see how fucking fast I locked Gecko?
Yes, I did.
Goddamn. Loads into the thing and then it's locked immediately.
Yep.
It's so stupid.
Ah. Yeah, I have so much Radianite because I don't have anything to use it on.
Oh, for real.
Mhm. Ooh. The fades from the last game, it was I banged dads, 420.
Oh dear.
Mm-hmm.
This neighborhood used to be so much better without this kingdom shit.
You're gonna get one. Thank you.
Look at him.
Where's Brad?
Via the Dollar Tree M&M.
Take that back.
I take it back. I meant more of the candy, but I take it back.
Oh wait, he does hold them tenderly.
He does! Look at it! You hold
Oh,
them
that's so cute.
Adorable.
Why did she dash? Wait, hold on. Different. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna. Dog.
Cutting through.
Told him not to do it.
I did. I warned him.
Spike carrier is killed.
Spike down B.
And now we don't have smoke. Like, they look like trying to bait each other. That's really
Yeah.
funny.
Last player standing. Flawless.
I was gonna send the little guy through, so he would like hit the trip
Yeah. That was
instead of having one of us go through and hit the trip. but that didn't work out.
No, that didn't. Not that it didn't work out. It just didn't happen.
Like, this dude.
You don't even usually take Spike, and I know for a fact you're just doing it to spite him, motherfucker.
You know what? That's fair. If they want the bomb, they can have the bomb. Okay.
Here. Reloading. Enemy spotted. A. Reloading. Reloading.
So she came out to grab the gun.
Reloading. Enemy spotted A.
Reload.
I saw one.
He got hurt. We should rotate.
Shadows traveling. Reloading. Enemy spotted. A.
One dead. Wall raised. Healing.
Reloading.
30 seconds left.
Planted.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Darn it.
I got the spike.
Yay! Spikey Spike.
Little man. Blue.
Blue. Dizzy.
Goop. Done.
Gun. Ah.
Cover going out.
What the shit going on there?
Enemy kill.
What? How the fuck did he just lose that?
Dizzy's up top.
There's one there.
Fuck.
Wait.
Night night.
You didn't say where she was!
Spike
I
down
did!
A.
You did not. It didn't, or at least if you did, you didn't say it out loud. You just said fuck.
Oh.
I kept looking the wrong side.
Oh no. I'm so sorry. She looked like she was going from here to here. Like that.
No, I just knew, like, from where you died. I didn't know which side of the ramp she was.
Oh. There she is again.
That was rough. That one.
We literally pinged all over there and she still didn't look there.
That's
I don't think this jet knows what's going on.
I don't think so either.
Go invisible, idiot. Come get me.
This might be a Vandal day, TBH.
I wouldn't
I'm
blame
not
you.
doing well with. I'm not doing well with my spray control, so I'm gonna have to actually aim. We have a Yoru. Why doesn't Yoru put this clone through the trips?
I'll cut through.
I don't know.
Because you know those motherfuckers will see the clone.
Shadows
Yep.
traveling. Shadows traveling. Stealing sight. Cutting through. Decoy.
Yeah, see?
The fun begins. Wingman's
Behind
gonna
us.
plant spike.
Not behind us.
Why is the Yoru doing nothing? Why is the Yoru doing nothing? He's just standing there.
Behind us. Two. He did tell us two.
No touch left.
Last player standing.
Time to jump.
This guy is baiting our entire team.
One
My
enemy
ult's
remaining.
ready.
I sent my guy out to plant the spike, thinking that the Euro would protect him because he was on site. Guess what didn't happen?
Protecting.
So I say for day.
He
Don't
let him
make
get
a big
shot.
deal about
That
it.
motherfucker.
Ain't no way. Yoru, you are cracked.
No. Did you say no?
Yep.
Understandable.
This dude baited my fucking guy. I put the bomb out. I threw the bomb there. I threw the bomb in the objective of our game into the site because my teammate was there thinking he would protect the thing that's trying to actively win the game. And just, that did not happen.
Nope.
Time to jump.
Got him. Hi! I'm pissed!
Cover going out.
Give a heal.
I do, but
I have 5. Bruh, I had 5 health.
I'm so sorry. Just as I was about to switch out with fucking Omen, came in. Yeah, this is a good idea.
Run, little man. They're not ready. Up and away. Somebody's there.
One enemy remaining.
Cover going out. Here.
Spike planted.
Last player standing.
It's all you, little homie. Crash got a hit.
Lol. You still got it. You're so good. You're better.
Prepare yourselves. We fight once
Hey,
again.
can someone buy me, please?
Are you talking?
No, sorry, I was thinking.
You're good. I thought you were silently angry at me for not healing you before I died.
No. I don't care. Like, we won the round, so it's fine. Won the round, so it's fine.
Okay.
We go!
Why is the jet light armor with a phantom? Why are you
Shadows traveling.
saving? You have 4,000 credits, dude. You're just going in solo. Wait, don't.
Barrier created.
Oh, that was a bad wall.
Enemy spotted B.
That was a wall.
Planted.
Yeah, I like that.
I know, right?
Enemy spotted B. Reloading. For you.
Sit down.
One enemy remaining.
Get out.
Enemy B.
This one.
You are in our
Thank you.
I got your ass, don't worry.
Dizzy's up top.
I'll pick them apart.
There you go.
You clean up whatever's
Yeah, look
left.
at him too.
I just be whiffing today. I don't know why.
Mood.
Like,
But
I'm
I'm
missing the
whiffing
easy
always.
shots. Like, you would even look at it and be like, what the fuck is that?
I would know if you were streaming.
Reloading. This is gonna be fun.
No, no, no! I don't take it back though.
Cutting through.
Reloading.
Okay, Jack.
Dizzy's up.
There's another one there, and my Yoru is baiting me.
Yep.
They have an op. So.
Watch them run.
Okay.
Okay.
Shadows traveling.
30 seconds left.
Trying to focus position. But they heard your ult, so they heard your ult, so you're not in the main anymore. And you smoke off vents, so that eliminates
10
the
seconds
possibility of
left.
you being vents, which means there's only one other place that you could be. Heaven B. What the fuck?
We get a pick, we move in. Got it?
As a non-Omen player, I would have done on the Heaven B door.
Do we hear another crazy thing that Omens can do with their ult?
Pick up the spike.
Pick up the spike.
I know, right? I was so surprised when he didn't do it.
I mean, like, I understand, like, they're all gonna be there, so... But also, come on, dude.
Time to jump.
Viper's here.
Right there.
Cover going out.
Sheriff only?
Enemy spotted. A.
Shadows traveling.
What's happening over there?
Reloading.
Blinding.
Oh, I Jared died mid. Let's try to kill the Reyna. Oh, we're stomping.
Fake teleport.
Up and away.
Cover going out.
Wall raised.
Nice, good ball. The body blocking. Real. Nope. Keep on. Let's go.
Spike planted. Thrash is ready.
We got Thrash.
Revive me. Reloading.
18 seconds.
You're good.
Oh, 34.
Oh, I thought she was Raptors.
One enemy remaining.
He was. What did you
Last
hop down?
player standing.
I don't know. I didn't hear her hop down. She must have gone down the rope then.
Damn, she fast.
It's not really that big of a distance. Because I did wait to pull out Utah the first one.
I don't care if there are 5 of
But
them.
her
or
Omen didn't
50.
kill her, and her Omen was
Let's
Raptors.
go.
It was weird.
No, he wasn't Raptors. He was Allie. Allie and
When
then
I-
Raptors.
Oh, so he went through CT.
Hell no. I ain't no go with an op. I ain't taking that
Victims are
shit.
not looking. Cutting through.
What the fuck?
Die.
Neon is suicidal.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has one. Wingman's planting.
Wall raised.
Spike sticking.
You
Thanks,
protected
little man.
the boy.
Time to jump.
Have the boy.
Protect the boy!
Good shot.
I know exactly where.
Last player standing.
Oh shit.
remaining.
Wait, Riz. You're creating yourself a 2v1 such pressure. Wait, I'm detaining. Detained.
Alright, let's go! Run!
This is what I trained for.
Are you picking him up?
Yeah. I feel bad.
You're so cute!
Oh yeah, monsters on the loose.
Reloading.
I'm very surprised I was able to res you.
Don't let him get up.
Because I just saw
I mean, I was the only
buttons.
body. I was the only body there.
Okay, okay. Because there's also the other gecko there.
Oh, motherfucker, 120.
Spike down B.
Reloading.
Backing up, backing up, backing up.
I'm surprised I got to 120 on her while I was blind because my fucking duelist was peeking. I love.
Reloading.
Barrier created.
Yu doesn't have your cross.
Spike planted.
Don't get up. Many enemies,
Last player
Fucking
standing.
shit. I didn't know whether to focus on the camera or not.
No, we should.
One enemy remaining.
Oh dear.
Damn.
Anyone else think they can kill a god?
That one was close.
We do what
Yeah.
we do. Get back to chilling.
Frightened.
Oh, they
Literally,
can't
the
ban off.
first time you got shot, I immediately took out my E and just started spamming at you.
That's really funny.
And then you died. I'm like, no, res. I used it.
He pressed X and she's like, can't use that.
Can't use that here.
Dizzy's up. We have targets.
Here. Many here.
Is he gonna swing?
Hi! I'm pissed!
No.
Folded.
Decoy.
Reloading.
Blow him up, Mosh.
One enemy remaining.
Shadows traveling.
Sick next time.
Nice.
Wait, I might get the ult charge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last round in the
Yeah.
half.
We cannot keep our goods after this. Spend all.
I did 125 with my mosh pit to that Viper.
Hell yeah. We love to see those numbers.
Because I was like, wait, I hit her once in the body and she died and nobody else had touched her. How did she looks at tab? Oh, mosh pit. Damage dealt 125.
Up and away.
Time to jump.
Go get it, buddy.
Reloading.
I'm being body blocked by our two duelists. She's behind us.
The fact that none of our duelists were in for me.
Yep.
Last player standing. Switching sides.
Even with numbers, anything can still happen. Remember that.
That I'm pretending like that first nice shot was an accident in our chat because the Omen missed. It was because the Omen missed. I just didn't want to be mean.
Yeah.
But you kind of gotta be mean because what the fuck?
What the fuck did I just see?
Why are you playing slows?
Why am I what?
Why did you buy slow orders? It's pistol round.
Fine.
Let's keep on vibing.
Oh, I'm just like, I don't know what you're doing. I don't know what your game plan is.
Barrier created.
Enemy A.
Oop.
Someone's there.
Here.
Oh my god, I'm lagging. Fuck.
Fuck. 2. 3.
Enemy spotted. Back to me.
Here.
Why are my duelists in spawn? Come out of the fucking spawn door!
Cover going
We literally saw everyone and Jet is
Bro,
still
you
back
have
there.
both flashes, and you have your clone. You can get out of there. It's fine.
Spike planted.
Wingman planted. I don't think there's anyone in sight besides Cypher.
Last player standing.
Everyone's on site. They just had Wingman plant instead of Gecko.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
No.
I'm gonna buy Wingman just to see if I can get the defuse.
Okay.
Fight!
I'm alone. This is
I
great.
literally saw 2 people over there with you. Where the fuck did they go?
Wall raised.
They're mid.
I'm healing myself, backing up.
Omen's not watching mid, but he's mid. That wall's funky.
It is. It was panically placed. Can you tell?
They're pushing B, I think.
Here.
Hiya.
Enemies.
They're on the other side. Someone's there.
Oh my god! Why are my duelists baiting
Player
me?
standing.
Push, dude.
I literally hit 3
Spike
people
planted.
once.
Oh my god.
Anyone else?
Team Ace.
I feel like if I don't, like, go in first every single fucking round, we just will never go in.
I will take back what is mine.
It's sad but
Where-
true.
Where are the duelists cow? If you're gonna pick Jet with her dash and her updraft and her smokes, and you're gonna pick Yoru with his clone and his teleport, go in first. Otherwise, don't play those characters. Let somebody who's, you know, much better than you play those. Because you're ass if you're gonna do that kind of shit. I've seen you on Neon. You go in.
Dizzy's up top.
And I've seen no thoughts.
There's so many! Don't wall that off, by the way. If you're gonna wall something off, wall up this choke. But in general, your wall is better used to retake in this map. Just because they break it so fast because of how quickly they can get to the choke points.
Enemy spotted A.
They don't have a healer, so you look at whether yeah, that one dies. I hit her one. What is
Player
this?
standing.
Did you see what our
Team
jet
Ace.
just did?
Yeah. I was watching her.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
Yes, let
That
us
was-
be free.
That was so bad. I like can't figure out what I just watched.
Jet was surrounded. I wanna. Did she realize it? Did she not?
Give a heal.
I just used it on myself on accident.
Time to jump.
Is anyone watching mid?
No.
Reloading.
I know exactly where you are.
Got one.
The hunt begins.
My ult's not ready.
Last player standing.
Oh, I'm bad. I get. Oh, I'm off. I hit it for one. I hit that Reyna for 163.
Oh god damn.
I'll make them remember they're only human.
You know that shot? I just shot her through the box.
Yeah.
That was a headshot.
God damn.
If that fucking Viper wasn't there, I would have killed her.
I believe it.
Enemies are A. Up and away. He has targets. Enemy A. Get him, wingman.
Careful.
My wingman's down. Thrash is ready.
Spike down
117 on
A.
the Viper. My yours baiting me again.
Last player standing.
That was dumb of me.
Zuko better watch that
Literally
back.
pauses to type that.
Oh, what did you say?
Bad boy.
No.
Yeah,
Gross.
exactly.
I'm being cringe, don't mind me.
Go right ahead, I don't see anything. I was thinking the exact same thing, let me tell you.
Do you know why?
No, why?
I have my ult.
Oh my gosh. Go for it, go for it.
If they're here, though. They're being...
Sobs.
They're not. Wait.
That's
They're
it.
just like... No, there's B. There's A, bro. I just need you to like jiggle it. Like don't watch it, but just like...
Oh gosh, there's a lot more. Killing myself. They're retreating.
Reloading.
Spike down A. One enemy remaining.
Spike is A.
Flawless.
Hell yeah, let's
Thanks for
go.
helping me take out
I'd
these
like to
traps.
think that I won this that round.
I like to think that too.
Once more
I
into
think
battle.
Because I did.
I'm not
Because I
tired.
did.
Are
You
you?
did.
Without me going in there with my fucking ult, killing their cipher, and then continuing to push with a fucking judge. We would not have won that, because our duelists would have stayed back and then died because they're dumb.
Yep. They're gonna be B.
I've won.
Why are they here?
Because I've been getting kills. Why did everybody leave? POV, I get stunned, and the person that was watching ramp isn't watching ramp?
Someone came out.
Oh, if the orb's still there, you can grab that, and you're closer to ult. Oop.
Enemy spotted A.
This is the worst jump spotting I've ever seen.
Enemy spotted A.
I wish I could heal Omen. Wait, I can. No, I can't.
They were both ramp.
Welcome
They
to
pushed up.
my world.
Last player standing.
The fact that you continued to try to
I know! tried
That's
scrolling
kinda
and it
goofy.
just didn't work.
Why did he shoot? She
I
didn't
don't
see
know.
him.
She didn't.
If you like, why do you shoot at nothing? Why is that a thing you're doing? Why are we shooting at nothing now?
So the reason why I left is because I thought I heard someone mid, and I saw Yoru was on ramp.
Yeah, don't trust our don't trust our teammates.
Okay. I'll keep with you. I'll keep with you.
Stick with me.
Don't worry, bro. I won't leave you.
Andale.
Up you go.
Thanks for blocking sight. I don't think they're here.
Probably me then.
Don't.
Jet.
That's why we weren't running, Jet. If your teammates are sneaking, there's a reason they're sneaking.
You should
Don't
also
keep
sneak.
running.
Also, Omen gave them mid.
I know exactly.
Last player standing. Spike down B.
What?
Shadows traveling.
I don't even know.
Spike planted.
You know what? You know what's really helpful against cipher trips?
Jumping.
Teleport.
True.
Whoa! Maybe you hadn't wasted them on someone that wasn't there.
He didn't even need to shoot that one. That Cypher had no fear.
The dimensional fabric here is thin. I'll tear through.
I want more funky gunky
I'm like
gecko lines.
in shock at how bad this is.
Yeah.
You know that if this Yoru had been entering, he would not have as many kills as he does.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason that he has that many kills is because he's the last alive, because he doesn't push ever.
Yep.
That might be a lurk.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Enemy A. Dizzy's up. Someone's there.
Cover going out.
Careful.
Why is he not mid?
Careful.
Can you hold me while I grab my orb?
Fuck this shit. They're mid. In here.
Thank you.
Oh, but why do you leave mid so fast?
I think so.
Here.
Spike planted.
Are we just pinging shit now? Like, what's going on?
No, I was watching Omen. He definitely hurt someone.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
Our teammates. That's it.
One
We'll
enemy
stop our
remaining.
teammates.
He's there. I even heard him.
Match point.
Their backs will be towards at least one of us.
You know what, if we're gonna die with no shields. Actually, I have ult. I am grabbing shield. Spectre or Ares?
judge.
I'll handle this. Enemy A.
Wait, just jiggle it.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Just like keep like looking.
I can't keep looking.
You're good.
I'm shocked.
Enemy spotted. She's going again.
Spike down A.
Careful.
What is my teammates doing right now?
I don't know.
The fact that my jet's baiting my Yoris. Stop jumping, bro.
Last player standing.
What is the teleporting for?
Attackers win.
The fact that I just saw a title called Dollar Cheese Squad Assemble, and I love it. We love Dollar. Yeah, that's us.
You know this year is gonna be like, I top fracked. Why did we lose? 'Cause you're bad, kid. If you're good, you're gonna do it a loss. Weird.
Wowee.
Wow. That's so odd how we lost because you never entered or did anything until the very end when I was making a fool of you. I knew that game was like gonna be bad from the moment that I said wait to our Omen before walking into a
Yes.
Cypher cage.
So true.
I was like, hold on, guys. I'm like, that's exactly why I said wait! Open!
Welcome into bed.
One head.
Nearly.
That's gonna sound a little man through.
Only one brain seal between all of us. Wait, maybe you have two.
I might have 4 or 5 actually. I've been saving up.
You've been saving up. You've been saving up for the release.
Yeah.
Let's see. Give me a sec while I grab my phone.
No.
That's too bad. I can't hear you no more. I'm just grabbing my phone. It's on my bed.
Oh, I didn't know that.
No, you're good.
I thought you were like leaving to get
No.
your phone, you know?
Nah. It was just across the room.
Match found.
There it is. Look at you go, goddamn. It's Pearl?
I am both shield and sword.
Buck.
Ah!
Oh, double smoke.
Ooh. Interesting.
Did you mean to mute yourself?
No.
Lol.
I didn't even realize. Wait, you can stash brain cells? Apparently. Zagreus can do it at least.
I have the secret tech.
You gotta share. Why you hogging? Mom said
I
it's
bet
my
good
turn.
money.
You back up my mom said it's my turn.
Okay. If you really want to know,
Yeah.
just play Reyna.
Fuck.
Yeah, if you play Reyna, you don't need to think, and so you can save your brain cells for later.
I don't know how to play Reyna.
Run at them, kill them, take 120 damage, press Q, and then erase all of the damage, and suddenly you win. Basically, the secret to Reyna is run at them, kill them, and then you win.
True.
That's
Little
the
duck.
secret.
Okay, but how do you
Petit
store them?
They just kind of accumulate, you know?
Absolute facts. Cute jelly bean gecko, yes.
It's less more like a conscious, like I'm putting these to the side, and more of a, oh, I have two
didn't
now.
need it. I have two now. I don't think when
Yeah,
I
well,
play
I mean,
I
it's
don't
a
get extra-
quadratic scale, so it'll go up exponentially.
Microwave.
You don't need
just...
one brain cell now, you get two. You don't need those 2 brain cells, now you have 4.
Bro.
Exactly, I know.
Microwave. Stop using your brain cells while playing Reyna.
Yeah, if you think while playing Reyna, you're doing it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
The only time you should think on Reyna is when you're in a 1v5 and you don't have ult.
True.
That's when you start thinking. If you're playing Reyna and it's anything other than a 1v5 with no ult, you don't need to think. Not in this elo. In this elo, if you have Reyna and you press X, you win.
True.
Unless you get shit on.
There's just a firing squad on the other side.
Me. I kill you.
Please don't. Please have mercy.
They need to give us more Gecko content. Give it now.
They
Give
do.
me more cards. I want cards, I want sprays, I want buddies. Give me now.
Yes, agree. Give it to us now. I want it.
I wish the little, like, his little, like, agent contract, like, buddy is a skateboard. Which I think is cute. But I would have much preferred if it was a little guy.
Also true. Why can't
If
we
I
have
could get a
both?
little guy on my gun.
Why can't we have both? Why didn't they give
Burrito,
us?
please.
Sage,
Burrito,
if I die out there, you're in charge. Someone has to look out for these knuckleheads.
Nah, because the enemy team all of a sudden gains radiant aim, and as soon as I press X, and only when I press X, Lamau.
Oh, damn. Have you tried being better?
Have you tried getting good?
I know. Have you tried aiming for the head? That usually works. Actually, in this game, you can aim for the head, be standing still, they be standing still, and you shoot first, and you'll still die.
Yeah.
This game is so funky. Why do you bounce like that?
What?
When you have that wallet, you kind of like...
Why you bully me?
I don't know.
Bounce. Oh dear.
I can't see!
Why can't you see?
That's a good question.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Balls.
I'm worse.
Oh, that was almost bad.
One up here with me.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Better aim than me.
Dizzy has target. Behind me. You did good.
Fear.
Wingman's on defuse.
One enemy
I'm
remaining.
good for 3.
Damn.
Oh, he doesn't stay alive and defuse?
No.
I'll take out their sky.
Doesn't look
It's
like
something
it.
I
Oh, it's
must
because I was
do.
last one alive.
Ugh. I stretched and I hydrated and I checked my posture. Thank you, microwave. You should also do the same thing since you're at work.
You know what to do.
Oh gosh.
Oh dear.
Guess this guy hung out back last time.
Did you win?
Yeah, I won. I didn't die, did I?
As far as I'm aware, no.
Gun here.
It's a classic, by the way.
Enemy spotted B.
Come here, Jet!
Healing.
Spike planted.
B. Blocking sight.
Enemy B. Reloading. Enemy B.
Ah.
Enemy kill.
Last player standing.
Dizzy's up. Someone's there. Behind me.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, good try.
I can't transfer with that gun.
Neither can I.
Not really.
Life you give. Do you ever
Bro, an
wonder where it's
instant
taken
three
from?
line like that lasts 3 seconds is hella bro.
I mean, you just shoot it. It's literally one. You can just shoot it in its general direction and it falls down.
Yeah, but the way that it instantly like runs as soon as it sees you.
I mean, it's just like any other flash though. Like if you hear it coming, you can avoid it.
And you're not fully blind like other blinds.
That's true. You're not fully blind. He could have ran behind the box. Ooh, that was a yummy shot. I want to shift walk here because the sky was.
So close.
Ooh, I missed.
I'm blind.
Oh my god, I got shit on. That's one of the things that you can anticipate, by the way. Like with the flashes. That's a Sky player, so she's gonna always flash her corner
I've
if
got
she
your
sees that
trail.
you're there.
Spike planted.
Wait, they planted A.
Yeah.
Go now. That's planted for flower.
Where's
That's planted
flower?
for here.
Shit, I don't have enough time.
Not with your teammate not being with you.
Last player
And also
standing.
being bad.
Yeah.
Take it
No
now.
ace.
Very bad.
Oh, they're playing close plant.
One enemy remaining.
He still won against that gecko, even though he was blind.
I love that.
Blind as hell.
Even with
moving.
numbers, anything can still happen.
I am
Remember
just
that.
bad.
You're good. I'm gonna full save here. I'm gonna buy shields.
Okay. Good luck.
Yeah. I'm alone. I'm gonna buy a gun.
Time to show up.
Wasn't Brim with you?
No, the jet is chilling.
Well, now I can't see. Thanks, Brim.
Wall raised.
There was a race thing down there, so.
Enemy spotted B.
Why?
What does she have? Let's kill her gun.
Reloading.
Multiple enemies B.
I got him
That
still.
was almost bad.
Spike down B.
I wish I could have killed you.
Stealing sight.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has
30
targets.
seconds left.
Spike
Blind
was
is
somewhere in
someone.
the middle.
Gun
Got
here.
it.
Oh, they're in the back. We have them.
No, we did, but he smoked. Omen smoked it. Enemy Omen.
Ten seconds left. Spike planted. Last player standing.
Wait, probably.
Saw you, little homie. Mosh pit.
That's not where I meant for that to go.
Oh, good try.
There's not much I could have done. My team threw a little bit.
Wait until
Yeah.
I blind them to strike.
I didn't even know where that fucker went. Was it this guy didn't plant?
No, Omen did.
Yeah, I didn't have little man. Did I have little man? If I had little man, I would have put him on the bomb, but I didn't know where bomb was.
But you saw it
And
with
my flash
Thrasher.
went off the map. I did?
Yeah.
Oh, it didn't show up for me.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay then.
Running one tap.
She was jumping actually. She
Oh,
was
even better.
midair.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
Open up the sky!
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted.
It's good, cuate.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing.
How? The brim left me to die.
The Brim literally left you to die.
I went over there
My
to
smoke
save his
can
ass
block
from
the
the
enemy's
Reyna
line of
that was
sight.
coming from
Once
him
they're
getting
blind,
detained.
he moves.
I went over there to save his ass from the Razel. Next time I'll just let him die.
Do it.
That's so disappointing.
I'm saving, so I only have Ghost.
Safety's off.
That's so disappointing.
I'm sorry.
Why are you sorry?
Oh, I thought you meant because I only had a Ghost.
No. Let's not flank. Let's not flank. They keep expecting us to be flanked, so we shouldn't.
Do they?
Enemy
Yeah,
spotted.
so
B.
the last 3 or 4 times that they've gone B, we've flanked them. What the fuck? Drugs.
Up and away.
Spike down B.
Wait, give a ghost, please.
She's waiting
Here.
right up here.
Wait, that means they're probably leaving.
Yeah, Sky is. I do want to res though, is the thing.
Wait, there is.
They're here, they're here, they're here.
Wait, they're pushing here?
Player
They're
standing.
pushing me.
Both?
Both.
Shit, my bad.
You're okay. I thought they were totally sleeping.
Spike planted.
I've got your trail.
What?
Wait, where did the fuck? Why did it go that way? Why did it go up front
Win.
instead of through the
Show me where to go.
Yeah.
back where she was? If that's where she ulted from.
Maybe she ulted in front and then moved.
She couldn't have gotten there that quickly though. Like because I
Not
didn't hear her
silently,
footsteps.
yeah.
Yeah. How the fuck did she get there?
I don't know.
Maybe it was just one of those weird AI mechanic moments.
Can someone buy me, please?
Yeah.
Appreciate it.
Oh, I was gonna have the jet by.
That's okay. You know, they never come A. It's sad.
They really don't.
Enemy spotted B. Flash is ready.
The rain is always mid, so careful.
Oh, there she is.
Reloading.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
Somebody's there.
Nice.
Got
Get
you, I
better.
got you.
I just flashed her.
They stumbled. Now is our chance.
I don't
someone get
constitute
this?
flash kills as skill kills. TBH. If you kill someone while they're blind, it's just as easy as killing them if they were AFK.
Yeah, or not looking at you.
Easy as knifing.
Erase their sky.
Oh, here, wait, back up.
Barrier created.
It's all you, Mosh. Careful here.
Careful. Blocking sight.
Enemy spotted
Spike down A.
Get Spike.
He's got it.
Healing.
Oh my god. I can't get it because it makes me crouch.
Reloading.
Nice, good kill.
Up and away.
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
Up you go.
Can I go res?
Someone's there.
Last player standing.
She was jumping!
Yep,
I'm
she did
reporting
that
her for
exact same
cheating.
thing.
You can heal yourself.
Your duty is not over.
Last player
Fucking
standing.
shit, I'm useless. But yeah, she did the same thing
Remember
to me.
to talk to each other out there. If we communicate, we win.
She only shot once as well. Why would I?
Yeah, that one's getting reported.
Yeah, I'll do it later.
Oh, it was really easy. I just click escape, click on the cheating, and click submit. You don't need to write anything.
Oh, okay.
Watch and learn.
It's just suspicious. Bruh, why did he peek it like that? Why did he peek close to the wall like that? Just so you know, if you ever want to peek that corner, don't peek it close to the wall, because it's a bad idea.
Okay. I don't usually peek that one, but noted.
Nice dash.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
Nade.
A spunky little nade.
Okay, we know the drill. Stick to your roles and we'll crush it.
If I'm going ghost again. Come A because I have a ghost.
You can buy it again.
No.
¿Qué onda? Ándale.
What are you looking at me for, ugly?
Fully smoked. Stim beacon down.
The hunt begins.
Going long way.
Open up the sky.
Yeah, it's like that.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Fucking shit.
Dizzy's up. Dizzy's down. She's still gunning for
She's
you.
on top. She's on top.
They played that well.
My burden never ends.
I have extra gun. The temptation is strong.
What is the temptation?
Odin.
I'm not stopping you.
I'm not doing it. I wouldn't even be able to get anyone.
We go.
That's what I thought.
Enemy spotted B. Caution here.
1A.
Unimportant.
I just want to heal Brim, man.
There was 1A!
Multiple enemies B. Barrier created.
Run back.
Wow. What the fuck is that? Oh my.
Spike planted.
Oh, she got shit on.
Last player standing.
I've got your trail.
Why do you have that gun?
Because he's better.
Stim beacon here.
Oh,
That was rough.
that was rough.
Switch to your pistol, one head. You got a shorty.
Last round before the switch.
Halftime. Don't save a thing.
A huevo. Nice.
Their team has just been really lurky, I think.
Yeah.
Fight.
Also, the sus as shit raise.
Mm-hmm.
Go get him, buddy. Up and away.
Enemy down.
On my way.
Enemy spotted mid.
So they let him get away?
Wait, bomb.
Spike down
Hold
mid.
on, hold on. Be quiet, be quiet.
Spike spotted mid.
Dizzy's up top.
Barrier created. Reloading.
Chaos.
Enemy spotted B.
Dude, this fucking bitch body
Enemy
blocked me.
spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Still down there.
Going again.
Detained.
I'm going for the melee. I gotta get my revenge.
Sometimes you gotta get your hands dirty.
Good job.
Switching sides.
Thank you, my man.
Let's
Our
reset.
god little
Deep
bro.
breaths and all that.
Oh, I love what I
He's
did
gonna
to that
climb.
Omen.
I think this is my last game before I get him. Hell out.
Let's go. He's so fun. It's really hard though to like play him if your team doesn't play around him. It's like he's really like his value is based on how quickly his team can like use his abilities. Because I can't use like I couldn't flash myself very often unless like through a smoke because of how long it takes to blow up my gun.
Together.
There's some cool angles that people are finding out though.
Yeah, there's some pretty cool things. Oh my god, I'm so fucking blind. That was bad. Blinded. Wait, can I get it?
Blocking sight.
Fully smoked.
This is flying for sure.
Careful loading.
Where's my little guy?
Wall raised.
Oh my god, flank. There's one.
Beacon here.
I stand corrected.
Molly.
My lineups.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
Wait.
Let's go.
No.
Nah, close though.
If they had killed the Omen earlier, maybe.
Yeah.
Almost.
I got your back. Just, you know, from the front.
Also, it's suspiciously hard to hit Raze, even though she's like point blank.
Sure, what's going on with her?
Maybe I'm just bad at aiming. So much so that I just can't hit the body from this far.
I mean, that's a possibility, but also that Raze sus.
Aguas, keep your guard up.
That Raze is sus.
Cover going out.
I'm keeping my cipher.
What about you?
Where are you?
I was behind you. Next time.
One down.
Bunch.
Careful here.
Someone's in defender spawn.
There's two.
Stim beacon down.
When do you have your next heal?
17.
Enemy mid. Dizzy's up. Dizzy has targets.
I'm blocking it.
Enemy spotted A.
4, 3, 2.
Can't use this yet. Healing.
Let's go B. Go B, go B, go B, go B.
Careful.
Thirty seconds left.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. I got him. Spike's ticking. Thanks, little man.
I'm in a very bad position.
One enemy remaining.
Enemy B.
120.
Ready. Call out sick
You
next
looked
time.
at her
Yeah.
and she died.
Sana, sana.
Come here.
Just let them
Nope.
try to catch me.
That's so funny.
Full one.
Dizzy's up top.
Stim beacon here.
That's 2.
There's two pushing. He fell out of the map.
Spotted A.
Oh, that didn't go as far as I wanted.
I swear to God, there's one point.
One
Oh my God,
enemy remaining.
you're by yourself. One, wait.
She's back here. She's back there.
Mosh pit.
Last player standing.
30. She healed.
Wingman's down.
Oh.
I hate how much damage that thing does by body.
Yeah.
I should
same.
not be hit 130 with 2 shots.
Clutch.
Yeah.
That's just too much damage.
Match point.
That thing
Drink
is
some water,
overtuned.
reload your mags, and let's get back out there.
On my mark.
We going A or B?
No, I think we're going mid.
Here. Fire
Smoke's
in the
down.
hole! Here.
Ah, that's the wrong
Here.
way. I'm so directionally challenged.
Launching smoke.
Annihilated by ultimate.
Stim beacon here. Right here.
Cover going out.
Barrier created.
You have spiked, my good sir.
I know I'm trapped. Just a little bit.
And you're done.
Okay, I can do this.
He's right there.
Spike wings. Enemies
They're
are
both
B.
there.
Spike planted. Thanks, wings.
One enemy remaining.
Up and away.
Good stop.
Someone's there. Reloading.
Oh my God, you
Last
slowed
player
me!
standing.
Why'd you slow?
Fucking
try.
shit. I didn't want to slow you. I tried to make it go farther out.
Clutch.
Yeah, we just didn't
Defenders
need to
win.
slow. I had like everything in
And
my
when-
entire kit to stall them.
And then when I saw that it did hit you, I'm like, no, don't. I literally told you no, stop.
It was like, what was happening is it was deploying as I was swinging. So I couldn't have gotten out of it either way. I would have been slowed either way. It's okay. It happens. It happens.
No, I still feel bad though. I still
You
feel
just gotta be aware of like how the ability like will travel
Yeah,
and like understand if I do this, there's a possibility that this might happen. So is it worth it?
true.
Match found.
Jump
Thatch
scare.
mount, by the way.
Thatch mound.
That's what I'm saying.
Shut sound. Hey.
Everyone is afraid of something.
Ah. When you lock in too fast for the thing to load in.
This accrue.
Ooh. I wish I was Sage now.
No, double initiator is pretty good. Oh wait, I have an idea. Depends on if we're attacking or defending though.
choking.
How you do that?
It's stuck. Oh, I hate it.
You think they got the Oni bundle?
No, I didn't. Really? Did you? No way.
I think they might. I think they might have.
Yeah?
Something tells me.
Maybe.
Just possibly.
Nah. I think they only got the banner like a while ago. They just want to brag and say that they got it without actually getting it.
Yeah. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Yeah. Stop panicking. Why are you panicking? Microwave, please. Why are you panicking, Microwave? This nut is literally stuck in my throat and it hurts every time I swallow.
Nut.
Nut!
Drink some water.
What do you think I've been doing?
Letting it kill you.
Obviously.
Yeah.
No matter how much water I drink, it's not working.
Omen, with me. Nightmare thrives in the dark.
Hiya.
¿Qué onda?
Hello.
What's up, fam? Hey,
Hello.
what's good?
Selam.
Oh my god. My game killed.
I'll find you.
Motherfucking fucking.
Cover going out. I'll take it. Enemy spotted B.
Where's my guy? He's getting stuck on stuff.
Yeah. Get him, Omen.
Reloading.
Fake.
Here.
Careful here.
Shadows traveling. Our carrier is dead.
I love that they said
Spike
careful
down.
instead of coming up and
Last
helping me.
player standing. One enemy remaining.
They said, there's somebody there, be careful. And then just let me die.
Also, fuck you, Zachary. How dare you overwhelm me like this?
Cutting through.
What did I do?
Fucking the hand knock.
Just get whelmed. Stupid.
I got the spike.
30 seconds left.
Out of charges. Spike planted.
That's a bad spot.
Yeah.
He's way too close to the wall. Back the fuck up. Oh my god. I hate this so much.
There it is.
Why was he so close to the wall?
Death is the
He
only
was so
option.
close to that wall and so far forward that she probably saw him, was able to
Move in
line
after
her
I
crosshair
strike.
up with his head
That's
and
what's
then
a
peek
weak.
out.
Yeah.
He was so far in there. God fucking damn it. That was wild. Are you saving? Are you saving? That's crazy. Anyways.
Reloading.
Where are you?
Fuck.
Alright, cool. Free orb.
Right? watch back just in case. I'm blinded. Never mind.
Someone's there.
Blinded somebody.
Bring them down. We found one. Enemy down.
Last player standing.
Gotcha.
One enemy remaining.
You're better.
You did good.
Nice.
Your first mistake was assuming I couldn't.
That's cute.
Okay.
I'm surprised I lived to get to.
Shots! Oh!
What?
The shots I hit with that sheriff.
Oh my fucking god, I saw that!
Moaning.
Please.
That was so good.
Have mercy on me.
That was so good. Those shots were so nice. Arcane sheriff buff, honestly.
Break
Truly. We don't have to go in, I just want to
find you.
Here.
Mark one.
We're going in.
Cover going out.
Because they don't understand. Oh, look at the smokes.
That's the enemy one.
Bring them down.
No, our other smoke is so bad.
Crash is ready.
Bring them down.
Enemy spotted A. Reloading.
Careful here.
One enemy remaining.
I got him!
Where are you?
Crash is ready.
Flawless.
Let's go.
Reina. After
I
you
killed
take
that
from the
you're what
fallen,
blinded.
remains?
I'm
I'm
cheating.
happy.
Makes me wonder.
Press
Oh yeah,
B.
for sure.
Reloading.
I'm dead.
I'll find you.
I want to break that wall.
Do it.
Wait, hold on. I want to get the board first.
Mosh pit. Reloading.
Oh!
Nice.
My reaction time was buffered.
Cover going out.
One enemy remaining.
Lol.
Wingman's planting.
Blinding.
Spike planted. Thanks, Wings. I got you. I got you.
You are so beautiful.
Only I died in a very stupid way.
I tried to do immediately. I turned around and one tapped him.
Thanks. At least I got you.
Reloading.
I heard it. Like I heard him shooting, and I was like, "Where the fuck are we shooting?" And then I saw you die, and I was like, "Fuck!"
I'm like, oh! And I went to go react, then I clicked fucking caps. Rather than A, I clicked caps so I could only stand still.
Oh, just press caps again.
Honestly.
Cutting through.
Just press the button again.
I'll find you. My ult is ready.
Who's next?
Oh my gosh, they're all in B right now.
Yours on me.
Reloading.
One enemy remaining. Flawless.
Wait, look at him go.
This pleases me.
He's so cute.
They should give up now. Save us the effort.
I think that was a
Y'all
great
need a
use of
gun?
my ult.
I'll spot you.
What do you need?
What'd you say?
I thought that was a great use of my ult.
That was a good one. Mark 3.
Ew. Ew.
Reloading.
They are. Where are you?
I always do it too soon.
Bring them down.
Lights out. My ult's ready. Enemy C.
I'm out of shit.
Take hold.
Busy has targets.
Bring them down.
Run, little man.
Spike is down.
No, I thought you were watching while I was
Spike
leaving.
down. Attacker spawn. Last player standing.
Fucking shit. I'm so sorry.
Why
I
is she
heard-
squatting?
I don't know.
Why
I
are we
heard-
why are we squatting? Why are we squatting?
So Omen was
needs me.
had
can't be
shot
away
you,
for
so I
long.
thought the footsteps I heard
Let's
was
end
him
this
coming up on us, so I looked away.
Nah, I was trying to get out, but I had no util, so I thought that the reason that you were still watching there was so that I could get out. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna leave while you're watching. And then the second I started moving, you looked away.
Yeah, that's true. I'm just like, okay, he'll stay there just for a sec for me to check.
We gotta say these things out loud, I suppose.
Okay, yeah.
I should have calmed. You should. We all should have.
Find you. Hardball enemy spotted. A.
I knew that wasn't gonna be him, and I shot it anyways.
Reloading.
I am not intelligent.
Take hold.
Reloading.
Wait, are we pushing?
Bring them down. Reload.
Oh yeah! Monster on the
Reloading.
loose!
I didn't see him. Oh, I'm detained.
Oh no!
Why the fuck is that Omen not watching? If you're gonna be behind,
One
at least
enemy
be
remaining.
behind.
Reyna watched that happen to us.
I hate teammates. I hate teammates.
She literally just stood and watched it.
Still in sight.
Y'all gonna get that bomb or no?
Right? Are you gonna grab that spike?
I have the spike.
Holy fuck.
30 seconds left.
Reload.
Last player standing.
Planted.
Timing.
Yeah.
Damn. Motherfucker gotta pick a spot.
Yeah.
Watch one, don't watch both.
Clutch.
That literally scared me.
Dude, if our fucking Omen, who was behind, had been watching flank. If you're gonna be behind like that, at least watch the flank. Like, at least watch flank. Like, don't be useless and just... Like, if you're gonna say you're watching flank from here, you're awful. You're an awful person and you were just there to bait the kills.
Yep.
I am everywhere.
I'm gonna save one round.
Where are you?
Got him.
You're
Nope,
down.
the eye.
C.
No one shot the eye. No one shot the rain of flash. I was holding it, no one shot the rain of flash.
Cover going out.
Last player standing.
I'm beyond words.
have a single life worth saving.
What is happening?
Our team is so bad.
Uh...
Thank.
Defenders win.
I was literally holding for that Reyna to peek because I knew she was gonna peek with her flash, and I had 2 teammates with me, and neither shot the flash. You can shoot it.
I went to shoot it.
Shoot it, bro.
I went to
Our
shoot
Yoru. What was our Yoru doing?
I don't know. He watched both of us die
Match found.
Man.
though. Neon time.
Move or get zapped.
Oh hey, it's the only from last round. Is it?
Oh no, I'm dodging.
Alrighty.
Nah.
Yeah, it's the Owen from last round.
Oh, I haven't played him on this map yet, and I want to see how he does.
I think he does really well.
I imagine he does really well.
I went up against it. Good things.
But we have a smoker that doesn't smoke well. Thank God.
Oh, thank the Lord.
Match found.
I just practice lineups for this.
I don't know who to be. Cypher.
Nothing stays hidden from me. Nothing.
What? Okay then. And we search again.
Yep.
Match found. Neon, move or get zapped.
Chikara. Oh, her name's just Power. Arena's name is just Power. Oh my god, wait, they don't have a gecko. They went for Duelist.
Weird.
I just realized the pose that Gecko's doing in his like picture is so weird.
It is, really. I try not to think about it because I can't wrap my head around it.
I just did it. It feels weird.
Mm-hmm. Really
Chicka,
sad.
chicka, 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 chicka.
Yeah, I'm checking up the walnuts and the banana chips.
One nut.
Walnut. That's what I got
Walnut.
stuck in my throat.
Damn, died.
Yeah, death. Yeah, I didn't get many this time. I got more almonds and chocolate. I don't care about chocolate. I didn't get this to eat chocolate.
Lol.
I want to eat nuts, damn it.
A nut fan.
Mm-hmm. I like how they crunch. Ow. Man, walnuts are so soft.
That Reyna won't hold back. I won't either.
Murder!
Go, go, go!
Murder!
Not you. Sorry, I'm not Jesus Christing you.
No, I know. Cut the little buddy. Let me see him. Let him out. Yes, let him be free.
I could play. Wait, I know post plant mollies for Killjoy lineups.
Oh no.
If I wanted to, I could.
Enemy spotted B. No sweat.
There.
Dizzy has target.
Blind. Jet's here.
Plant the spike. Wingman's gonna plant spike. Enemy spotted B.
One enemy remaining.
Gotta go!
I didn't see her anywhere in the back.
Gotta go!
So she
Out
must
of
be fine.
charges.
44.
Hungry.
Oh, Sage is gone.
Good thing going.
Hello.
Go, go, go!
What's up, fam?
Hey, do you want a vandal?
Yeah.
Can you get me a ghost?
What a sheriff.
Need a drop. Salamat, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm out of here.
I have a sheriff.
Nah, I'm not good with any sheriff.
I'm buying. Quick feet,
Why'd you
quick
buy
trigger.
me a...
Because I could.
Enemy spotted mid.
Gun here.
Gun here.
You...
Dizzy's up.
Hard out. Coming through. I'm out of here.
Can you put it right here?
Plant the spike.
Like, on the smoke?
What's up?
Like, can you put him right on the smoke? Thank you.
Enemy spotted. Spike planted. Thanks, Wings.
Watch out.
I'm still
Take this.
hurt as hell.
Reloading.
Use flank, then use like flank. Let's see fake TP, but yeah, he's here.
Yeah, I had 1 health. There's nothing I could have done.
One enemy remaining.
My ult's ready.
There.
That's a cool lineup.
Thank you.
It's the spikers that you looking for
They're
your...
fighting hard to get.
It's for the spike.
Okay.
No, I just meant like where you're like lining it up with like the spike in the sky over with your finger. Because my molly has the same like trajectory as your molly. So if I learn your lineup, I can use my molly to kill.
You see that giant
I know
bust in the sky? I used one of those lines.
Oh, cool. There's two flank, I think.
Watch out! Reloading. Take this.
There's 3.
Enemy spotted mid.
Spike down B.
I got the spike.
Someone's there.
There. Careful here.
Spike down mid.
Reloading. I have the spike.
Do you have a
For you. Go, go, go!
I'm gonna push into their spawn.
Backstage.
Yep.
One enemy remaining.
Oh. Nice.
Go, go, go! Out of charges! I
Does she only
evaluated
do it
the
once
strategy. It's a
What?
joke.
Her little.
Did you just buy the knife?
thing.
Gotta go!
Do which?
I'm out of here!
Once every 2 kills.
Yeah, so if you come here, you see that bust in the sky, the thing that blew up?
Oh yeah, no. I was watching you and I was trying to figure out what you were lining up with. The like the thing there.
Just we keep
Crosshair
winning.
on the very top one.
Reloading.
Okay, cool.
The tallest one.
Up you go.
Enemy spotted
Placing
A.
swarm grenade.
Cutting their vision.
How did I not get her?
See ya.
Spikes down. Barrier created. Spike out.
Enemy A. Saw you, man.
Two.
Nice. Enemy A.
Oh, both failed.
One enemy remaining.
Killed.
Last player standing.
Nice.
Call out sick next time, yeah?
My advice: don't get shot.
You have only died once. Look at you go. Pop off.
I'm out of here.
It's because I like this mod. Like I know the angle is much better than the other one.
Can someone get this?
Because so far we only played like what,
Thank
Lotus
you.
and Pearl.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Probably in a week there'll probably already be Gecko lineup. So just
Yeah, I don't know about that. His kit seems really balanced.
oh, you will.
Sorry, my bad.
Spike is down.
What?
Spike down B.
He wasn't even aiming for me.
Turret out.
Girl, that was a rough.
Oh, spikes down.
Oh my god, that slowness got me.
One enemy remaining.
This way. Watch out.
Please break.
Watch out.
Got her.
That was their best, ba? Not impressed. Reloading. Hi. Fight's not over, you know. Go, go, go.
I like the call out sick line. What call out? Did I call out?
Gotta go.
What'd you call?
I don't know.
I think your mic might be eating some of them. Cause I didn't hear you calm nothing.
I didn't remember calming nothing.
Here, do you want to just try throwing your molly? Just to see
Get out of
if
my
it
way.
lands?
Hi!
Oh, it's the same. I know.
Initiated.
Because it's the same code.
I'm closing door, man. I come in.
Oh, she headshotted me.
Cállate.
The hunt begins.
Placing sentry.
Stealing spikes down.
Mosh pit.
Cutting their vision.
Placing alarm bot.
Placing swarm grenade.
Who's next?
You make that, bro.
Gun here.
One enemy remaining.
I love that the only times the Yoros killed me were on accident and when I had an ability out.
Just give me a moment. Here.
He's not very good otherwise.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
I like how this team
Go,
works.
go, go!
Because we're calming. What a difference that makes, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Careful here.
If Reyna goes mid, I'm gonna go with you guys then.
Dizzy's up.
Enemy spotted mid.
Hold this, I'm gonna check behind.
Placing swarm grenade. This way. I'm out of here.
Blow him up, man.
Alarm bot out. Placing take this.
You have spike.
Oh shit, two!
Spike wings.
Placing swarm grenade.
Target destroyed.
Last player standing.
Huh? She was running. That killjoy got overwhelmed. Why does the killjoy go on site if she knows lineups?
Maybe she has one for A but not B.
Do you know B side knowledge? Like for lineups?
I'm just watching TikTok for that.
Oh yeah, no, I can tell you that it is really, really easy. You just go in this corner here, and it's the top spike for here.
Wait, you crosshair on that or what?
Yeah, you put on the right, like the three that are all the way on the right, the top one of that. Yeah. Yep.
Oh, whoa, thank you.
Wait, hold on, I'm gonna flash that right now. I'm so blind.
Enemy spotted mid.
Many enemies.
Take this. Rest. Watch out.
I don't think there's anyone else here.
Gotta go.
One enemy remaining.
Coming through. Out of charges.
Man's gonna plant spike.
I'm playing lineups.
She's watching here.
Thanks, sweetie.
She's going right here.
Wait, jumping.
Last player standing.
It's all you, little homie. Crash got a hit. Dizzy's up top. Dizzy has target.
You're better.
Nice.
I just threw my entire kit at her. I don't know how she was supposed to do.
The symphony of death. Hurry to get used to it.
The symphony of death. Yes. Abuse.
Don't
I'll buy you.
worry.
Could I have your Venom? Because my
Gotta go.
new
Someone
Venom
buy
is
me,
an upgrade.
please. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, you aim at this top one.
Okay, cool.
Reloading.
Up you go.
Turret out.
Why does that work?
Spike down A.
40.
If it's right, would you mind resing me?
I got a spike.
Thank you.
Go, go, go.
Thank you, Tage.
Hi! I'm pissed!
And you're done.
Watch out!
Oh, that was bad.
Coming through!
Wait, rotate. Oh my god.
Spike down.
Why is Arena AFK? Oh, you have the funny.
I got spike.
I do have the funny.
Do it.
Here we go!
30 seconds left.
So Jet dashed up behind you.
Spike planted.
Wait, you should shift
Almost
one.
out.
Enemy spotted me.
Oh, there's one flanking you.
One enemy remaining.
Nice, you have stun. Just wait till he taps the bomb. And then like stun off the wall.
Take this!
Wait, peek.
Last player.
Oh no!
You stunned. You stunned him, he can't get on it in time.
Nice.
Let's go!
If they mess with one of us,
I
they mess
used
with all of us.
everything, oh my fucking god.
Press every button.
Pressed every button.
Do you want spike so you can get your ult? Or do you want
I
the
just grabbed the orb from A or B. Or get a kill, depending on what comes first.
Placing
Why
sentry.
did Arena leave?
Aguas,
I don't
keep
know.
your guard up.
Can you go
Right
main
there.
with them?
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to push mid for a pick.
Our spike's down. I got spike.
Spike down B.
Healing you. This. Watch out. This way.
They like pushing a lot.
Back up. There's too many there.
It's all you, Mosh.
I'm gonna flash.
Up and away.
I'm out of here.
Somebody's there, right there.
Last player
Fuck,
standing.
I'm so sorry.
Oh, I hit Sage for 140 and everything.
What will it be this time? Have any patterns emerged yet?
I'm a save.
Hi!
Hi, Nora.
If you get on quick.
Yeah.
I'm getting out quick, I'm getting out quick.
We gotta get on
We're
faster.
in the middle of a game, but once we're out, I'll probably only have time for one more game before I have to do work.
I'm out of here.
I'm just gonna say.
I didn't know you guys were even here.
We've been here for a while.
You.
I'm here. I asked you to text me.
Did you?
Begins.
Placing sentry. Turret down.
Reyna's
One dead.
That's good.
I also gave you my fucking phone number.
Q Neil.
Oh no, I'm dead!
You should not be fun.
Don't take that, rotate.
Damn, they're all peeking.
Wall raised.
What a shot.
Spike
I
drop.
have the spike.
Dizzy's up. There's my buddy.
No man left behind.
For you.
Get him,
One enemy remaining.
Sana. You dig right Right there.
Go there, go away. Go away.
30 seconds left.
Who's next?
On Sage.
Is he?
He was somewhere back there, yeah.
They were not
Healing. Up and away.
I kept trying to underhand toss.
Last round in the half.
That's not.
Last round to use our creds and abilities. Don't waste your firepower. Anyone need anything?
I want to so badly.
Got it.
Right there.
Can I get this? Thanks. My ult's ready.
Gun here.
Let's go.
We should not leave those guns there because they are poor.
Turret out.
Up we go.
You fought well. There we go.
Bro.
Oh, I had to get.
Got one. Perfect accuracy.
Just up.
Right there.
Running low.
Wait, we play cringe.
Wingman's planting.
Shock it.
Enemy A. Dizzy's up top.
I'm gonna take Lana.
Nice dig. Thanks, little man.
Did I use my ult?
If you have it, use it.
Found them. Initiated.
I also have a detain. You should throw your molly.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Caught one. Turret out.
I'm throwing molly, so you save yours.
Swarm grenade out.
We're going
I'm.
again.
Swarm grenade out.
Got him.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
You guys are so good. Is
That
that
was
Nora?
cringe.
Yes, it is Nora.
Switching sides.
Hi.
Microwave says hi from work.
You had to get the win.
Hi.
That was so cringe.
Oh, wow, now Randa decides to return.
Microwave, you better get home from work so we can fuck shit up.
Anyways, so I'm gonna
That actually
be
started to
working
make me
until
mad.
like 10 p.m. Pacific time. So if you guys are awake when I get back, be gaming.
What time is it?
I haven't slept
It's
yet.
currently
so.
11 a.m.
Oh,
Peeks now.
Almost
That's-
noon.
okay. So that's
Take this.
in
One.
about 10-ish hours then. Oh,
Up
11
and away.
hours. Okay, cool. I can work
Watch
with that.
out. He's there. Mosh pit.
Here. Enemy spotted. B.
Mosh got him.
Are you good or no?
I might be.
Enemy spotted. B.
Oh, they're planting.
Go, go, go.
We should get going.
I heard one close.
For you.
Nice.
44.
There's another one.
There.
Oh, I missed.
This way.
Spike planted.
Right there.
One enemy remaining.
Yay!
Wingman's
So good.
defusing.
I love the Juju gun.
Que padre! My little guy did it!
You can trust my bots. only malfunction
That one time. Honestly. Did I hear 10 p.m.? You did indeed? No.
Need a drop.
Because I have to leave after one more game. I usually like to get off the games at 12:30 p.m. for me, so that I have like about a half hour to get ready to go.
I feel
that makes sense. We're gonna shoot people in the face and have fun while doing it. Hi.
Take this. Two.
Dizzy's up.
Take this.
We don't talk about
Spike down A.
I'm detained.
I hit Jet headshot. Oh, you peeks.
One enemy remaining.
One more.
Spike down mid.
Wait, don't.
Shut up.
And we're immediately muted.
Nobody saw that.
Last player standing.
Thrash is ready.
We're even now.
Thrash is going again.
Found my Molly.
Not helpful.
30 seconds left.
Dizzy's up top. Blow him up, Mosh.
Ten seconds left.
Nice.
Back to me.
Match
I'm immediately
point.
muted, Reyna. Because we ain't about that.
Go, go, go.
Oh, that shut up wasn't toxic shut up.
Okay.
They were shutting up because they missed really, really badly.
Oh, I'll unmute them then.
It was a Vandal versus
embarrassed one?
Aerith, and they shot like their entire magazine.
No, really? Oh
And they lost.
no.
Run up on them. I'm ready.
Take this.
Someone's there. Yeah, it's like that.
I thought you
I thought I was too.
Coming through.
grab the gun. Reyna was hit 99. Probably got a heal though.
Reyna, why aren't
I'm
you
outta
watching mid
here.
to see if they leave?
Got here. Enemy spotted.
Wait, slide out. It would be funny.
Turret out. Gotta go.
They were closer than I thought they would be.
Spike down mid.
Well, I baited for Reyna. It was worth it. She got both of them.
Spike is mid.
Careful, tree. Watch cat, watch tree. Only of you want it. Only one of you needs to watch.
Last player standing. 30 seconds left.
In sight.
Shoot it, flash.
Cutting their vision.
This bro's standing there with his ability out.
A bad idea.
Why did you... Don't do that. Don't do that. Why you do that? Why the fuck are you doing that? That was embarrassing.
I swear, if they go A one more time, and then I'm gonna set up A, and then they're gonna go B.
Yep.
Yeah. Sounds right. Let me peek this.
Okay. I believe in you.
I'm gonna get one tap. You ready?
No, please don't. Please don't leave me alone.
Breaks over. Gotta go.
Right there.
Enemy spotted.
Take this.
Ah.
Did you have a gun?
No, I had ghost. And considering that there was 3 people on me, I did pretty well.
Bot coming back.
Mail's ready.
It's all you, Mosh.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
3 shots.
Spike planted.
Damn, you guys are going ham on her. Read it.
What was that Jet trying to do?
My buddy's defusing.
It's
not ready.
Defenders.
Big for the win. Rash is ready. It's all you, little homie. Yeah. My crew delivers.
Had to go 30 and 8.
God damn, look at you go.
Oh, I got the little gecko charm.
Aww.
Yay! I'm putting that on my mantle.
Do it.
I have to nerf myself by taking the Iron Buddy off. There it is. Cruiser.
Again. Again.
Again.
Again.
Again. I die.
So we going, we're gaming.
Gaming.
We're gaming.
You're gonna watch me be cringe?
Nope. That's...
I've been doing cringe things.
Don't worry, I like cringe things.
No, it's the worst kind of cringe.
Sounds like fun.
I can't say it. I've been insta-locking.
They have been.
Who? Gecko?
Mm-hmm.
Good.
Match found.
Gotta be quicker than that.
Gotta be quicker than that.
Gotta be quicker than that. That is very cringe, but very valid. Wait, why did I choose him? I don't want that. Skeklo.
Yeah, I've been getting a little too good at insta-locking.
Relax.
Damn.
I've already solved
Fastest
everything.
insta-lock in the red.
No.
Why is he saying that? Obviously, it's not his first time.
It's so convincing.
Very convincing. Beep beep boo boo. I was about to type pee pee poo poo.
Did you see me just lie?
I didn't see it.
Just lied.
Did you say yes?
No, I said something dumber.
I can't wait to see.
No manches, do they ever quit? ¿Cómo friegan?
You did type pee pee poo poo.
No, I said pee pee poo pee pee.
I wrote first game of Valorant too.
Placing alarm bot.
Just gotta get good. I don't want to entertain this actually. I'm just not
Let's
gonna
not
respond.
entertain it. Let's not.
Placing swarm grenade.
No, Ray, stop! Ray doesn't know! Ray doesn't know!
Raze doesn't know.
Poor Raze.
Raze is not in on the funny.
Raze, please have mercy.
On yourself.
Yes.
Found them.
Oh no!
Placing
Oh
swarm grenade.
no!
Found them. Swarm grenade. I killed my bot. Swarm grenade out.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
Here.
They're all here. Not well. There's like 3 footsteps confirmed.
Killjoy was here.
I died.
It's grounded.
Spike down A.
Spike spotted A.
I'm farming ult orbs, I don't know why.
One enemy remaining.
Removed.
Oh, nice shot.
Is it because you want Thrash?
I love Thrash. She's so cute.
Oh, yep,
Ooh,
he's
don't
there.
pick the... I've got flash.
I was gonna do it.
Dizzy's up.
Ash.
Somebody's there.
Watch me bonk his ass.
Get him, buddy. Reloaded.
Do it.
Oh, I
Oh.
missed.
30 seconds left.
Reloaded.
Don't do it. Let's have mercy.
Reloading. Dizzy's up. Get him, wingman. Let's keep a good thing going.
Get him, wingman!
Get him.
Get him,
Get
buddy.
him, wingman!
That did not look like luck. That crosshair placement.
So lucky. Wow.
Placing alarm bot.
See, the thing about being new on Valorant is you start with, "Hey guys, sorry, I'm probably bad. I'm new," and then that's all you type. The rest of it,
Yep.
the rest of it you don't type, and that's how you be actually new.
Mm-hmm.
Found them.
I am
Placing
very
swarm
out of it.
alarm
I
bot
did
down.
not pay attention.
Swarm grenade out. Swarm grenade out.
Okay. Slowly.
Help.
Boo 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 boo. Just try to get in a like a corner.
Trying. Can't do.
Down.
Someone there.
Here.
Enemy
She died.
That's my guy.
Spike down A.
Again.
A. 30 seconds left.
Where's Phoenix going? Said you're the best.
One enemy remaining.
Run, little man. Shot my wingman. I got you. I got
That's
you.
what you get for shooting wingman.
Run and gun.
There's my buddy.
Yep.
That
Cringe
jet is
people
off
get the
speed,
run and
no
gun.
skill. She's mine.
I keep pressing E to go fast. To go.
And then you go turret.
Yep. Turret.
Alarm bot
Well,
out.
alarm bot.
Placing swarm grenade.
Oh, you have your shit turned around weird then. Sniper.
Turret out.
True.
I'll show them.
Linticayo.
Gotta go.
Linticayo! I'm gonna curse on your stream, Veer.
Okay.
Putangina mo. Putangina mo. That's it. That's all I want to say. Good night. Thank you. I love you.
Me too. Is that all of them?
Bot coming back.
Quite a few.
Recalling my bot.
Coming. And I can't get through.
Got him!
Spike down B.
What the fuck,
One
Phoenix?
enemy remaining.
sentry.
Oh no, that's a Smurf. He's healing himself with his wall,
Alarm bot
and he blocked
out.
off a sightline with it. That's absolutely a Smurf.
That's a Smurf. That is the Smurfiest of Smurfs.
That's a Smurf and a half. The motherfucker. Players who are new to this game don't even know his abilities exist.
True.
Oh, found him.
That's a Smurf. That crosshair placement.
Reloaded. 30 seconds left.
New players don't know they have flash.
Last player standing.
That was rough.
He did that on
10
purpose.
seconds left.
Holy shit.
Swarm grenade out.
Wait, you win. Don't peek. Back up.
Found them.
Oh wait, what the fuck are you saving?
I got him!
Damn, this is fun. Let's keep it going.
Turret for the win!
What the fuck, Veer?
Turret for the win! That's what he gets
Veer.
for not shooting it.
Veer, that was so funny. I love you.
Swarm grenade.
It's you.
How does he know what a skin is?
Out.
I mean, skins are not a new idea.
I know, but like,
It's very common.
how do you know? How do they know you can just get them like that?
Turret out.
There.
Enemy A.
I'm a
Placing
bit,
swarm
I'm a
grenade.
bit sleepy, low schwanky, low scronkly.
Yup, that made sense. I killed him full blind.
Hell yeah.
Found them. Here. Swarm grenade out.
I'm on the flank.
122. One more.
Spike down A.
Ah!
Go, go, go.
I'm on the flank.
One enemy remaining.
Wait, don't peek, don't peek.
Spike
Just far
I've
down
got ult.
A.
Far back.
I'm a detainer.
There he is.
Let me get the kill.
Yeah, I get it.
She's shaking her head now.
Point, point, point.
Hey, I stole that gun too.
Yeah.
Scatter from my stuff. Super easy to pick off.
Yeah. It's like a mini killjoy lockdown.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
He knows what that is. Smurf! He knows what the lockdown is.
Bot coming back. Placing sentry.
Look at
Some help.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
There's two.
Spike down A.
Spike A.
Several was there.
I forgot to buy shields.
How do you do that?
I don't know. I just for gore.
Destroyed.
Sometimes you just for gore. It's not. It's just.
Oh, fucking shit.
Last player standing.
Killjoy has spike.
Wait, that didn't count as kill with enemy guns.
Spike
Yeah,
planted.
that's a Smurf. Holy shit.
What the fuck is he doing waiting there?
When the fuck did he get
I don't know. I mean, he's also a level 2 Phoenix, so it wouldn't surprise me.
I'm
I
saving.
just didn't think he would be there yet. It's not mine.
Did you just lie?
So
Because I don't want to buy people skins.
Alarm bot out. Placing swarm grenade.
Who are you? I don't know who you are. You don't know if I'm
Turret
lying.
out.
I heard something.
They're going across.
Careful.
Oh, I'm bad at the game.
Oh my god! There's a rat!
Recalling my bot.
Of course there is.
Placing
They're
swamp
up?
grenade. Go get it.
Since when were they up?
You should run.
Did I not have another teammate?
Oh my gosh. I fucking suck.
Last player standing.
First time
Was there,
playing, no
was there
sticking out
nobody
of the
on the
holes.
same site as me?
I
Was I
have
the only
no
one there?
idea.
No
How
one
did they
beats
get
my
through to
fire.
tower?
Someone died. I think Ray's died.
Reload him.
Oh, they over-aggressed. They pushed all the way into spawn. Cause I was like, how the fuck did they get tower?
You know what? I'm molting.
Placing sentry. Alarm bot out.
They'll probably be then. You're in their spawn already.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
I'm hurt. They're going A.
Recalling my bot. Bot coming back.
Leaving B.
Enemy spotted.
Lol.
I saw that nice one.
Swamp grenade out.
Spike planted.
She's down below.
Last player standing.
Oh, where did Jet come from?
Engineer
They
killed.
have an op.
You can shoot through that?
There's a tiny gap.
There's like,
I can hold
if
an
you're very,
area
very,
pretty
very,
well
very, very close
myself.
to the edge.
Make sure to cover the angles I can't.
Hey Nora, would you buy me?
Can someone buy
Yeah,
me?
sure.
Actually, I don't want that. Can I get this instead?
Nope.
Turret out.
You guys didn't put that up, right?
Nope.
No.
Good. I hit a F6.
I hit a 5 just because people want to leave. If people want to leave, I'm not gonna stop them.
Well, they didn't give an explanation at all. Oh!
You guys
She's
did,
still at the op. Okay, she's still at the op. Just don't.
Ray's gonna kill.
Just go A. They're pushing A hard.
Bot coming back. Recalling my bot.
Our flank might be funny.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Spike planted.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
Watch your eyes. Somebody. Blow him up, Mosh.
Mosh pit, mosh pit.
Careful here.
Placing sentry.
Careful now.
Nice.
Crash is going again.
One enemy remaining.
It's over. My ultimate is ready.
Behind the box.
Right there.
I had 9 bullets left after
I
this.
got 2 operators. What the fuck?
Charge and shoot.
Anyone
Easy
want
enough.
No.
Not on my ping.
Okay, so I guess I'm off.
Do it.
Turret out.
I'm gonna judge. Because I feel like they're gonna do that shit again. Or Bucky. Judge or Bucky? Judge.
Yudge.
Judge.
Yucky is too funny.
Yucky's a little fun. I'm gonna have a frenzy on me as well, just in case, but...
Placing alarm bot.
Sorry.
Can we get much higher?
I'm gonna rotate early. Let me know if you want me. Ooh, maybe I won't.
Turrets destroyed.
I think it's a split.
Initiated. Found them. Swarm grenade out.
One's behind as well.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Here.
I got eyes
Here.
I hear them.
Here.
Go away. Enemy and attacker spawn.
Area's clear.
They were running.
Got one.
She crossed.
Enemy.
Why would you
Spike down,
continuously
B.
re-peek an op?
Ah! Buckied!
Like she had a couple of
Veer, just keep going that way.
she had a couple of opportunities to
Yeah,
like
Phoenix had a Bucky. He was heading that way.
Last player standing.
Fucking shit. I suck.
You're okay.
I got ping diffed, I think, because I saw the tracer go through her, but I died, which makes sense to me.
I'm out of here. Alarm bot out.
I think they're gonna have an op this round.
Placing swarm grenade.
If they push A again,
A
I'm
couple of
gonna
them have
just
some
smack
good money.
them.
Placing sentry. Bot coming back.
She hid. She hid. She hid from the scan. I hate that
Placing
jet.
swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
There's a
There's an op tower.
KJ near me, and I'm on
Sorry.
11 health right now.
Placing sentry.
Joke's over! You're dead!
Alarm bot out.
Someone's B.
Careful tower though.
Fucking shit.
Go, go, go.
Flash!
Ooh! I just missed it!
30 seconds left. Spike planted.
I'm out of here.
Last player standing.
Damn it!
Triple, baby!
Stood in the fire
Mm-hmm.
the whole time. Didn't keep swinging. Get out of it. Stood in it. The awesome. At least we killed the offer.
Not the assist!
Please stay alive.
So they have enough money to
I
get
hate
it again.
making new friends.
Bucky.
Agree.
Turret out.
Bucky.
I'm just gonna play off of your thing.
Oh wait, no, I have ult.
Oh no.
Take him down.
the corner.
Placing alarm bot.
There.
Placing swarm grenade. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
I heard something. Yep, I see shots.
Please help.
I'm slightly stuck.
No, you're good.
Found them.
Spike down B.
They're heading back the other way.
Saw you, Mosh.
Spike's here.
Going up!
We're all looking the same
Spike's B.
direction.
Spike's here.
Here. Can't use that yet.
Got my hands off my keyboard for a second.
One enemy remaining.
Both of them are that way. Tree.
So be careful.
Careful.
Sewer.
Enemy attacker spawn.
30
Here.
seconds left. Last
full
round
weight.
before the switch.
This is it. Get those guns.
Get those
I need a drop.
guns. Oh, look at that.
Turret out.
Oh, nice you.
That's it. Get those guns. Get
Look
those
at
guns.
these guns. Hydrate, you got you.
Oh my god, I love your guns.
Thank you, I like my guns too. Even if they're battle pass ones.
Alarm bot out.
They're good guns.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Placing swarm grenade. Swarm turret destroyed. Get out of my way. Found them.
Enemy and attacker spawn.
One enemy remaining. Spike down, attacker spawn.
Where'd that come from? Wait, let me detain him. Let me detain him.
I need it for the
Ow!
No, let me detain him so you can kill him.
Do it.
Get
The only
detained,
damage.
Switching sides.
I needed it for my fucking thing.
Here.
Fuck this
We're
Phoenix.
Can I get this back?
Don't any of you forget that.
Raise.
Didn't I do it for you?
Fuck you, Phoenix.
Thank you.
For you.
Oh, you have a I was trying to. I was like, oh shit, y'all are over there by yourselves, and I remember Nora's a duelist.
I'm a duelist.
You brain cells.
I can't believe you would leave me alone with Nora.
I know.
Oh, okay. Fine.
I'm the worst.
Fine. All right.
Bye, Nora.
No. 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 No.
Bye-bye.
Upset. Make me sad.
Reloading. Enemy
I
A.
think Turbin.
Go, go, go.
She's running.
Watch out.
She's running, but she can't hide.
Get wrecked.
I'm worse.
Spike down A.
Turret out. Coming through.
Careful.
Spike on out. Watch out. Placing
Oh
swarm
wow.
grenade.
Okay.
Placing
One
swarm
enemy
grenade.
remaining.
Smurf.
He's
Smurf
also
and baby.
sabotaging the team.
Satchel out.
Actually, that's reportable.
Someone's
You can get that shit gone.
I almost died because of him.
Listen up. Kill them before they kill us.
Raze almost also died because of him.
Bro.
I was on 14 health. There's no
I
way I
just
was
wanna
gonna.
plant the bomb.
Who's doing it?
Raze.
Do you think raising?
Reloading.
I would not doubt it.
Yeah.
Vamonos.
Run it back.
You know what? I guess we're just gonna have to kill everyone.
Yeah, we're playing TDM right now.
TDM isn't even out yet.
Our spike down.
Spike down B.
They're going from their spawn.
Placing alarm bot. Placing swarm grenade.
Somebody's
Swarm
back.
grenade out.
Enemy B.
Our spike down.
I was gonna.
Spike down
I thought we were
B.
being cool, and then she was
One
cringe.
enemy remaining.
Help!
You could have predicted this.
Thanks, Veer.
You're welcome.
I did.
I had a slight reload, but you're welcome. Mwah.
That's true. Good advice.
Good advice.
I love it! Oh, he's so cute!
So true.
That was so fucking cute, my
I love him. He makes me go like, wah.
Yo, Gecko's actually adorable, and I love. Also, why? Also, I love how low res his fucking profile pic is.
It always happens.
I hate you.
Oops, that was an accident. Did not mean that.
It was on purpose.
60.
I hope he gets shot.
Ooh, send him out to plant the
Going up.
spike.
That's the spike, wait.
I love him. I love him. He's just going.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Blind as shit.
Dizzy's up. Dizzy has targets.
Oh, two.
There. You did good.
Run and gun.
One enemy remaining.
Guate. Thrash is ready. Back to me.
Last player standing.
Oh. Nice.
Oh no. Oh.
Oh!
You say something?
I'm gonna
That was
flash her.
almost
Can't kill me
dead.
if
Ears
she's blind.
still ringing.
Right there.
That Sage keeps headshotting me and I'm getting upset over it.
Aw, it's okay. It's alright. I'm here.
Yes, thank you. I'd rather have you than this fucking Phoenix next to me.
Yeah. I fucking hate this Phoenix too.
Mhm,
Let's go.
It's
Let's
A.
go the opposite direction.
It's B.
You're out.
I'm gonna go the opposite direction of this fucking Phoenix.
Reload him. Going up.
Careful here. Enemy B. Enemies are A.
Not again.
Watch your eyes.
Turret out.
Yep. That's exactly why I didn't do that.
Down. Placing swarm grenade.
Colorful kill.
Swarm grenade out.
Careful. She's
Careful.
rafters and she's headshotting.
I tried.
Wingman's gonna plant spike. Spike's ticking. Thanks for the man.
27 on the Soba, possibly
Placing
coming from
swarm
spawn.
One enemy remaining.
Thank you.
Enemy
He's right
spotted
there.
A.
Nice.
Swarm grenade out.
I love Dizzy so much. He's so cute.
Let's go already.
Dizzy's a she.
Dizzy's she?
Dizzy and Thrash are she, and Mosh and Wingman are he.
Thrash and Dizzy are she, so my favorite ones are female.
Yeah. If you ever hear like,
Surprised.
if you ever play Gecko and somebody shoots down Thrash, you'll hear him say, "Damn, they stopped her," or "Damn, they shot her."
Quick peeks now.
Aw, I love them. I want to cosplay one of Gecko's little buddies.
Someone's there.
Someone's behind here. Oh, they dashed out.
40.
Oh, shit, I wasn't with you. That's my bad.
Be here, Sage.
Enemy B.
No one was with me. That's what made me sad, actually.
That's done.
My ass!
Spike
ass?
down B.
My ass! This bitch has the party. Why is she not bringing it?
Last
she
player
got me.
standing.
Raise.
I think our Raze is throwing. Cause she has. Look at how much money she has and what she bought.
I see.
She got a kill, though.
No, that's because I made that Sage 1 HP.
I'm gonna report
Get
Raven
ready.
Gecko
I
real
go
quick.
fast.
I'm Gecko.
I'm not Gecko. Geklo.
Yeah.
Geklo.
I need a drop.
Sabotaging team. And then Raze is also sabotaging team.
Go get him.
I need a
shit.
drop.
I need a drop.
Now.
I bought him.
Why you buy him?
Dream big. Make it happen.
Because at least they shoot at people, so then they get them lower, so then I can deal with them eventually.
True.
No, you
Yeah,
don't.
they're throwing. They're just sitting with Spike on the thing.
Got hit.
fashion way. They're all in here.
Our spike carrier is dead. Turret out.
Spike down A.
Destroyed.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
She's in there somewhere.
Oh no.
Sana, sana. Mosh pit. It's all you, little homie.
Top.
No, she's bottom.
Dizzy's up top. Go get him, buddy. I got the spike. My wingman's down.
30 seconds left.
Your wingman's down.
No, I ran out of bullets!
Damn.
He gets so sad when wingman's down. He's like, oh, my wingman's down. He gets so sad when any of them get shot. It's so...
It's okay, we'll save him around.
Okay. I'm saving Whippy then.
He'd be such a good dad.
I'm not full shield save though, because our teammates are buying. When one of them inevitably dies, I'll get a free gun.
True.
Yeah, raises them.
Here. Right there. Enemy B. Reloading. Dizzy's up.
I didn't.
Someone's
I
there.
flashed somebody.
Oh.
Reloading.
I don't want to leave him, but okay.
Initiated.
Oh, I thought we were gonna rotate.
Yeah, I want to.
You should run. Last player standing.
There's two there.
Spike down B.
Fucking shit.
Pero like, why can't we just hug it out? Pinche Radiant.
What did you just say?
But like, why can't we just hug it out? Fucking Radiant.
It's true. He's so
Like,
soft.
He's so
fucking
cute.
soft. I love him. I'm gonna
Look, he just like me for real. He just like me for real.
Yo, he'd be such a good dad.
I'm literally so much like him. Woo! You got looked up.
I did. Ping diff, ping diff. You want my op? Go ahead. Man just clapped him.
I got mine.
Spike down A.
If my race was with me, maybe I wouldn't have died.
Placing sensor. Turrets destroyed.
Last player standing.
Two here. Behind you. Rip.
You will not kill
Waste
my
the rest.
ally.
Let's go.
Sometimes Ray subtly throws, sometimes she doesn't. Like, she on purpose went in front of the gap in order to throw.
Sorry, inside joke.
What
That
happened?
was so cute.
What happened?
One of the little guys made a sound, and then Gecko laughed. First of all, my heart. And then also, he went, sorry, inside joke.
Can someone buy me?
Oh yeah, I heard that line before. He said it earlier this game.
Did he?
Yeah, he did.
Take this. I'm out of here. Reloading.
Careful here.
I'm gonna flash across.
30.
Blow him up, Mosh. See ya.
I can't handle this.
This Raze and this
Spike
Phoenix are
down,
like
B.
actually pissing me off.
Going up.
Last player standing.
Has has her ult, she could get like 2 of them.
She's had her ult for the past like 5 rounds.
Oh my goodness.
6 rounds.
I have to spike.
That is throwing to the highest degree.
I'm over them.
Well, we have to win this round because
Oh, she has the spike again.
Yeah, we lose.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hold a little back now.
Yeah,
And
play
just wait
safe.
for them. Yeah, I'm playing safe as hell. I'm gonna hide in this corner and wait for them to come to me.
Because they always push fast.
Hide right here.
I'm hiding here.
What do you want?
Smart move.
Watching here.
Here. Gun here.
Reloading.
Reload him.
One of them had an operator. Oh my god, they picked a site.
Hi, Beer.
Hi. Thank you.
Bomb buddy out.
Up and away. Somebody's there.
Gotta go.
Oh, saw them.
Many enemies.
Oh, found another.
Take this.
How the fuck?
Here we go.
I
30 seconds
should
left.
not have lost that fight.
Placing swarm grenade.
Enemy in the building planted.
One enemy
Placing
remaining.
swarm grenade.
Got him, it's fine.
Swarm grenade.
You just have to win.
Yep.
You just have
I
to.
was waiting for that moment in order to get the
Match point.
Let's end their misery.
get my ult off, basically.
Can someone buy me, please?
Yeah.
I got you.
No, I have money.
Oh,
You
money.
sell
Veer
that.
has
You
money.
sell that.
Sell that. Veer has more money.
Yeah, sell that. I have
Can
more
someone
money.
buy me,
There you go.
please?
Let's go.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
I tried.
Reload him.
Reloading. My doubles.
Oh, we lost this one. Sorry, guys.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's okay.
It's because Zagreus and I whiffed.
I know, I just got opt.
Oh.
I got opt as well.
I whiffed.
I just got opt.
I whiffed. If I didn't whiff, we would have been okay. Oh, what?
Spike planted.
An actual possibility?
Probably not.
Probably not, but still.
Because the jet has an op.
One enemy remaining.
Wow.
What the
What?
fuck?
Satchel out.
I'm not gonna ping shit. Oh god, the Sova's the lost one.
Yeah,
Sova's
usually
6 and
lost.
20. We lost, but they won.
What? Attackers win.
I'm the pride of Bahia.
What? Even?
Work, everyone.
I
Just
had to put the
game.
question mark. I just. What?
I'm not good gaming, it's just game.
Game?
That was a game. My lord,
What
my
the
head.
fuck? What the fuck just happened?
I feel like I'm on crack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of hated that. Well. Yeah, so I
Yep,
know
I gotta
you
go
have
work.
to. You gotta go.
Yeah. I haven't slept
Thanks for
yet. I
gaming,
probably should.
gamer.
Veer, you should probably head to bed.
Did you say I haven't slept in 2 days?
No. No?
Veer hasn't slept yet.
I haven't slept
Oh.
yet.
I said
You should
in
probably
2. I heard
sleep.
in 2 days. I was like, bro.
No.
You just sleep.
No.
You should sleep.
I haven't done that like since like.
Do you
want to
know how late I went to bed last night?
How late?
I went to bed at midnight my time.
Oh.
After staying up from 9 a.m. to 9 a.m. to midnight.
Oh my goodness.
So 24 plus 12 plus 3.
I
So
didn't sleep
36
until
plus
like
3.
8
39
o'clock
hours.
in the morning.
39 hours. And I went to work.
That was gross. That was my one game of Valorant today, and it was gross. I hated it.
I will be back on later.
I will
I'll also be
well.
back on later. Good night.
Bye.
Good night. Bye bye. Thank you everyone who came by today. Thank you everyone who's watching back. I hope you all have a good day, night, morning, or wherever you are. May you have good matches and be blessed by the RNG gods. I'll be honest, I'm not tired. I'm probably not gonna sleep. My body's just hurt. I'm probably gonna lay down. Thank you. Thank you. I hope I brought some entertainment for your work. May your work go through smoothly, microwave. Bonk, bonk. Alright. Bye!